So I say again, we've got the campaign complete. So if you're watching this on a recorded version of this on YouTube in future in high definition, there'll be some cuts, there'll be some edits along the way. So you can skip through the chapters as well. There'll be chapters in there. The live recorded version of the live stream will also be on YouTube, but that's not in high resolution. I'll also be doing some light editing to sort of skip through if you did want to follow along through my fast run, speed run kind of playthrough. But I have also been explaining all of the lore in the story as best I can remember on the way through. So hopefully this is something that you like, that's interesting. Edited version on YouTube, live version also on YouTube. All the chat will be visible in there as well. Skip through the chapters that you might be interested in seeing or not seeing. It will be a little bit compressed and sped up for the recorded high definition versions. But yeah, check it out. Let me know what you think. Comment down below. Let me know if I get any of the lore story wrong or if more of it is revealed over time. I would like to thank a lot of the YouTubers who have got channels dedicated to the lore. That's how I've learnt a lot of the lore, by watching and listening to a lot of their podcasts and episodes. I have then done my best to replay that throughout this episode. So I hope you all like it. And if you do, great, give me a thumbs up and a subscribe. If you don't like it, well, tell me why and put that in the comments as well. And maybe give it a downvote. Whatever, all of it is good. Okie dokie, I forgot to hit the record button. Away we go though. Now let's start our timer just to give a bit of a feel for how we're traveling. Warrior, call it the Shade Bringer. He's going to be a Warbringer. It already exists. How about with 2 R's? Yep, that works. Shabiga's fan is in too. Now, one thing I don't fully understand, and I don't know if it's well articulated yet, whichever character you play survives that hanging exercise, right? Some of them talk about it as if it was luck. If you do it with the mercenary, he says, oh, I can't believe that worked, as if it was planned. Not quite sure what the actual real lore story is there, but anyway. Shabiga's fan, you've been sleeping during all my streams during the last few weeks. That's all right. No worries. How goes your Oblivion moddage? Alright, so we are on the bank. Oh, now, first thing, if you are on controller, I very heavily recommend you change the interact button to B on the alternate bar. So you got to push two buttons together. If the interact button is shared with an actual skill or ability, it means if there's an enemy nearby, you won't be able to interact with anything because it'll auto-target and try to help you by prioritizing your abilities. Not too bad for the most part, but if you're doing like the Trial of Sekimas or the Trial of Chaos, it can get quite irritating. Alright, so some weird shit's going on. The Count Geonor, seems to be a real dick now, where it's persecuting and arresting anyone and everyone, hanging and executing people for petty crimes or made-up crimes. And weird even further is things seem to be arising, monsters are appearing, the dead are rising, etc. So that's the setting we land ourselves in now. Why do some people have symbols by their names? If you're talking about in Twitch chat, it will be... Oh, I already need to rebind my ability here. If you're talking about in Twitch chat, that'll be, I think, those with certain community status, like VIP and stuff. And Shabiga's fan, so you're debating which voices you want to use. Running into a problem not liking anything that you do. That is very, very common. That is, any artist, any creator runs into that. Oh, no, I don't like that. Nope, I don't like that thing I've made either. You're always your most harsh critic. Everyone else will love your work more than you do for the most part. Having said that, I'm also quite fussy. Alright, so we're off to a little bit of a slow start because we haven't got any fancy gear yet. So we're on the Riverbank. We've got to make our way to Clearfell. Now, Clearfell was like a logging village because this whole area is part of the... there we go. We can equip our first skill gem. Let's put it... Ooh, where do we want to put it? I'll put it there. It might be just what I need. So skill gems or virtue gems. We'll talk about that more soon as well. But Clearfell is where we're trying to get to. A logging village or settlement. Oh, I have to test my new skill. All right. There we go. Big tumbles. Let me continue. Oh, such power. Yes. But again, monsters have arisen, dead are rising, some sort of weird corruption or illness is spreading. Go seek the Miller. He was trying to get to Clearfell to warn about the dead rising and weird shit going on. Let's find the Miller. That's what we are tasked with doing. and then try and get to Clearfell itself to help and warn the villagers. And just kill all the weird risen undead along the way.
Hammer and anvil!
And Tabby, your signals next to your name mean moderator, subscriber, an original team founder badge, man. You got all of the things. Collecting the set. Yeah, Midnight Tabby, a very proud and prominent community member for us. I hate those porcupine spitting things. So irritating. Alright, passive point. Big intimidating tree. Yeah, it's not so bad. We have a plan. We are going to be going out this way. For our build, we are strength stacking. Foundling, we need your strength. I haven't heard that before. Interesting. It's so funny. Normally I'm playing this with speakers on like just monitor speakers. And then when I stream it, you get so much more audio with the surround sound, proper earphones, and I forget how good the sound design is in a lot of games. Branoc The Miller. Something has happened to him. He has contracted whatever weird corruption illness that he was coming to warn the Clearfell settlement about. Oh, look out. Dodge. Now, the warrior character knows him because the warrior actually is a local of this area. He's from Ogham. Possibly... Oh, I did not dodge that very well. Now, just like Path of Exile 1, to get into the first camp, you have to do a challenging boss fight with no gear. Okay, look out. Okay. Come on, rolling thump. Oh, mana is low. Thank you, tutorial. Now, virtue gems. Skill gems. The basis of how this game works and how you can make pretty much any build on pretty much any character class. All stems from thaumaturgical corruption and magics. Background part of the lore, but anyway, gems are how you get skills. Support gems are how you enhance those skills. You tap into your spiritual energy or mana to utilize them. In ye oldie times, in times past, those who tried to use them had to do other things to power them, like sacrifice and blood. Sorry, Branoc. In we go.
Please come inside.
In we go, into the encampment. Keep sipping my coffee. So, the warrior is Renly's adopted son. And so, us, as a character, is surprised to see Renly alive, and similarly,
I've been worried.
Renly is surprised and happy to see the warrior alive.
Sir, it's a good. It seems the friends of grace. We could source strength.
Yes, we will. Alright, take... Alright, so we're speed running. So we're actually going to be skipping side quests and activities we don't need to. Count must die for what he's done to us, yeah. So, Clearfell itself has been abandoned because the Count went there with soldiers to round people up for work and also for, I think, weird claims. Anyway, I think there's a notice we'll have a look at to explain that. And so Renly, not sure how Renly escaped. Una here escaped from the Ogham Village, which we'll be going to later, as did this other guy, Finn. Anyway, so Finn seems to have heard of the warrior.
You must.
Alright, yep, skip. I might just turn the game audio up. Turn the game audio up a little bit. I'm used to playing this multiplayer, and I turn the volume down. Let's try that. Okay, the leveling build. I'm just going to keep these to the side over here. In fact, I'm going to switch to keyboard and mouse to change this up. Was it Shadebringer? Let me in. Alright, so the secret to my build, my speed run, is going to be one item. The Pillar of the Caged God Star. We may as well use the overpowered one that I've collected. It is a unique item. It is not expensive. It is not super rare. It may even be possible to gamble for it with Finn here.
Hello.
In fact, maybe we should just give that a try for a quick demo, shall we? Let's pause that for the moment.
Yes? Feeling lucky? Yeah, sure. I'll take it off your hands.
No. I'm not sure, because there's no level requirement to use it, so theoretically it should be able to drop straight away and therefore be gambled straight away. Anyway, I've had the Pillar of the Cage Gods drop on each character I've played at least once. You can trade for it for a couple of exalts.
Deal.
Anyway, that has not worked. I'm not going to waste too much time doing it. Oh, the other thing we wanted to look at, actually, is... where's it? Some tattered robes. Where's the tattered robes? There's some ghost robe. What's one of these? Armor, evasion, energy shield would be that one. Do the same thing here, I think, because the Ghost Wraith
Move that for you.
unique robes I want to use to get started as well. They are... Oh, I've run out. Ah, I forgot. I forgot. There's limited number of gambles you can do. Anyway, that's fine. So, Pillar of the Cage God. It is a unique staff that just scales its damage based on your stats. So we are going to be doing a leveling build, which is just focused on that. And then when I get this character to its endgame state, I'll change the build. You should not be doing this, or what we're doing today, for your first character. For your first character, you pick whatever class takes your fancy, whatever gets you into the zone, into the mood, into the game, and you take your time, you do all the activities, and you go along for the ride. We are going to be turbocharging what we do today. Do not copy that for your first character. Now, first thing is, we need more dexterity. I need to level, I think. I don't think I've got any gear. Oh, that'll help. That will help with dexterity. So these are all fair. They are uniques, but they're not expensive or particularly rare or special. Later on, we'll be using some gear that I have kept and collected. I don't think I purchased any of it. I think all of it I found or crafted. But that's level 14, is it? Level 14 before we can use Ice Strike. How annoying. We'll have to do just plain attacks in the meantime. That's fine. And shield wall, no. Do I have any gloves I can wear? Give us dexterity. Why don't we check my uniques? The locker of uniques. I don't think any of these can be worn yet. No. They add some damage to attacks and attack speed. We're going to use those. Well, these ones can do it as well. Damage to attacks. We'll put this back. And they have increased attack speed. Alright, and now we must start with our club still. We need to level. We need to level before we can continue. Very good. And that's what we'll do. Back to controller mode. I look forward to GGG implementing a fast switch between controller and keyboard and mouse. Let's get our timer started again. Okay. Oh, that's right, we move so slowly. So Renly has asked that we... Why are we not loading? Before continuing, oh, you got it. You must use your skill. All right.
Armor with killing charm equipped. Monsters will display these blue indicators when they are.
That's what we're going to use, and we are going to socket it in to probably there. We'll put that one there. That's how we're going to do dart into combat. So Renly's asked us to go and kill the Devourer. There's some beast in a burrow nearby. The tutorial doesn't make us do the town portal bind anymore. Alright, take them all down. Alright, so the only thing you need to do this leveling build is that staff, which we can't equip just yet. All the other gear is just nice to haves. Basically, any gear that just gives you sufficient protection or boosts dexterity and strength is going to help. Dart in? Yeah. So this is more of the logging settlement area of where people were, I think. Oh, there's the waypoint, so let's get that. And we move slow. So, Midnight Tabby and South Parkian, what is on for your weekend ahead? Playing games, doing some creation of things, chilling out. Listen to me ramble on. Our speed run starts out very slow, but gets faster. Now, the Count Geonor.
I have received reports of a number of villagers hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my authority should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to the manor.
Very strange. So, Count Geonors. Why is everyone fleeing the village and gone to the logging camp? Send some soldiers there. Round them up. Anyone who resists, do what you need to, but just bring the bodies back. So that's what Renly was referring to earlier. Hang on, we need to... That's it. Slap them round. Big hits. Yes. That's what Renly was referring to earlier when the soldiers came. And so they actually left. I'm unclear if this area out here is where people were hiding and now they've retracted into their Clearfell settlement. But anyway, we've got lots of beasties around now. Midnight Tabby, you have CBF, so you haven't gotten up yet. That's fair enough. I slept in later than I expected to as well. There's a creepy mini-boss here somewhere we need to find. Oh, we leveled. Forged by flame. Can we now put up some points in dexterity? Can we now? Yes, we can. Time to equip. Alright, we have to unequip. We probably have to unequip the rolling slam ability as well. Manage socket. Pick up. Alright, out. Oh man, this is so much more clunky. Controller. Okay. Now we need to bind Quarterstaff Strike. Yes, that's correct. Cool. Alright, now we're going to start doing some damage. I don't know if there's any lore to be talked about from her. But now you can see we're starting to stack some damage already. Although the damage will drop off a little bit once we continue. Alright, so we're skipping Renly's side quest, right? But we are doing Una's quest, which is the main story. So all this madness happened after Count Geonor rounded up some people, had some mercenaries, and went into the Grelwood Forest. That's where all this weird monsters and dark shit started happening. That's when he seemed to get more paranoid and extreme and seemingly mad himself, with all these harsh decrees, harsh laws, punishments, etc. So Una says, there must be something in that forest. Maybe the secret lies there and we can figure out what the hell is going on. So that's where we're going. Into the Grelwood.
The Grelwood has changed. Not for the better.
Yeah, we've got werewolves and all kinds of shit to deal with now. Oh, I picked up something I didn't need to. Oh, well.
Heal yourself!
Now, this build and leveling technique we're using can be used by any character. So I leveled a sorceress doing this. My Chronomancer leveled using this staff. And just stacking strength. And then just applying any other little gear damage boosting items along the way. Now we're going to get faster once we can unlock some actual staff abilities too. And it's going to be glorious. So Shabiga's fan, if you're still tuned in, with some of that voice acting and voice work for your mod that you're doing for Oblivion, do you have any tips or advice? Because I actually want to do some voice NPC follower type stuff, both Starfield and Skyrim at some point, once I finish my next couple of mods, once I get back to working on mods. And I've got grand ideas. I haven't actually obviously done it. Zeno joins us. How are you doing, man? We are doing some speed-ish kind of run through the campaign. Now, we just need to find the tree. All right, well, we found a grain. How do you say this?
It's been many years. Does the witch still live here?
Ah, so famous witch, huh? Ooh, and more passives unlocked. Strength. All about strength.
No warrior. It seems no one is safe from corruption.
Don't need charms, don't need support gems. I need to not pick up crap. I don't need it on this character. We've got everything we need. I've got endgame characters. I don't need to pick up little things along the way. Now, if you're trying to do something similar for your fast leveling experience, this will all work. Although I've saved some pieces of gear to use to speed up my leveling experience, all it does is just make things faster. Everything else still works. You don't need all the bits that I've collected. You just need this staff and to stack as much strength as you can. You will need to put some points into dexterity and maybe some intelligence as well, so we can use some of the other abilities we'll be using soon. That's it. You don't even then need to rank up those abilities either. You'll leave them at their base level for the most part. Zeno, you can't sleep, man. What have you been doing? Gaming too hard. I'm working too hard. I do love the dash. Dashing into combat is very satisfying. Feel my wrath. You tell him. You tell him, warrior man. Oh, waypoint. That's what we want. That means we're near the spot. This is what Una wanted us to find.
I remember this place.
So that's weird. There's a weird hooded figure hanging from the tree. Summon Una.
What happened here?
Yeah.
This shade, is it still alive?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it can give us the answers we seek. Only the Count's sword has the power to bind souls to the tree like this. We must free it somehow.
Indeed.
Friendly.
All right. Skip.
I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me.
Now, I need to double check, because there is another beast we can fight in the Grellwood, but it doesn't give us anything, so we're going to skip it. Alright, on to the Red Veil we must go. So, there's, Count Gianor's sword is actually, enchanted, rune-bound sword. Handed down through generations, created a long time ago. Only that sword could have possibly attacked and bound something to the tree like it has there. The Tree of Souls. Now that tree used to be once a positive tree, a magical tree of light and goodness. But I think during the oppressive reign of the Eternals, which we'll talk about more soon, it was corrupted and twisted, and that's where they would often torture and hang people to, I think, enforce their dominance and their rule. And so that tree became the Tree of Souls, a magical bound tree with its light or fey spirit magic corrupted. Oh, we've stumbled across another mini-boss. We might as well do it since we're here.
The very Grellwood turns against me.
Yes, it does, but worry not. We are very strong already. Slapped
Can't go on.
it. Slapped it. So, Zeno, maybe some insomnia, but you've been working on a cyberpunk mod list. Oh, yes, mod lists, man. That's an addiction. Strength grows. Oh, yes, it does. Now, the Red Veil is usually to the right. We have not found it yet. Usually to the lower right. Not today, let's see. Strength, yes. Now, I'm just going to go back to town. And the Ice Strike skill is what I want to start using. We can't use it to a certain level, but I don't remember what level we need to be. So I'm going to put it in our inventory. Oh, actually, we need to just sell a bunch of this shit too. Oh, no. Whip.
Care to take feeling lucky? Deal.
That ring. Iron rings are awesome because they also just add flat damage to your attacks.
Oi then.
Oh, and we can deposit this stuff in our inventory. Alrighty. Yeah, mod lists. I just like you, Zeno, love mod lists. Oh, we can equip another ring. Let's do that. It's only a level, very basic level. Adds 1 to 4 physical damage to attacks, but we want flat damage for this build to work. And can we use... That's level 14. We're going to be level 14 before we can use Ice Strike. Really? It's level 5. It's level... It needs to... Herald of Ice needs to be level 10. Okay. And this ring up here... Ooh, that one's better. Ooh, now we're going to be boosting some damage. Yes. What are we, anyway? 5. Okie dokie. Actually, I do want to check. Try level 4 Ice Strike. Where's my gems? My skill gems. Where are you hiding? Down to level 4. Man, I've collected lots of skill gems. I jump down to here.
While
Water Staff.
Tempest Bell must be charged up.
Ice Strike. Yeah, it is level 5. That is the minimum.
Cold attack.
We need
The third attack is slower,
20 dex,
and effective.
20 intelligence. Okay, we'll need to put our next stats onto dexterity and intelligence. All right, we shall continue. So Zeno, tell me about the mod list you're doing for Cyberpunk. What's in it so far? I haven't visited Cyberpunk in about a year. But man, I love that game. It's also made me kind of want to try and potentially play Deus Ex. Both the Adam Jensen versions and the original JC Denton. Here we go, Red Veil. Okay, through the Red Veil we go.
These were not my ancestors, but I still respect their valor.
Right, so the reason we're in the Red Veil is because we need to get some imbued or magical spikes to effectively try and untangle some of the dark magic on that tree, right? Una says, well, there should be some relics that we might be able to repurpose in the Red Veil. Now, this whole zone is just tarnished with an ancient war, I think. So that's when the Eternals reigned, right? So that's, I think, like over 1,000 years ago. Anyway, the Eternals, they were just, I don't know what, they love that, having big fancy titles. The Eternals were not like titans or gods, no, they were just people. But they brutally ruled over the locals, Ezamites, which were the ones who lived in this area, the Karui that lived in the jungle area, and some other places that I can't remember off the top of my head.
But it might hold the runes I seek.
It does hold the runes we seek. So this whole place has always been rusted, bloodied, tarnished since then. This is where the local Ezamite tribes, peoples, banded together and fought their oppressors in some pretty massive, hectic battles.
They still defend their land, even after all this time.
Yes, they do. Although this weird magic corruption that's sweeping through the area is going to be an influence as well. So, whilst this place is already sort of haunted of sorts, it's been further accelerated with all the other weird magical corruption occurring. Why am I opening chests? I don't need this stuff, it's such a habit.
Steel yourself!
Steel yourself! When we get to like level 10 or 11, we can finally equip some faster boots as well, I think. Look forward to that. Get a horrid poison spitting out of here. Filthy plant creature. Oop. So although it's slightly off, what do you call it? Character slightly off the vibe for a warrior to be using a staff instead of, like, you know, the maces and shields. It's even weirder to be doing it when I was doing it with a sorceress. That's what's kind of fun about this game. You can shatter all conventions and still have very capable characters. Right, we needed more dexterity and intelligence. Prepare for our upcoming skill gem usage. Where are we? We are here. I was planning to go down this line here. I'm not sure what is giving us power charges. That gives rage. That is just a belt. That doesn't give power charges. Stuff doesn't either. And not that I'm complaining, but we're not really spending the power charges either. How have I not found another spike yet? Sometimes these zones get really large. Ooh. Starting to get a bit more satisfying. Wait till we get a little bit further. By the way, if you're watching, I should mention at the start, if you're watching a recorded version of this, there'll be chapters. You can jump to whatever you want to see. Skip whatever you don't. That's it. Slap him down. Yes. Love the dashes. Keeps it all moving. There's another one.
What? Who is that?
Assists. Alright, one more to find. Yeah. And then at some point, I think level 20 we'll be shifting our armor to wear some different armor as well. These Ghost Writhe garments, robes, tattered robes, pretty much the most favored piece for power leveling a character. There's plenty of them around now too. I'm sure I've got 2 of these. I think this is my second set. I think. The reason they're good is because they sacrifice some of your life to give you a whole bunch of energy shield. The more life you have as you level up, more energy shield you get. The energy shield replenishes quite quickly when you haven't been hit for a few seconds. And I think you end up with more energy shield than the amount of life that you are sacrificing. Okay. The rage build up is cool. Oh, I see on the mini map. This is where we need to go.
The last one.
We stand united. Defeat the Rust King. Now, I think this guy was one of the, Man, we are so overpowered right now.
Go with honor. There is nothing left to defend.
Yes. Although we had to fight him, both him and the other risen soldiers were the ones who fought for freedom. Look at that, you can still... the art in this game is fantastic. All the swords and shit on the ground, the piles of swords forming a rust everywhere, contributing both the rust and the blood as to why this is called the Red Veil. Okay. What are we doing? Talking to Renly. He's going to reforge these things.
Serious spikes, but be cautious. They stayed warm after forging, no matter how many times I quenched them. I would ask what you need these for, but I'm putting my trust in you.
Thanks, Dad. Oop, hang on, I need to actually take them. Yoink.
Stick to the cairns.
Stick to the cairns. Cairn stones so you don't get lost. Is that what he's suggesting? Do I have anything I need to... Yeah, let's just deposit these.
Spirits in the trees be damned. You actually entered the Red Veil and survived.
We did.
Every Ogham kid knows. If you step 1 foot in there, you'll be skewered and eaten. Well, those kids that are lucky enough to have a mother, that is.
Oh, poor Finn. He was an orphan, was he?
Sure, I'll take it off.
I know that he was clanless, which we'll talk about a little bit further. The Ezamites with their tribes or clans. That's right, they're clans, not tribes. Ezamite clans, Karui tribes. All right, back to the Grelwood, back to the mysterious tree. Right,
You
Una,
have stab them into the runewood sights.
let's break it free.
Good. Now the others.
Release that which you hold.
Oh, the Count's... Oh, I forgot to
By
read this.
decree of the Count of Ogham, those condemned to hang from these branches are to be left until their hearts no longer beat, their lungs no longer fill with air, and their flesh is no longer warm.
Such anger.
In death, you are not forgiven. Your souls will remain trapped here by this ancient moor of maligned wood, and the grove will be forever denied you. Rot here in the Grelwood for all time, and good riddance.
Very angry, seemingly evil man. What happened to the Count? He used to be such a good and noble dude. Right.
He's unconscious, but he's breathing. Though, this wound, we should take him back to Clearfell. He may be the only one who knows what truly happened out here.
He absolutely is the only one who knows what happened out here. Especially if you've seen the cinematic, which I actually have not watched. The intro cinematic or the release trailer cinematic. Which actually shows the Count going into the wood hunting the shade with his band of mercenaries, and then finally getting him with that sword.
Should be fatal, but somehow he clings to life. I fear it will not be long until his song ends. He will never heal. Only by a count's hand can this binding be released. Agree?
Okay, only by a count's hand. So we need a seal of account, in order to break the spell. Hold on, went to the red veil for a second. Because it's the count's sword with its mystic runes that sort of caused the binding spell and the binding wound in the first place. Now, is this it? No. There's another spot. So Una tells us, well, we need to get to the graveyard of the Eternals to see if we can find a ring or something from an old count. She wants us to kind of go grave robbing to see if we can find a seal or a rune or something from a count that we might be able to, a former count that we might be able to use to break the spell. She tells of how her and her mother, I think, used to go through a shortcut underground and hang out with a mystical druid in the area, because they'd collect mushrooms and other, I think, food and reagents from the area. The Grim Tangle is what she's referring to. But when we come through here,
there'll be no passage here. For now.
It's all grown shut. The roots won't let us pass. Fortunately, Una might be able to help.
If the Fae spirits are still watching, I believe they will help us. Please, wait a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
The old magic still thrives. The way is open. Please, hurry.
For a moment, everything felt alive.
So the old magics, like what Una has tapped into, is actually something that I think we know very little about, including us as players and the lore in general. Because the lore of the games and the gameplay focuses around modern magics, which is a lot of thermatological, what's the right word? A lot of thaumaturgy. Which is like, sort of corrupted magics of sorts, or magics with using certain life forces form. Oh, we leveled again. Now, what's our dexterity is 99? Why is our dexterity 99? That can't be right. No, this gives us that level of dexterity. 17. No, strength is 99. I'm failed at reading. The strength, because of our items, is high. So next one we'll put into strength, and then the next points we'll have to go into intelligence. Yeah, the thing above has got the numbers around the wrong way. That's really weird. Another strange game bug. Anyway, this Grim Tangle, this sort of underground area, passage, all corrupted. Everything's been corrupted. Everything's had things awoken. A lot of Diablo 2 vibes with Path of Exile 2 as well, like, you know, all these monsters. Actually, probably even Path of Exile 1. You know, something has raised these monsters. Where did they come from? It didn't used to be like this. Why is everything so dangerous now? Cower before me. Stay away from the glowing fungus, because they explode. Oh, here's the Cemetery of the Eternals. We're going to step into that, but I did want to...
Quickly! My family has been abducted!
We'll help you in a minute, sir. First, we need to find the druid. Now, we don't actually have to find the druid for the speed run, but since we're here, and I really hate fighting him, but I know it'll be a much easier fight right now with us being this level with this overpowered gear. Oh, but running is so slow. So slow. This is the druid. We need to find the druid that Una and her mother used to spend time with. Possibly learning about some of the A spirit magic? I'm not sure. So hence why not a true speed run, because we are doing something. Alright, don't pick up the loot. I don't need the loot. It's not gonna be any good. Must be here somewhere. Here we go. This will be it. Checkpoint. Here he is. Now he has a name, but I don't remember what the name is, and it doesn't show it either, I don't think.
Fight venomous!
that the Wandering Druid?
It was the Wandering Druid before he got corrupted. Now he is free.
How many more will I have to kill before this is through?
Oh, so many things you're gonna have to kill the guy. So many things. Alright, we're gonna shortcut our way through using the waypoint. Okay, the Cemetery of the Eternals. The Eternal Empire was a long time ago. Lachlan is here.
That bastard tyrant Praetor Draven! He's taken my family hostage! They're being held somewhere beyond these gates. I never thought he would stoop this low. I sent for reinforcements.
I will gladly honor this request.
Find Praetor Draven and his consort. There's something a bit odd about Lachlan there. He seems a bit confused. He looks very haggard and tattered. And there's a weird sound to his voice. Anyway, we need to find graves of Draven and Assinia. There's one around here. There is Draven.
Delivery is never complete, so long as the Ezamites resist us. Let this graveyard erase their stain on the land.
So Draven, one of the rulers of the Eternals. Remember, the Eternals were dicks. As long as the Ezamites resist us, which is, you know, the original local peoples.
This place has not been abandoned.
So they really wanted to stamp out any kind of original culture or will and just dominate the Ezamites. So they built this graveyard to house all the Eternals to really try and reclaim or override the lands. Draven was a dick.
Fear will best you!
So slow. So we need to get a key. We need to get a key from Draven and a key from Assinia in order to get through the gate that Lachlan was talking about. And that's a dead end. Oop, I see a checkpoint, so that's probably where we need to go, maybe? Yes.
A Karui soul for my collection. You shall die.
Karui. So he's the warrior of Karui origins and adopted by the Ezamites. That's interesting.
You cannot stop me.
These two, so cute and romantic. They summon each other, even after death.
Your name has long been maligned in Ogham Draven. This was my pleasure.
Yeah, you dick. So Draven and Assinia still summon each other to help each other out. Their love continues, even after death. Ooh, wow, we're getting some speed on us. And some levels. Ooh, that rage. Okay. Now we need to put some points into intelligence. Need to get that up to 20 so we can use skills we want to use. Find Assinia's grave. So many risen dead. Look at this big guy, hauling logs and possibly gravestones to use as weapons. Amazing.
Face me!
Face me! Get owned. Filthy undead. Even killed. Okay. So Midnight Tabby, if you're still tuned in, have you figured out what game you're going to be playing next? Still in a bit of a lull of trying to figure out what it is that you crave. We are going to have to keep slowly exploring the graveyard, it would seem. I haven't found it yet. Here it is. Ascinia.
Let this be a testament for all time. The Eternal Empire stakes claim over this land, both in life and death.
The Eternal Empire has well and truly fallen, witch. And she is some kind of witch too, I think. Still in a lull. That's fair.
I will put the Eternals back in their graves.
Hell yeah, we would. Do you know if you're seeking action or immersion, Midnight? And there's lots of risen... A lot of Skyrim vibes with these mausoleums. Powerful rulers buried here, along with their servants that still serve in death. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt too. Rude. Keep drinking those potions. That's it. Yeah, we got him.
Steel yourself!
Steel yourself! Get slapped. Yes, leveled again. Now we're getting some speed. Oh, now we need to put another couple of points into intelligence. And then the next level in intelligence, and we should... Ready... Was that level 11 or 14 before we could use... I can't remember now. Not really sure what you want. Just something that will hit right. You'll know when you know, yeah. Sometimes you just need to try playing a bunch of games and see if something sticks. Many a time have I felt that. One of the most disappointing times was years ago. I didn't know what to play, but I'd heard about Horizon. I'm like, oh yeah, maybe check that out. So I looked at the trailers. This is a bonus little piece of haunted loot. Checked out the trailers for it, and I'm like, yeah, that looks good. And then I tried to buy it and find it, and I couldn't find it. Wasn't on Steam, wasn't on EA, wasn't on Epic, wasn't on anything. Oh, PlayStation only. So imagine being in a lull and then finally thinking, oh yeah, this will be good, this will be what I'm craving, this is what I want to do. Can't play it. But finally, years later, we were able to play it when it came to PC. Great games. Alright, you silly wench. Let's fight her. Break her out of her grave.
Your way has no place here, Karui.
Another reference to being Karui Origins.
Of the fourth moon.
I do love the banter between a lot of the characters and mini bosses that you fight throughout, and boss bosses.
Your cruelty was immortalized in song, Ascinia. Your end will be too.
Back to the grave with you. Until another outbreak of magical corruption, another time which might raise her once again. Alright, we gotta go back to Lachlan. We have the keys to the gate. Let's take out a few more undead along the way. What level is this? 7. We're level 9, right? So we're actually slightly over-leveled for a change. Oh, we zapped into each other, but we were triumphant. And you guys just want to get in the action. All right, out you go. Count Lachlan.
You have the keys.
We do.
My eyes again deceive me. You have the keys. You showed those eternal bastards.
We did.
Use keys to open the gate. Let's go and free my family.
That we shall. So it's kind of weird. His family's been kept hostage by Draven and Ascinia. So we had to find Draven and Ascinia to get their keys. But that's from their graves. To then get the keys to open the gate to free his family being held hostage by Eternals that are already dead.
There's much to do.
Oh, a bit of banter from Lachlan the Lost. Lachlan the Very Lost. Anyway, in we go.
At last, it's open. Praise the first one.
He's very haggard looking. Look at his clothing and everything.
What is this? Graves? Isabel, Torkel, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham.
That's him?
My family!
Yes.
This doesn't make any sense!
It does.
They're dead!
Yes.
Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
So Lachlan also was dead and got risen from his grave, with all the recent magical corruption surging. And he was focused on trying to save his family, but his family was killed long ago. Together at last, yes.
With the first one, old man. You've earned it.
So, what is that? Grab that. Alright. On to the hunting grounds, our next area to go to. But, once we've hit the waypoint, back to town.
Corruption has twisted these wilds beyond recognition.
Very much has, yes. Back to town. I was so confused first playing through. I'm like, what's going on? Fighting graves, get a key for the old guy, and then he fights us.
For you, hero. The kind that'll get you woven into legend. See,
yeah, so Finn wants us to investigate another nearby village we'll talk about shortly. So, Una.
You found the ring. This will most certainly break the Count's bind. Give me a moment.
Work your magic. He rises. The hooded one lives.
How long has it been? I was hunted. The Count, he stole something that is beyond dangerous. It will cause sickness, then madness.
Yes, it's already been happening.
It can still...
What a strange being.
Is that the source of Ogham's affliction?
Yes. Please, find it.
So
this seed is what has been causing all the recent corruption, magical surges.
I don't know how to ask this of you. It's hard.
And the madness within the Count and his cohort. And do we have anything else here? Oh, we can get him to identify.
What do
I've changed.
Wrong button.
Yes.
Identify this crown. Have I got one of these? Yes, I think I do. Nope. Very low level. I do have one. Una, please disenchant it. Give us the chant shards. Alright, let me check if there's any more gear I can equip from my stash of preparation. No. What about Ice Strike? Level 14 we got to get to. Oh, man. And Killing Palm is also level 14. We've got low level Killing Palm already, so that's fine. Alright, we still got to swing slowly for the time being. That's fine. We can do that. Alright, pause for a second, as I want to... So we're an hour in, so we've gotten to this part, and it's taken us an hour. I thought we'd go a bit faster than that, but anyway. I'm just going to jump and join the voice chat on my Discord server. Okay, we continue to the hunting grounds. So, Una has asked us to get her loot from her house in the village. We're not doing that yet, because we're not in the village yet. Finn has a request for us. There's he fled with all the turmoil and trouble that was afoot. And then he heard rumors of some sort of cultists preaching something in the village that he was... I don't know if he grew up there. I think he may have. We'll talk about that in a moment. Oh man, these things are horrid. Hate these things.
What is this?
Oh, that's nearly killed us. What is this? Perhaps the boy might know. Finn calling Finn a boy. Oh, hey, leveled mid-fight. That's good. These things are horrid. I hate these things. Even at the end game. Hate them with such a passion. They shoot so rapidly from across the map. Usually poison, which is a chaos damage type, which bypasses... Well, if it's poison, it bypasses your shield. If it's just a corrupted or chaos-based damage, it does double damage to your shield. They are my nemesis. I hated these things in PoE 1. I hate them in PoE 2. Okay.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Very good. Alright, we have... I think we need one more stack of intelligence. And then we can go back to stacking strength. All right, rituals. Some sort of weird ritual altars. It's also introduced us to one of the mechanics from one of the leagues was in PoE1 and now in PoE2. Trigger the ritual. It's a sacrifice. Oh, come on. Oh, they got us. So rude. Retry. I wondered how many times I'd die throughout this. And when you die, it respawns the map, which can be annoying. Level 10 zone. We are level 10 as well, I think, actually. Hit them. Yeah, dash to these poison spitters. Piece of shit. Get out of here. Oh! That hurts. Oh, still we're getting hit with poison from that thing. That's better. Although a lot of these things do chaos damage too. But our shield's depleted anyway. There. Oh, got it. Summon Finn. Summon the boy.
Wow. This is ominous.
It certainly is.
So, I was right to be... They're still making these damned altars. And this one's bigger. Something's wrong, hero. Something's definitely off. I thought I was imagining the whispers in the shadows at night up there. Thought I was just spooked by the cultists. But maybe not. Please, check in on the Enclave. I'm gonna get while the getting's good.
No worries. See you, Finn. We will investigate. Now, typically, I like to go around the edge of the maps to find the next zone to go to. In the hunting grounds here, we've got one world boss that we want to take out because it gives us skill points. Aside from that, we just want to get through it, and we do want to go to Freythorn. That is the place Finn is talking about. Oh, I hate these bramble things. Come on. They're very tough. Come on, dash. Oh, I might better wear my speedy shoes soon. They're level 11, I think. Bramble apes. Okay. Around the edge we go down. Rowers. Rowers were really annoying in PoE1, but they're not the annoying beasts of PoE2. There's plenty of others in PoE2. Oh, we've got a rare. Where is he? Horrorbrand. Alright, steady. Heal up. Oh, so rude. Come on. Lightning mirages. And we've leveled. Suck it. Alright. Report back to town. I think I've got some shoes I can wear now. That'll make things faster. I think. Go to my headgear tab. Or it might be in... Yes. The Wanderlust Wrapped Sandals. 20% improved movement speed, and are these gauntlets going to be better? 2 to 4 lightning damage. What are these ones doing? 5 to 9. I think these are still better. Excellent. Spend some points on to strength. Back we go, and now we can finally move with a bit more speed. A speed run starts to actually resemble... Yeah, it's so much better. Having some speed. More poison spitters. Horrid things. Ogham Farmlands. Not where we need to go right now, but we do need to go there soon. So we step through. We grab the waypoint. We go back. It'll speed up our progression. Now, is friends on? No, they might be on like.
Tower!
Yeah. Oh, another one. Okay. Up and down. paid attention to some of the detail on those things. They do look really cool. Those weird gorilla-looking things. Taking so much damage. Come on, hit him! Dickhead, don't sit there spinning the staff. Hit something with it. Still looking for Freythorn. Just taking out everything that comes our way. Oh, we got some blue versions. Blue mobs are magic. They have some kind of enhancement on them. They are tougher. They give more XP and better loot, though. And they're dead. Now, should either find Freythorn or... Oh, we found another event. Corrupted Druid Ritual. Take it out. We don't really get much for doing it, but since we're here, we will complete it. Done. Done, done, done. Harrow, how are you doing, my man? What are you up to today? Are you gaming? Are you streaming? I'm attempting a speed run of sorts. Call it just a fast run. Speed run might be a bit... There we go. Here is Freythorn. Now, we've got the checkpoint unlocked, so we'll travel via checkpoint shortly. There's one more activity to do. We need to find the Crowbell boss. That's... Oh, we're close, because that's the final stage of the fight right there. Crowbell... Oh, over here. Crowbell we want to take out, because we get some skill points. Passive points for doing it. Doing some cleaning.
Is that what's been eating our cattle?
It is a creepy-looking owl beast thing.
You won't get away from me.
It's got arrows and shit, so it's had people trying to fight it.
Rage all you want, beast.
Dodge. Now we can live up to the name of the bell. Smash the door open. Cleaning Harrow. House cleaning? Maybe you can gamify it somehow? I don't know. Alright, final phase. Gotcha.
One less danger to threaten our home.
And a book of specialization. 2 points. Thanks for coming. More strength. More strength. Okay, now on to Freythorn. So, the Azamites lived in clans, which is kind of how they structured, I guess, a lot of their villages and towns and stuff. But some were clanless or weren't part of a clan. I'm not quite clear on how that would happen or why. So the clanless, I think, got together, and they often lived in this place called Freythorn.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, to the scoundrels and cowards hiding among the trees of the clanless perch. As the loyal men of Ogham lay down their lives to protect those who support them, you hide. As the women of Ogham sweat and ache, skinning beasts upon which we feed, you hide. As the children of Ogham play at war, preparing to serve the greater needs of the people, you traitors hide. I will offer clemency only once. Return to the manor immediately and serve Ogham, as is your duty, and your punishment will be deferred.
So the Count, into Freythorn we go, posted a notice. Trying to use some propaganda. Loyal Ogham soldiers.
Let's live. There are far more of them than I expected.
So this is now up in the treetops. It's like a, reminds me of like Ewoks or Wookiees living in treetops and having treetop villages. This is where the clanless live. And the Count has sort of taunted them or beckoned them, claiming that the loyal Ogham soldiers fight for your freedom. The women in other villages do their duties for the good of Ogham. Yet you hide as traitors. But if you come back to the town now, come back to the village, your punishment for being a traitor will be deferred. And you can have amnesty. Problem is, that's a lie. The Count, from what I understand, a lot of the people did leave and did leave Freythorn, go to the town, and then were consequently, I think, arrested. Some were put to work in the digging activity that the Count has got going on at his house, which we'll see soon. And others were just killed. Now, Finn was worried about the rise of some cultists amongst Freythorn. So those that didn't leave probably were forced to, because the cultists here, they were sort of becoming more prominent in this area. They didn't leave. So anyone who didn't leave was probably either forced to also join this weird cult, or may have been killed by said cultists. Anyway, this once peaceful town, or village of outsiders, not ended in a good way. The Harrow house inspection coming up, so you gotta do the cleaning. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, hopefully it goes smooth. Oh, I really want us to get more gear and abilities. We're starting to slow down in our speed. But more strength will help for now. And when you're doing this act in Cruel, you can skip this, but we need to do it in the normal difficulty, the first run through. This is how we get our first spirit points. More ritual altars. Time to cleanse the ritual.
Traveler. That voice. What sinister shadow lurks here?
Ooh, we will find the sinister shadow, don't worry. Oh, there's another ritual right here. Once these dickheads stop attacking us, we can talk to Finn.
I can't believe it. The whole bloody place has gone mad.
As it has, yeah.
Cultists. Please, hero, find the other altars and dispose of them.
That we shall. So Finn goes to see if he can find any other sane survivors in the area. I'm not sure if he actually does or not. No, we find all the bad ones. And Harrow, you just hate cleaning. Yeah, dude, I get it. I do find that listening to music or YouTube or streams or something can help. Yeah, I feel your pain, man. It is a necessary evil, however.
Feel my wrath.
Be gone. I think not. Mystical booming voice person. And here's...
Before it goes any further.
This is the big ritual. Now, we can't do this one yet. It's impenetrable. We need to find the third small ritual before we can tackle the large one. Can't dash down. Oh, okay. Got some... Yes, very good. We're all very impressed with your ranged abilities. We've even got skeleton spriggans. It's kind of impressive, actually. I never paid enough attention to notice that. You've got creepy cultists, but then there's actual spriggans that they've either created or summoned.
You were no warrior.
Come on, slap him down. Oh, we're getting hurt. Dash back, that's it. Break the vines off us. That's better. Rune, always want runes. Shadow Lodge. So Harrow, you're taking applications for a live-in maid that cooks and cleans. Aren't we all? And final altar is found. Cleanse. Harriet, you've got kids, haven't you? Don't you just put the kids to work? Isn't that how it works? Isn't that what they're for? Oh shit, these guys are hurting. So much chaos damage. Ah! Does double damage to my shield. There we go. It's a weird, forced fake laugh. Anyway, back to the big ritual. Here we are. Alright. Should be able to tackle it. I think. Let's see. Couple of hits, dodge roll. That's it. Dodge roll. Yeah. Try not use too many potions yet, because we're going to need them later in the fight. These little bastards. Are they throwing skulls? There he is, the king of the mists. Get slapped. Watch out. Oh, that hit us. Damn it. Oh, we knocked him down. Yeah. Keep running. Now he's got a two-phase fight. Now he is a big spriggan. Here we go. Dodge the chaos spew ball. And oh, I think this is going to detonate him. Oh, yep. Alright. Dodge roll. Yep. Dash. Slap. Get behind him. Slap him. Got him. Suck it. This is not the end, he says.
Shadows should remain where they belong.
Yes, in the dark. Where we can't see them. Finn.
So the cultists really did have a king lurking out there in the shadows. Shame. I might have followed him myself if he'd simply promised decent meals instead. Thank you, hero. It's not the result I was hoping for, but at least I know the truth. Clearfell's all I have left now. If I was a drinking man, it'd be a sobering thought.
Very good, Finn. Glad we could help. Oh, we get a reward. Oh, a charm of some kind. That one, I guess. Frost. Now we pick up...
Fortune favors me.
Need to get that skull. Gloom skull. There it is. Gem bloom skull. This. When we crush and consume it, grants a spirit. So we can now use... Oh, I think I'm going to equip it. Herald of Ice. Yes, turn it on. So spirit. We are going to... I'd like to put my auras down the bottom. And is there anything else we can buy in here? Not really, but it just introduces us to the ritual mechanic and spirit as a stat. In Path of Exile 1, you would reserve mana in order to use auras and buffs. In PoE2, you use a new stat called spirit. I kind of like it, because it means you don't have to choose between mana and auras and stuff, and yeah, there's ways to build up and stack that spirit. But anyway, that is complete. We spend our next points again on strength. So we are strength stacking onto Farmlands. We need to find Una's loot. So Una grew up, was living in the Ogham Farmlands. There was some trouble about where soldiers and stuff and mercenaries came through and rounded people up, just like he was rounding up people in other areas. You can see the farmland. This would smell so bad. This whole area would stink so bad. There's, look at that, dead sheep, dead cows, rotting crops, corrupted beasts, scarecrow beast. Yeah, what the hell? Una was away when they came through. But she'd heard about, she heard from neighbors about her, I think parents, I think both her parents were rounded up, taken off. She escaped it and then fled. When she heard this, she then fled to Clearfell, along with a lot of others that did too. But where was she at the time? We'll talk about that soon. To harrow the kids, you got them on the weekends. Yeah, cool. But not here this weekend. That's just poor planning, man, isn't it? If you need to do cleaning for a house inspection, that's the weekend you got to get the kids and put them to work. What if you know, put on some headphones, listen to some streamers or something, and sip on some, I don't know, what do you like to drink? Bourbon, whiskey, beer? That can make the whole thing a bit more bearable, right? That's what I do. Oh, Canadian Club. Oh, yes. Speaking straight to my heart. I love Canadian Club. That is my favorite at the moment. I used to be a big Jack Daniels fan. I still like Jack Daniels. But these days, Canadian Club is definitely my preferred. I also like Wild Turkey, the American honey. The honey imbued one. That's really cool. Meek creature, be gone. No, come on.
Steal yourself.
That's it. Steal yourself. Jax is too sweet these days. Yeah, that's fair. I've always had a bit of a sweet tooth, though. So having said that, like I like cider, and I used to love sweet ciders a while ago when I first started drinking them, but now I can't do sweet ciders now. I'm drinking cider. It's going to be like a dry or slightly bitter cider, like a beery cider. If anything. To be honest, I'm not fussy. I'll drink all the things. How have we still not found the buildings? It's usually towards the center here, but I've had it. Oh! Must be close. Una's hut has been in so many different locations for me. The first time, I still remember the first playthrough was up in the corner. It's usually somewhere in the center. How do we get into that centerpiece there? Maybe the next pen here. Oh, there it is. We went past it. Una's loot box. Check out these werewolves.
I can put right one thing, at least.
Yes, let's go and give Una her loot. Magical, musical loot. Here you are.
You found my loot. I can't quite believe my eyes. This feels like having a small part of my family back again. I cannot thank you enough. I think I shall begin by composing a song about you. Be careful.
Song. I actually haven't listened to the songs either. Oh, I thought normally the character makes a comment. Maybe the warrior doesn't. Most of the heroes, the exiles, they're not really keen on Una and their song about them. The witch especially is not interested. But we are definitely interested in these skill points. Now, we probably want to go this way so we can unlock this strength node, I think. I do want to go that way to move towards this staff area. That's where we'll be pathing to next. But for now, strength. And I have a jewel. I have a series of jewels I've been keeping ready for this to speed up our fast run. Oh, can we use this ring? That'll be an upgrade on the other iron ring, yeah? Yes, it is. Let's just place that there for now. Anything else? These gauntlets, no, we saw them before. They are not usable yet. The Porcelain ring. We will be using that once we get Ice Strike. Not yet. All right, one of these will have 2 levels of attack speed. That one. Yep. That one we shall equip. Alright, a little bit faster now. A little bit attacky faster. Ooh, next level. We're going to level shortly. That will enable us to use Ice Strike. And we will finally start rapidly slapping some bitches. So we trudge on through. Oh, we should have quickly spoken to the hooded one. Never mind. Alright, here's the next match. That's it. Take him out. And our fancy tattered robes. Ogham Village. Village surrounding the Count's manor.
What have they done? The bastards! They've burned it all!
Yep. It's pretty messed up. But the Count, in his madness, seeking out traitors and trying to pursue whatever he's pursuing, resulted in the village being destroyed. Here we go, hooded one.
The village has been destroyed?
It has.
The madness has already reached a boiling point in the minds of the Count's men.
Yep.
We must infiltrate the manor and put a stop to this by any means necessary.
Oh, yes.
The fate that befell Ogham Village is only a single raindrop in the storm that is coming.
Oh, there's some foreboding.
Time is short. Make haste.
Off we go. So we have twisted and corrupted mercenaries. We have other beasts, blood cretins. I don't know how they're formed. We've got things on fire. There's we've got werewolves. I think there's flaming boars that come out too. Burning dead. So So a lot of people were burned, killed and burned, or killed by being burned. And then the magical corruption has then raised them as undead. Una did a very good thing in fleeing. Alright, level 14. Back to town once more. Let me equip the skills that we want. And let's start kicking ass. Keeps resetting us to be all the way up there. Okay, Ice Strike. Yes, and that one, and that one, and that one. And then Tempest Bell. And Herald of Ice we've already got, but we can infuse it. Killing Palm we already have. Herald of Ash we can't use yet because we don't have enough spirit. Alright, Ice Strike. Socket it in, please. It's going to now be our main attack. Our standard attack will go back to there. I did not pay attention as to which... Shit, I had the skills lined up ready to go, so I knew which ones were which. Tempest Bell is going there. Primal Armament. Pretty sure that goes on Ice Strike. What else have we got? Martial Tempo. That will also be Ice Strike, so we can hit faster. Magnified Effect, I think, is Tempest. Oh, no, that is on Herald of Ice. Hourglass. That one, I know, goes on Tempest Bell, because that makes it more powerful, but it adds a cooldown. Concentrated Effect also goes on Tempest Bell. So it doesn't have the same range, but it does a lot more damage. Close Combat, that one will go on Ice Strike, because we're in close combat anyway. Ice Bite. Cold Infusion. These both go on Herald of Ice, I think. I think I've remembered the right support gem location. What did I just do? Oh, it needs more intelligence before we can use it. Fortunately, I believe... could do that, and I think, yes, we're good. We can whip it. Oh, yes. Now we're going to kick some ass. Hooded one, can you please identify this? Identify the stuff. Nope, that's not where I want to put that. Scroll back. Scroll back. Actually picked up a couple of Exalted Orbs, which is pretty cool. Sapphire, Charm. I think I have charms to stop being frozen somewhere. Maybe not. Did I store it down the back? Ready? No. Ah, but yes, we do need to get the Pulsicon ring equipped. Ooh, and no, we're good for belts. This one we shall equip probably here, and then I think this would be better here. Yes. Stash that one. Alright, Una. Please disenchant that. And... alright, back in business. Back to the village. Time to kick some ass. Let's go! Ice Strike's enabled. We have Herald of Ice enabled. Yeah. Now we're in business. Our speed run starts to get some actual speed. Yes. Exploding whole packs of dickheads at once. Killing bosses even faster. Poor Piggy on fire. He's gonna explode. That one did explode. He got us. Got that one first. Very good. Alright. Village Square. Now this is rough.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can...
Your luck has run out, foundling.
Great Wolf, take you, bastard!
You bastard! Face me!
The Executioner, who failed to execute us at the start of the game. Have a bell. Get slapped. Everybody dead.
Death is not revenge enough for what you've done.
Yes. Oh, so satisfying. Explode everyone at once. This poor girl. We're free. Fortunately, we were too late.
He killed Eamon. Just killed him. I don't know what to do. Clearfell is safe. We have to get out of here. We can talk there.
Yes, we shall. Alright, so we've given her a portal back to Clearfell. Let's step into the Manor ramparts. Am I a speedrunner? No, not really. I don't do speedruns. However, I've played...
Stop me from enacting vengeance.
Yes, we will. Vengeance. Mighty vengeance. I have played this game and the campaign quite a bit, and done a little bit of planning to do. I'm just calling it a fast run. I don't know if speedrun's the right word, because actual speedrunners can do it far, far better than I can. Alright, Latus.
What it's worth. My name is Latus. I appreciate the rescue, but it isn't worth much.
Alright. I'll explain. Oh, come on, give me
There's only one. Enter the manor. Take our vengeance.
We shall, and she gave us a reward. There we go. Alright, back to the manor. In we go. So at some point, Una makes a comment about Latus. So Latus' husband, he was the one who was executed, so we're just too slow to get there to save him. We saved her at least. But they were nobles, part of the Count's court. And they started getting worried with all the madness occurring inside the court. And anyone who he slightly suspected may have been questioning him in the slightest, he had executed or worse. And that's what happened just now. Count going very mad, very paranoid, doing lots of very bad things. Now, Una in particular is interested in Latus and kind of inspired. So, Latus was born noble, but her husband was a commoner. So she married him, effectively bridging the gap between classes. Now, Una, in particular, is kind of inspired by this, because it's implied that Una and Finn are a secret romantic item. And in fact, that's where they both were. They were off rendezvousing with each other when the soldiers came to take away a lot of the farmland villages, including Una's family. And similar, Finn was away from Freythorn when some of the cultists rose there, and a lot of people left to get amnesty, or false amnesty from the Count. So Una makes comments. Maybe when we talk to her later, I think she might comment on it. So it inspires Una, because obviously Una is, you know, a very spiritual, loving, compassionate person. Gives her hope, because it means that potentially Una could have and will continue to, a romantic interest in someone of a lower class rank. So she was an Azamite clan member of the, the farmers and so forth, and with Finn being clanless, so that's why they were meeting in secret, as it would probably be shunned. On the right way. Here we go. Yeah, so she biggest fan. It's kind of speedrun-ish, so we're bypassing a lot of stuff that we don't need to do, doing the stuff that we do need to do, and theoretically getting faster and faster as we go through.
Answer for his crimes.
I am interested to see how far I can get in today's day stream. Now, on the first level of the manor, we do need to explore it, because there is one side boss fight to do. It gives us permanent character upgrade. That's why we're here. All other levels of the manor, we just want to speed straight. So there's bonus side things in the village and the ramparts, but we're not doing any of those. Don't need to. Una's loot you definitely want to get in the farmlands, because you get 2 skill points for doing it. In here is a mini boss. Gives us a permanent life increase, I think. Andy Roo, how you doing, man? What are you up to today? Oh, yes, we can go this way. There he is. What's that down there?
Time is nigh. Our triumph is at hand. That's him. One of us will not leave this manor alive.
Yes. So there's Count Gianor sitting next to his relatively new wife, Oriana. And there's something pretty horrific in that cage. I'm not sure what he's hoping to dig. He's trying to find evidence or something about his lineage, I believe. Yeah, it's not often I do a Saturday. Exactly. I wanted to give this a go. There's something different. Ah, here we go. Here's the mini boss I was looking for. Or side boss.
First ones. Here
what madness is this?
Sanity.
Alright, come on. Slap him. 1, 2, 3. Yep, put down the bell. And we can boss kills so quickly.
There's nothing sacred anymore.
Can kill bosses so quickly right now with this build. Oh man, it's so good for living. Alright, and that's given us a permanent 20 to life. Very good. So Andy Roo, a few odd jobs this morning, now having lunch. Very good. Yeah, we're doing a bit of a focused speed-ish run. Path of Exile, been wanting to do it for a little while. And this is the last ascendancy that I haven't leveled yet. I'm probably going to end up with one of each. Right now, there's 6 classes with 2 ascendancies each. So that's 12 combinations. Eventually, Path of Exile is going to have 12 classes with 3 ascendancies each. 36 characters. I'll probably level them all because I just like doing it. It's fun. I find it fun. Now, Count Geonor got more and more paranoid and empowered because he's actually got more and more corrupted abilities from being around the seed that he stole from the Hooded One.
I sense Oriana knows.
Yes.
And I cannot deny that which I know deep down to be true. That fair-haired villager, an eternal descendant, she knew.
All right.
There's a moment when our eyes locked.
That's enough. So I'll summarize it. So the Eternals that I mentioned earlier, really harsh rulers that dominated a very large portion of the continent before their empire eventually fell, due to the Ezamites and the Karui and everyone they were complete dicks to rising up to overthrow them in a lot of very brutal battles. Which is why, again, like we mentioned earlier, the Red Veil is scorched with blood and rust and warring energies since all of that activity that took place back then. After they overthrew the Eternals and tore down the Eternal Empire, the Ezamites then would elect a Count to be the leader to represent and sort of govern the various clans.
Another one! He's
also
under there!
speak like this.
How long have you been sitting there in the voice chat?
Like a minute.
Oh, okay. How you doing, man?
Not bad, not bad. How's the leveling going?
Pretty good. We've finally got, hang on, I'm just going to tune, I just need to turn your audio up a little bit. Finally got Ice Strike cooking now.
Ooh, nice.
So now we're getting a bit faster. And we're just going through the Count's Manor.
Excellent.
Yeah. And we're obviously slapping the shit out of everything. Pillar of... Pardon?
I was just asking, yeah, you're using Pillar?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we're using Pillar of the Cage Gods. Very much so. And I've got the Ghost Wraith chest on at the moment. Once I hit level 20, I'll be able to equip a Titan Rot chest piece.
Awesome.
Which will give us even more strength and life. Andy Roo, yes. The answer is yes. This is one of the very few games I use with controller. Because those who follow this channel, even games built for controller, I do with keyboard and mouse because I'm just not good with controller. These isometric ARPGs, very controller focused. Anyway, I got distracted. So the Count is effectively usually elected, I think. But this one, was he elected or he may have inherited this one? Anyway, he becomes more and more paranoid that a part of his bloodline may have some Eternals heritage. So he may not be a pure blood Ezamite. Somewhere in his lineage, there may have been an Eternal, what's the right word? Heritage of sorts. And that would be bad to him. That'd be bad being, you know, an Ezamite Count. And the Ezamites overthrew the Eternals. They're those harsh rulers that they got rid of because they were such dicks. He might have an element of their genetics in his bloodline. And so for some reason, he becomes more and more worried and focused about that. And Oriana, his new wife in particular, is worried about her finding out. And so Oriana's promised something about this seed, so she knew about the seed to go into the woods and find, and they found it. He He found the hooded one that that he had skewered and pinned to the Tree of Souls with his enchanted sword. And so he's getting more and more paranoid. This is why he's worried about traitors, because he's trying to really maintain his authority and rule out any traitors, anyone that might question him. Very much going insane, but also, ironically, very much becoming like the horrible, harsh Eternals. He's worried about having some Eternal lineage and then people finding out and ends up acting like an Eternal.
Yes, more. Don't stop. The beast hungers.
Horrific. They're insane.
There you go. So this is the fate of a lot of those from the village, the farmlands, and then even Freythorn that we said earlier. So he pinned up notices of amnesty for those in Freythorn. Come back to the village. You know, you won't be punished as a traitor. Just come and do some of your duty. And the duties they were wanting them to do was to effectively keep digging below here, because for some reason he's under the impression he can find something buried beneath the manor to prove his pure blood lineage. I don't know if there is actually anything there, or it's just a ruse from Oriana to just get him to do this stuff and then start feeding the beast. So basically it's come, dig, and work to death, and then when you die, you get fed to the beast, which was the seed that the hooded one mentioned earlier. Crazy bastard, consumed by madness and magical corruption. So Shooty, how much of the lore do you know about all this? I know I've been telling you things when we've been playing together, but...
Yeah, so I went through quite a lot of it. Only basically what you pick up and can piece together through all the little flavor text through the game. So I don't actually know anything, but I have surmised some things.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of cleverer people who
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, that's why I love lore in all games, so I watch a lot of YouTube videos to catch up on it.
The problem I have is I don't remember half the stuff until I go through and read the bits again.
Same.
How dare you abandon me after all I've given you?
Alright, so Count Geonor is gonna kill us, because we got away last time. Oh, no, you're not. We're gonna kill you. And then he says, he's losing the fight. Oriana, release the beast, help me. And she's like, oh, you're obviously too weak to do what I thought I needed you to do. So therefore, no, I'm going to bail. So Oriana flees with the beast, the pet, the power, the namesake that both of them had sought and been wielding. Geonor is furious. Oriana has betrayed him and fled. And then madness truly consumed him, and he's transformed into this weird double-headed, double-mouthed werewolf thing that can still have paws. Oh, need mana. Put the bell down. There we go. We got you. And a sword. Amazing. Anyway, he is down. We have defeated him. And the hooded one comes.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
Only for a moment.
The madness. It consumed my being.
Sure did.
Oriana used it against...
Takeaway, don't get married.
I found messages from the desert.
Vastiri.
From Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish.
And he did. Good job, hooded man.
Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Yes, we shall. Oh, and he's portaled away. Let's use his portal. So, Count Geonor was a good guy until Oriana came on the scene. So, Shooty, I guess, sort of to your point, don't get married. Maybe it's not don't get married. It's don't get married to some mystical outsider who has ulterior motives and is up to something. Because now it's all about, well, at the end of the day, Geonor was kind of a victim as well. Who is Oriana? Where did she go? She's gone east to the desert.
You've done well.
Yes, we have. We've done very well. Friendly.
That's a strange one. But if you think he's trustworthy, then you've got my support. Let's hope you're right.
I hope so too.
We can finally.
So now this area is cleansed of Geonor and his madness, and the seed of corruption, aka the beast, is gone. I don't know if you can tell, but this village now is no longer dark and gloomy. It's actually a lot more illuminated. Things are going to start cleansing, repairing, healing. Anyway, on to the next area.
We must pursue Oriana.
Yes, we shall.
The beast is leaving corruption in its wake.
Just like Diablo 2.
We have a trail to follow. When you are ready to part from this place,
we shall leave.
The trail of corruption leads east.
Let's go. Take us east, hooded man.
The Countess has escaped with the beast.
Yes, she did.
Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Bastille.
I hadn't watched this since my first character.
Caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Yeah, there's some complexities to the lore of the Marraketh. I'll be talking about that as we unfold this act. Act 2.
We have arrived. The Bastille awaits. Good luck to you.
Thank you, escort caravan man. Hooded one, what you say?
This outpost seems to be part of a trade route, so we should be able to find a Marraketh caravan. They are an honorable people, and I have no doubt they will assist us.
Yes, I guess they are honorable, but also kinda harsh people as well. There's so much I didn't know and understand about the Marraketh. I had so many suspicions in playing it, because there's lots of hints with flavor text and little blurbs here and there. But we'll talk about that as it unfolds. I'm pretty sure I educated you on some of this, right, Shooty? You didn't know some of these.
Yes, yeah, I must have missed some bits, I reckon. Or
survive here.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Like, bits and pieces I seem to know, but yeah, no, the details escape me sometimes.
No, that's absolutely fair enough. I need to just tone my gate and get the right balance. Try that. Zaka!
You are seeking passage on our caravan?
We are.
We cannot travel anywhere at the moment. Hyenic raiders are harassing the trade route ahead. For the time being, we are stuck here.
I will have to show them what I can do.
We'll sort it out, worry you not. That looks like a heavy headpiece she's wearing. How are we doing for inventory? Yeah, fine. Let's continue. What level are we? Level 16. There you go, Shooty. Level 16 finished Act 1. The zone we are in is level 16, so we're actually appropriately leveled, which is cool. And time taken, 2 hours. 2 hours to clear Act 1.
Feel my wrath!
I'm sure there's ways to do it even faster, but that's how we've done so far. But we've got Pulsar Kelm, we've got Herald of Ice, Ice Strike. Here the speed hopefully improves. Theoretically, we can explode entire packs. So good. Now we don't get more spirit till Act 3 though, is that right? So I can't use another Herald until Act 3, yeah.
It's quite late in it as well.
Yeah, I try to do that as quick as I can. Oh, it's sort of mid Act 3-ish. And there's a camp, so various hyenas and beasties are harassing the Marraketh warriors. They've been unable to successfully remove the hyenic threat. There, we've got some pace. Much better. Dash. Nope, dash. Dash and slap. Very satisfying seeing everything explode. Level 17. Pardon?
I like my fireball so much.
Yeah. Right. When we are in town next, I'll equip another jewel. Unlock another jewel.
Bryce is all leveling currently.
Pardon?
Bryce is also leveling. We're all doing the level damage.
So what are you leveling at the moment? You're Inferno?
Yes, I believe I might have fixed it on the build.
Still doing Inferno or Firestorm?
I'm going to do Incinerate, and I am going to use Blasphemy and the slow movement on Chrono because I'm already ascended, and I'm going to use Temporal Chains and a bunch of auras, or curses as auras.
Yep. So curse stacking and slowing everything, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
Should work with Incinerate pretty good, I think.
But Incinerate, you were getting frustrated that it doesn't do enough damage because it just does, like, stacking ignites or something, right?
Exactly right. So yeah, I have to work on some magnitude things instead of damage. I'm not terribly sure how it scales really, but I think I can make it work.
Ailment. Do you need to just scale ailment damage or something?
Yep.
Ooh, okay. Well, I've just done a full lap of this area and not gone the right way. That's annoying.
But I'll figure it out. I think you can have good damage. Right now it's sucky.
I believe in you. You can do it. How many characters have you got, by the way? How many?
8, something like that.
Is that all? I thought you had more than I did. This is my 12th, I think.
Yeah, nah, I'm pretty. I can't even think of half of them.
Well, I'm doing one of each ascendancy, but you've got multiples of sorceress ascendancies.
I think I've got 3 Stormwolves or Weavers.
Yeah. My Stormweaver. Pardon?
It's less the ascendancies I care about and more
the build itself. Yeah, I know.
Builds.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, I was going to try and limit it to having one of each ascendancy, and then when the game's fully released and there's leagues, there'll be some that I just do in the leagues, and then they eventually come to standard league. Oh, yes. Exploded that entire pack of hyenas. That is satisfying. That is why Ice Strike and Herald of Ice are amazing. And the Porcelain Ring helps.
Yeah, definitely good combos.
Yeah.
And they deserve it, the hyenas. They're jerks.
They are jerks. They're such dicks.
Up there!
Alright, here is the leader. Dash in. Combo up. Oh, watch out. Get near him. Bell down. Slap him with the bell. Yes. Fucking hate this fight. But it's much easier to do with this. Pillar of the Cage Gods is such an awesome leveling combo. I'm so glad you told me about this. Because I remember when you first told me about it when I was trying to level a Titan.
Defeated the raiders?
Yeah, that's right.
And you mentioned something about Pillar of the Cage God and stat stacking. I'm like, oh, I think I might have that stuff because I think I'd had 1 or 2 of them already dropped for me on other characters. Anyway, now one of my main characters in the endgame is a stat stacking mercenary gemling, which, by the way, if you want to use this approach for your main build, you should ultimately, ideally, do it on a mercenary gemling ascendancy because he has bonuses to stacking stats and leveraging stats and gems, skill gems. But you can do it on any class. It's very doable to do on any. Very possible. So we are now aboard the Maraketh Ardura. Is that right? Ardura is the name of the caravan and the clan. What's the word? What's the other word? Akara? Akara is a name meaning tribe, right? Or group or clan. And then
something like that. I don't know.
And then and then Sekima is the title of the leader of that tribe or Akara. Yes, I think I got that right. There's so many very specific terms to learn. Anyway, Hooded One, what say ye?
The beast is on the move, twisting the desert as it goes, waking ancient dead and unknown horrors alike. The Countess brought it here as part of some nefarious plan.
Yes, she did.
She has allies here. We must track them down and convince them to give up this madness.
Alright. So, we must speak to the Sekima. You're like, what the hell is a Sekima? Yeah. Sekima is kind of the chief. So, the Maraketh, these types of people. So, we've talked about the Ezamites earlier. The clans in the more wooded areas. And sort of more, I guess, quote-unquote civilized kind of areas. There's the Karui that we've mentioned. We don't see them in this game yet. I think we'll see them in Act 4 when it comes along. They're more jungle tribe kind of based people. And you've got the Maraketh that are the desert nomads. And that's where we are now. And you're like, oh, this is pretty cool. Yep, noble people. They're going to help us fight the corruption. Yeah, it's not quite as black and white as that when it comes to the people and their history. Why can I smell smoke?
I mean,
I smell smoke?
The people are always happy, which is really good.
What? People are happy?
Yeah, their people are always happy because there's nomads.
There's nomads. That's right. There's no mads peoples. No angers. All happies. Yes, very good. Sekima Asala.
I am Asala, the Sekima of the Ardura.
And hot.
I care not where you came from, nor what caste you might have been there. All that matters is that you have shown yourself capable in battle, Jingak.
Jingak, outsider. It's kind of like Gaijin in Japanese. Jingak. The beast has entered the world, yes. The Maraketh themselves have some sort of ancient oath to hunt and take out corruption. So they are always trying to get rid of corruption. Now corruption's had a resurgence, And just like Diablo 2, as the Wanderer heads east and spawns all kinds of bad monsters and beasties in his wake, so too is the same thing happening as Oriana and the Beast travel east. So now the deserts are full of corrupted beasts, risen undead, just like we experienced back in Clearfell. Now, the Maraketh. Look at this.
Slaves. This goes against everything the Ezamites stand for.
So, we are allied with the Maraketh, but they have slaves pulling this caravan. Are the Maraketh good guys? The mercenary has good commentary. He's like, what? Slaves? Oh, just, what? He says something along the lines of, there's no, you know, good guys and bad guys, just assholes all around. I love the commentary from the mercenary. He's such a legend. Anyway, we can now control where the caravan goes. We are heading to... There's two places we need to check out. The Halani Gates and the Mawdun Quarry. We're going to the quarry. There has been signs or tales or feedback of corruption at the quarry, so that's what we need to go and investigate. And here we are. So we will untangle and explain more around the lore here.
What could they need so much metal for? You could outfit an army with a mine of this scale.
So something's been taking place at this quarry, in this mine. That's what we need to investigate. There's traces of corruption here. Corruption has been here and may still be here. Yes, explode all the things. Faradin. Alright, let's continue our journey, investigate in. I don't need to open chests. I just need to continue. Explode in a fit of ice, all of you. There is a lot of metal. And look at this. Looks like there's some stuff being constructed here. This stuff looks like partial construction, like the caravan. Just on.
No challenge!
No challenge, that's true. These guys are no challenge for us right now. And we can spend more points. I forgot to put the jewel in that we wanted to get. Never mind. We're going to now get another whole stack of strength, which gives us hit points and more damage with this stuff. So good. Oh, I've done a full lap of that area and not found the way forward. I love exploding packs of enemies. So good. Alright, here's the waypoint which says, this is the way. Deeper into the quarry we go. The Book of Jamanra.
I've lived in the shadows of the dunes for too long. Countless generations have been forgotten. Will be forgotten. We are not Faradin. We are Maraketh. And if we work together, if we unite, then they will be forced to acknowledge us. We must show them that casting us off is a mistake. We must show them our strength. Perhaps we can one day rebuild Keth itself for all those who live in the plains of Astiri.
So good. So good. Exploded that entire screen. Love it. Alright, so we got some hints there from that journal of Jamanra. Talking about Faradin and Maraketh. Now, I don't know how obvious this is, because I did not understand all of this when I played through the game and read and listened to all the things and spoke to all the NPCs. I had to have it explained to me by some of the awesome lore YouTube channels. Maraketh are a harsh and but practical people, which is born out of necessity. So right now, the Vestiri Plains are desert. But once upon a time, they were lavish forests and rainforests, like the other areas that we've been to and will visit next. But at some point, there was a 1,000-year ice age. In order to survive, they had to be very, very pragmatic, very practical. So everything must have a use and a purpose to survive. Everyone must have a use and a purpose to survive and be worthy of inclusion. And what this means is the Marikath will basically banish or abandon people out of their own ranks who have no use. So this includes those that might be incredibly sick or injured, or born with some kind of deformity or disability, even if only slight. So they literally, so these people that we're teamed up with will literally leave babies or children to die in the desert if there is something quote unquote wrong with them, or might hinder them from being as useful as they otherwise could be.
What happened here?
A lot of them are... A bunch of them do die. They just die from being abandoned in the desert, which is just fucking rough. However, some survive. And then over the time, a lot have survived, then band together, and then sought out to rescue other abandoned Marikath and raise them within their ranks. Now, although they are saved, it's not an easy life, but they are saved. They are what are known as the Faradin. The Faradin are typically really mad and angry at the Marikath for having abandoned them to just die because there was something deemed insufficient about them. Which I also believe can happen, like soldiers and fighters and warriors who become injured and no longer able to fight and serve a purpose to the Kara, the clan, the tribe, the roaming village, whatever you want to call it. I think they can be also abandoned in the desert too, because they're no longer useful. Really rough. Now again, it was born out of necessity in the time where there was a 1,000-year-long ice age, but those traditions still hold true now. Just pretty rough. Now, Asala, who's the current leader or Sekima of this Akara, the Ardura Caravan, she is actually kind of a little bit progressive, which we'll learn about soon. But the Faradin abandoned. So, and that book is talking about we must band together. We must prove and show that we are not Faradin. We are not abandoned and useless. We are also Marikath. In fact, maybe we're better because we have survived being abandoned and left to die. And they want recognition from the other Marikath tribes, the other caravans like this one, that they are equal. They too are Marikath. They want to be recognized as fellow Marikath. Which is fair enough, because they have been abandoned, they have survived, and they just want to be acknowledged and recognized as equals. Equals is what they're seeking to be recognized as, and the Marikath will not do that. Because of their traditions. Yes. There's so much really interesting and subtle writing and lore in this game. And some of this is really provoking, because I really hate the concept of what the Marikath have been doing. And their traditions. So anti-tradition for the sake of tradition in real life. Bullshit the Marikath do. I'm not on board with. I am, therefore, pro-Faradin. Pro-outcast. Anyway, let's continue for a bit further. We'll talk more about some of that soon. Now, these mines, there's been a lot of activity here, and it appears that a bunch of people, we call them that, have been locked in the mine and have been corrupted. These forsaken miners, forsaken workers. So in this mine area is where they were extracting the ore, and the quarry area we were in earlier looks like where they were maybe refining or turning some of that ore into metal and then constructing what looked like some kind of Marikath caravan. I think that's got us all caught up on the lore and the story for now. I think. There's so much to unpack in Act 2. So much. More so than even Act 3, I think. What do you reckon, Shooty? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, pretty good. There's there's a bunch of interesting characters and things throughout that I'm sure once you get up to.
Yep. Yeah, we will get to them shortly, yes. And Jamundra in particular is very interesting.
Yep.
Ultimately, one thing to remember... Oh, that got me. History is written by the victor. whoever wins a particular clash, war, or context typically then be the one to tell the story as to what happened from their point of view. Oh, I have apparently taken the world's worst route throughout this mine. I'm trying to find Rudra. Where is Rudra? There's a checkpoint down below, but southern area. See, this is what kills the speed. Oh, there's an area to the upper left I haven't checked out. Maybe that's it. Sometimes you just get an unlucky map, but down bottom right is where we came from, so it's probably not going to be that way. Let's try that upper left area, because I missed a spot. I've wiped everything out. It's a level 18 zone. I am level 19, so it's one of the few times I'm actually over-leveled.
The side benefit of having longer routes is to get your experience.
Here it is. Yeah, but I like it being slightly underleveled with this powerful gear because it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Serpent's tongue, scorpion stinger. Either way, now you pay with your life.
Here we go. Rudra.
You'll boom. Burn, burn, burn.
Crazy Dread Engineer. So I think she was the person driving and coordinating. Oh man, she's dead so fast. The lead engineer overseeing and the authority of whatever construction and works were taking place down here. Now here is Risu, Faradin defector, but it's kind of weird that there's just one untwisted, uncorrupted person. Anyway. Faradin defector. So she was, I think she was held captive here because she was questioning what Rudra, potentially Oriana when she was here, and any other leaders of this Faradin group. What were they doing? It sounded not quite right. Like, yes, they were uniting, yes, they were rising, that's good, but there was something off, something not good about what they were doing, and she was questioning it, so thus she got captured and locked up.
1,000 praises, my friend. I thought I would die here. Please, take me back to your caravan.
Alright, back to the caravan.
Maybe she knows what's going on.
Oh, she has some idea as to what's going on. Oh, I think I might have just leveled 2, which means I can put some new gear on. Now, if you play the Sorceress is a Maraketh. She was exiled or banished from her Akara, her caravan, her group, for doing forbidden magical experiments with the elements, like I think ice and lightning in particular. Now, I don't know why, I don't know enough about their traditions and why that wasn't allowed, but in that moment when you rescue Risu, you get a little glimmer as to why, oh, maybe I don't like the Maraketh so much, because your character says, just don't touch me, Faradin. Don't touch me, you filth scum, is kind of what she's implying. Rude. Alright, so now we need to... What am I going to do? I'm going to just talk to a couple of people. So Shambrin here. Shambrin's an interesting person.
Who goes there? By the sound of your voice, you cannot be Maraketh.
Correct, we don't have that accent.
For trade is the lifeblood of survival in the desert, but expect no kindness.
So Shambrin here used to be a Maraketh warrior. She's been blinded in battle, and thus could have been abandoned to the desert, the other Faradin, but she has found another way to be useful. She is now the main trader for this caravan. That is now her purpose. So she is not abandoned, she is not forsaken. She remains part of this Maraketh caravan.
Warm nights.
Now Zaka, who we've already met, she's what's called a tail woman, right? So they are the ones who are sort of mystically gifted. They have gotten some magic capabilities. I'm assuming they do certain things with like healing and that kind of stuff. But they also keep and recall the tales and the history of their people and their actions. If you play the Sorceress, your character was destined to be the tail woman for her caravan before being exiled. So sometimes she gets referred to as tail woman by certain people in this Act 2, even though she wasn't from this caravan. She's not part of this Akara, this tribe, this group, this caravan. But she was to be the next tail woman for hers. Until Risu is here.
Jaman Rhine tents. Atop the burial spires of Deshar lie the Maraketh's most honored dead. The king has become driven by madness to seek any trace of ancient flesh.
Jamanra.
So renowned, he intends to feed their bodies to...
And does Asala say anything?
So, we Marquette are honored bound to seek at the trail connects to...
Maybe not.
You have your orders.
We talk about Risu.
If her information proves to be truthful, then she will live. If she is a deceiver sent to misdirect us, she will be left to die in the open desert once again.
Once again. As she first did when she was first discarded by the Marraketh, and then to become Faradin.
You have your orders.
One thing I do wonder though, because Risu always wears like her helmet and stuff, right? And even her voice lines is the only one in the game who sounds like she's wearing a big metal helmet. And everyone else you talk to, even if they are visibly wearing shit on their face, sounds normal. Risu's the only one. I wonder, does she have some deformity on her face or other parts of her body, which is why she was discarded by the Marraketh when she was either a baby or a child or something, don't know. Anyway, Risu tells us effectively that they were building a caravan and Jaman-Ra is back. I'm like, okay, well, who's Jaman-Ra? We'll get to that. And Jaman-Ra seeks to take the beast to the Spires of Deshar, which is a city where they place or bury, or not really bury, but place their dead, especially their noble or powerful or, you know, high-ranked peoples. So Jaman-Ra wants to take the little beast that's growing and feed it those powerful dead bodies of powerful figures of the Marraketh and Faradin culture. So, in order to head to Deshar, we must go through the Halani Gates. So that's where we're going now. But first, actually, I think I can change my armor. Where is it? Did I place it here? I did not. I think it is therefore in the Uniques tab. Body armor. I think I've got some Titan Rot here somewhere. Oh, I've already got some Ghost Wraith too. Ice Tomb is another one I used to like leveling with. That's kind of handy, but we've been using Ghost Wraith thus far. Titan Rot. Let's get that one out, shall we? Big Vito, how are you doing? You've pulled us up on the work laptop. No worries, man. We're doing a bit of a semi-speed run, kind of fast run through the campaign of Path of Exile 2, but it's not that speedy because that's kind of not my natural ability and nature. But also, we are explaining a lot about the subtleties of the story. I'm going to place this armor in here. We're not wearing that anymore. I could. I think I will. I will just socket this Titan Rot armor as we can. And then let's equip it. Now we look much cooler. We have a lot more life. Not much energy shield now though, but we also have more strength. And more strength. Ooh. It reduces dexterity and intelligence though. I forgot about that. But we are stacking strength to stack our damage from the Pillar of the Cage God weapon. What are our stats? Dex int 192 strength. Hell yes. Our resistances are average. Maybe we will stack in some fire. Could only... Oh, look at that. It won't put us in the right place. Unequip. Fire and lightning we need. This fire rune. Ooh, more lightning. Now let's do a bit of lightning. There is it. It's a storm rune, isn't it? Storm. That's it. Let's chuck away a lot of these other things into the stash. Quick. Now, can I wield any better rings yet from my stuff I have stashed here ready to go? Ooh, 2 to 4. That's still weaker than what I've got. Ooh, this is going to upgrade us though. Yes. Better gauntlets. So that's 4 to 8 and 2 to 8. What does this other ring do? It's got
it rules them all.
It rules them all. No, it doesn't. I've got 1 to 4 and 2 to 3 and 2 to 3. I think this one is still slightly more useful. I think. And the other thing is we've got a jewel. We need to, we will...
I can, but I'm a higher level, so probably would be fair.
To jewel me?
Yeah.
Ah, I could take you.
Homonym.
Homonym. Homonym. $1 million. Oh, I can wear this helmet now too. Hell yeah. Throw that on. This is going to give us even more strength, I think, because it's percentage increase Although we may not have enough strength to properly increase it yet, because this does flat strength. Hang on. What does it say? We were 192. We've gone down. We've gone down by 2 strength, but this will scale as we level next, so let's just keep it as is. We need to equip this gem. In it goes, and we got another skill point to spend. In that goes. All right. I don't have an amulet I can wear. Yeah, I can put this one on. Doesn't help us though. It does projectile skills and energy shield. Now it's these ones that we really want. 24. Okay, this is what we'll be wearing when we hit 24. I'll put it in our inventory because we'll be 24 soonish, I think. See how we go. Okay, we have arrived at the Halani Gates. Time for us to investigate. Why have we stopped? Why have we stopped moving and traveling through the gates? How's our time going? How are we doing? 2.5 hours and we're halfway into Act 2.
Why have we stopped?
The Halani Gates are closed, and the Faradin hold them in defense of the beast. We will have to find another way.
Okay. So the gates have been closed. Now, apparently, these gates haven't been closed for generations. But through here, it's been closed because the Faradin are in there, either finalizing or doing something with their caravan, and the beast, don't know, but we can't get in there yet. Risu, however...
The Halani Gates are closed. Then Jaman-Ra must have succeeded in capturing them. He planned to close the gates to prevent the Marquette from interrupting his harvest.
Yes.
A siege from the front would be impossible now.
Mm-hmm.
But there is another way. Farewell.
There is another way.
The outcasts have raised their new king from the grave, and he seeks to violate Deshar, to feed our honored dead to the beast. Such a transgression. Those vile dogs are let us see.
So, Jaman-Ra has been risen. He existed a while back, and somehow he's been resurrected. And once again leads the Faradin. And now, Jaman-Ra seeks to, like I said earlier, have the beast feast on the dead. The heroic dead, the powerful dead of the Marquette. To Traitor's Passage we go. How horrid, how unbelievable, what a dick. Oh yes, by the way, I forgot to talk about the slaves here. The Marquette have slaves that pull the caravan. Now, because they're such a harsh people, they are effectively prisoners of war. So whether these guys were other Faradin or other people or bandits that may have attacked them, we don't know. But the Marquette being a brutally pragmatic and practical people, and they don't have the resources to just hold prisoners. So prisoners are either killed or put to work. And that's how they exist. So theoretically, they are bad people that have been turned into slaves. But bad is often just a point of view. Especially as we're starting to question elements of the Marquette.
I always thought that they're perhaps some of the misfits as well that couldn't run away.
The Faradin. Yeah, well, it could be like some of those Faradin who survived after being abandoned, and then, because they're always pissed and mad at being abandoned, yeah, they may have attacked Marquette and therefore been captured and imprisoned that way. Yeah, for sure. The Faradin are not well regarded. They are not respected, and even your character, the sorceress, is not nice to Risu, purely because Risu is Faradin.
Yep.
Which is kind of dickish. It makes me not like the sorceress character a little bit, to be honest.
Overall, the sorceress character is a bit of a dick. Voice lines are just, yeah.
Yeah. Because when you walk up to the front of the caravan as the sorceress, she's like, oh, some people may not understand or respect our older, she pauses, our older traditions. Our older traditions of prisoners of war being turned into slaves. Yeah, okay. Justify it all you can. I'm so not a traditionalist in real life or in fictional realms. Oh, I didn't talk to, hang on, because we are now in the Traitor's Passage, right? I should quickly talk to, I think, either Shambrin or Zaka, I think. One of them has something Shambrin does.
If you are traveling through Traitor's Passage, there is something I wish to ask of you. The traitor, Balbala. According to the tales, she is still sealed there, somewhere along the tunnel, as an undying djinn. She served her sentence long ago, but knowledge of the location was lost. It is long past time to release her. A warm night.
Right, so she refers to Balbala, the traitor, who has been captured and imprisoned and turned into a djinn, a genie of sorts, and has been imprisoned but has served her sentence.
Yeah, we'll best you.
So from what I have learnt from lore experts on YouTube, Balbala betrayed her clan, her Akala, her Akara caravan, led them to an ambush, I think maybe in the gates, or could be somewhere else, I'm not quite sure. No, she led her entire village, effectively, to an ambush by mercenaries, with the promise of riches and payments. But apparently, the mercenaries then betrayed her anyway, and then she was brought to justice by whether the same Marikath tribe or another one, I'm not sure. She was then somehow bound and imprisoned, and her sentence was to be imprisoned for 1,000 years as a djinn, unable to move or do anything. But due to other things that have occurred over time, her location was lost to knowledge, and she'd been long forgotten. She has more than served her time, so it's been more than 1,000 years that she's been trapped and imprisoned here. Shambrin asks us to find and release her, because she has served her time. Which I don't really understand why Shambrin wants us to do that, but we are going to do it. Flint Raised Gaming, thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Oh, and we've been raided, even better. 13 people, welcome raiders. Glad to have you on board. Big Vito also still lurking and tuning in has acknowledged the raiders. Thank you. For the newcomers, we do lots of games, mostly RPG-focused games is what we mostly do, and I mostly play during the week. Playing story-rich or lore-rich games, we tend to play through it, do lots of story and lore explanations. I am an absolute addict to action RPGs when they come along, so for the last month and a half, I've been playing a lot of Path of Exile. So today, I've been wanting to do like a character campaign speed run, so that's what we're doing, and we're explaining a lot of the lore and the backgrounds and the stories along the way, because a lot of it's not that easy to pick up, and I've had to learn this from other YouTubers. So anyway, you've heard good things about this game? Yeah, it is very good, but I mean, I'm going to be biased. I love action RPGs. I loved PoE1. I've played a lot of Diablo, but I ended up getting bored of Diablo 4 surprisingly quick.
I know nothing of these symbols. What secrets lie within?
Yeah, what lies within is Balbala, who we were just looking for. So Flint, what have you been up to? He's a Crusader. You're part of our Crusader stream team. Thank you, Vito, for filling it in. I'm such a dumbass. And apologies, I forget names all the time as well. Welcome, absolutely welcome, Flint. Working on affiliate again. Cool, awesome. Please give Flint a follow. Any of our audience here, I will add you and follow you and maybe raid your streams at some point.
Punishment.
So here's Balbala, the traitor human who has then been somehow turned into a djinn, a genie, and magically impaled here for over 1,000 years. Her sentence was 1,000 years. It's probably been nearly 1,500, I think, from what I think I've read, but we're not sure. Anyway, time to set her free. Burning the seals.
I prove myself.
You're gonna prove yourself, not if I prove myself first. Come on, get hit by a bell, get frozen. She is one of the hardest fights and most annoying fights to do, either in the campaign or in the endgame as a map boss. Just shows how powerful this leveling build can be, right? So she dropped a weird coin. She dropped a weird coin. What is this coin? Talk to Zaka about the coin. Vito, we're going to go back into lurk mode? No worries. You're still doing those electrical safety calls. You must be on the last one by now, right? You were on like 5 of 6 yesterday, so you're on the last one now? Shambrin, we'll let her know that we found and released Balbala.
You released Balbala from her prison.
Yes, we have.
Fought well. Good. She may now earn her redemption, if the ancient places still hold power. Her barrier contains her soul.
Oh.
What to do.
So that coin is what she's bound to as a djinn. So we've picked it up. She's bound to it now that we've defeated her physical form. Now this is what ties into the Ascensions.
Ah, you released Balbala, the traitor.
We did.
And it is your duty to redeem her soul by allowing her to serve as a mentor djinn during your dance with the scorpion.
Very good. Anyway, so use the desert map to travel to the Trial of the Sekimers. We don't want to do that yet, I think, because if I travel there, I worry I'll lose our place in the Trader's Passage. Let's just clear this first. We'll go to the Sekimers soon. So, Flint, what have you been playing? And are you interested in potentially playing Path of Exile at some point? I can very much recommend it, but I'm very biased. Why have we got more mobs spawning? We've cleared this already. So this Trader's Passage is named after Balbala the Trader. And now also Balbala or something along those lines is now used to define traitors as a whole. It's become synonymous with traitor. So in the language of the Maraketh, I think sometimes other traitors are referred to as being Balbalic or something along those lines. Like traitorous, Balbalic, same kind of meaning. Explode in a fit of ice. So good. Level is zone 19. We're over leveled. Still over leveled. Keep finding the long way through the maps. Here we go. And the statues.
These statues are older than anything I've ever seen.
Now, a lot of the other characters make fun of these statues. The witch especially. I love how much the witch just rips on everything. But if you play as a sorceress, she acknowledges that I think it is... I've forgotten her name. Starts with G. The wind god person and her sisters or something. Oh, I don't remember the name. Anyway, it's unimportant right now. But in ye olde times, humans could ascend to godhood, and that happened quite a bit. Typically through good acts or feats or impressive accomplishments, and therefore the belief of their people or followers. Any kind of belief or worship or tribute could cause a human to be turned into a god. Flint's been playing Farmsin. You play a lot of different games as well. Path of Exile 2 is on your list. Yeah, it's a great game. There's a lot of... there can be a lot of complexities to it, so... yeah, hit me up if you ever have questions about it. Alright, so we are now at the gates. We can see there's been some battles here. Lots of Faradin soldiers here. There's our... There's Asala's. There's our caravan down there. You can see Zaka sitting at the front. And now Asala opens the gates, and the slaves start pulling it through. They must have recalibrated the alignment of the caravan to form a single file, because when we're on it, it's quite wide, right?
There are 2 more gates we must open.
More gates to open. I actually quite like this level. This has been a good... I've used this map, this level, as a testing grounds for some character builds in the past. It's kind of cool. So along here, you've got Faradin soldiers and warriors trying to defend the gates, keep it locked down, keep us and the Maraketh at bay. But also along here, you've got enchanted terracotta soldiers that come to life as well. Or at least some of them do. Maybe some of the magic is dissipated for some of them and therefore they don't all come to life. I don't know. But still pretty cool. Blast through here. Explosions of ice. So good. Yes.
Feel my wrath.
Feel my wrath. Get exploded. Oh, and we've got a mini boss here. And she's dead. The Impaler. Don't know her story. I'm assuming just one of the Faradin leaders. She has impaled a few Maraketh soldiers. Don't know if they're warriors and soldiers from our caravan that we've teamed up with or other Maraketh. Probably ours, but I'd say.
swarm them under.
My warriors will swarm them under. That's fine. More terracotta soldiers coming to life. 4 icy explosions to ensue.
Onwards! Give these demons no quarter!
Give these demons no quarter. We shall. Alrighty. Level 20 map, and we are 21, so we're still, well, we're about right, but slightly over level. We're gonna hit level 22 in a moment. When I did up my Chronomancer, I was like quite under leveled through all the zones. There we go, 22 hit. Spend a point. More strength, please. More damage. The passive tree choices are so easy when you're doing this leveling build as well. When I did it on my Chronomancer, I picked some of the lightning skills at the top and then pathed around down to the bottom to get the quarterstaff skills that we're going to be getting shortly as well. But you just stack strength and path along to the really interesting areas. I said lightning skills, I meant cold skills. Lightning is on my Deadeye character. Explode. Flint, if you're still tuned in, I forgot to mention earlier, because right now Path of Exile 2 is in early access, meaning that you have to pay to get early access. When it launches in full release, it'll be free. So if you're not sure if you're going to like it, you can play Path of Exile 1 for free. It is a free-to-play game, but they sort of encourage you to buy convenience items, which I have done a fair bit of, like buying more stash tabs and stuff, or more stash space. It's a free game, but you can just jump into Path of Exile 1, play through the start, like the first act of the campaign. If you like it, then you will likely enjoy the rest of Path of Exile 1, and therefore Path of Exile 2, because Path of Exile 2, in my opinion, has changed and improved so much of the things I really got frustrated and didn't like about Path of Exile 1, even though I still played that game a lot. So I love this game even more as a result, but it's a good way to test. If you don't like playing the first act of Path of Exile 1, then you're probably not going to love Path of Exile 2. You played the first one and liked it a lot? Yeah, then you're going to like this one.
You are unworthy!
How is this possible?
How is this possible, Asala says. How is Jaman Ra alive? He has been dead for a long time.
I tried to seek peace, and the Sekemas disgraced me.
Now listen.
Rot in the sand. This time, we choose war.
You receive the death you deserve. And
No mana.
you
We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste. We must not escape.
Now, hear the words he says.
Must stop him.
He has the beast. Yes, we saw the beast. Don't know if you saw it. Their caravan got away. Quickly, down the stairs. Run after them.
He conjures the very sands against us.
He does. He does conjure the sands.
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
Yes, we can't continue further. This magical sandstorm blocks us. So Flint, you want to get back into the first one eventually? Yeah, I very highly recommend it. I played Path of Exile 1 originally, I think originally like in 2013-ish, maybe 2014, when it was relatively new. So I played through the first 3 acts that they had. I then did another playthrough, I think around 2019, where they'd already, by that stage, completely fleshed out 10 acts of story. Then the Atlas was in there as well. And the leagues that they did were no longer just races, because originally when they just did the first leagues, they were just sort of leveling races rather than cool new mechanics. The story is very good. The lore is very good. It's very much worth pursuing. Even if you don't do much Atlas mapping at the end, it's very cool to play through for sure. Now, getting back to this, so Jaman Ra. So firstly, Asala's like, how is he back? How is he alive? What the hell? Yeah, well, obviously this magical corruption has resurrected him, right? And he said, I tried to seek peace, but the Sekemen, let's say the Sekemen forsake him, left his body to die in the desert. or to be buried in the sands of the desert, something to that regard.
Jaman-Ra can control the sands? Oh, this was not an ability he had in life. It must be born of corruption.
It's definitely born of corruption.
There is something in the tales that could help us overcome such a power. We would have...
All right, and that's our next phase. Overcome... Oh, we got this too. Overcome the sorcery of the sands, the gifts of corruption that he wields.
Ah, yes.
The Horn of Vastiri, that's what we got to do. First, let us travel to the Trial of the Sekimers. So we mentioned that earlier. This is where the Sekimers would typically have to do trials to prove their worth to become a leader. So this also goes to show how powerful Asala actually is as an individual. I'll get back to Jaman-Ra in a minute.
I will show them how a true warrior fights.
Yes, by using monk abilities and a very specific unique staff. Here she is, Balbala, her coin into the relic. Into the pedestal. So now Balbala gets the opportunity to redeem herself by serving as a Jinn for other either potential leaders, an outpace, heroes and saviors.
We have met in battle, but not in peace. I am Balbala, once a traitor, long a sorrowed prisoner.
Oh, we can take a relic.
War nights.
Cool. We're not going to do the Trials of the Sekimer as part of this stream playthrough, but that's kind of where Balbala finds her purpose now, to serve us in our ascension to get more power within our character to save the day. All right, we now need to follow and retrace the steps of Orbala, not to be confused with Balbala. Orbala was one of the greatest Sekimers. I think she's... Garo-Khan is the G person god I mentioned before. That's just come to me, which is, okay, random. That's the one in the statues we saw in the Trader's Passage. Anyway, Orbala. Orbala was deemed as the Sekimer of Sekimers, the leader of leaders, the greatest Sekimer, the greatest Maraketh leader of all time. Or at least to date, anyway. I think Asala is well on her way. We must retrace the footsteps of Orbala to see if we can then recreate the Horn of Vastiri, which Orbala also got and created, so that we can control the sands.
By the hands of men.
This valley was not carved by the hands of men. Yes, it is very much something to do with Titans. Now, we don't know much about Titans, but there's evidence of Titans here that we will find. So Jaman-Ra, the bad guy that we are now pursuing. He talked about the Sekimers disgracing him, forsaking him. Now, Jaman-Ra, we talked about the Faradin earlier and how, well, the Faradin aren't bad guys. And in fact, in some instances, you might accuse the Maraketh of being bad guys by abandoning people to just die in the desert if there's something slightly wrong with them, or they don't hold a strong purpose in the tribe, in the caravan, the Akara, the group. So many synonyms. We are burning through a lot more mana now. Be careful of that. Jaman-Ra rose to be a leader of those outcasts, those Faradin that were left to die.
What is this place?
To form their own people. Risu, he also mentioned, and that book that we saw in the quarry was talking about Jaman-Ra. So he became a leader. He united various Faradin peoples, abandoned peoples who were meant to just die in the desert because the Maraketh didn't want them. And they were spiteful towards the Maraketh for leaving them to die like that. And the book that we read in the mine talked about the Faradin wanting to be considered equals, to be acknowledged as fellow Maraketh. The Maraketh are dicks in that regard. And even the sorceress, like I mentioned, when you meet and rescue Risu, she's like, don't touch me, Faradin. Because the sorceress is a Maraketh. So the way the story goes... hang on. There we go, we got him. Jaman-Ra rose to be a king of sorts amongst the Faradin, united the peoples, and then met with a bunch of Sekimers, a bunch of caravan leaders, a bunch of leaders of various Akaras, to try and get recognition and form some kind of acknowledgement for them to be considered Marraketh, or at least not enemies and not scum, not lower ranking useless people, or however you want to frame it. Now, it's implied in the Marraketh history, because again, history is written by the victor. Those who survive usually tell the tale as they see fit as to what happened. It is described that, or it's hinted at, I believe, from I think some writings and some flavor text and maybe some references in PoE1. I can't remember. I didn't find this info myself. This is what I've learned from YouTubers who have done an awesome job in pulling together a lot of the lore. It's implied that Jaman-Ra sought an audience with the other leaders to be recognized as fellow equals. They denied him, and then he suicided as a result. He deemed himself a failure, and he suicided, killed himself, which is a great dishonor and sin amongst the Marraketh people. Because again, if you suicide, well then that's weakness, and you're not being useful or helpful, and that sucks. Even despite the fact that they discard other people, I think even if you were to suicide after being left in the desert would also be disgraceful. There's just no winning with these people, right? However, it's actually possible. What may have happened is the group of Sekimers could not bear the fact that the Faradin have risen. The people they discarded are actually uniting and showing strength. And so they killed him in that meeting. Not only did they kill him, but possibly using poison, which is a coward's weapon in the culture of the Marraketh. So it's very possible that the most noble leaders of the Marraketh, upholding their traditions, were the most cowardly in their response to someone trying to lead those that are discarded and left to die into a peaceful resolution with the Marraketh. And in fact, history therefore might dictate that Jaman-Ra was the noble one, and the Sekimers, the various leaders of the Marraketh people, are in fact the bad guys, the dicks. And so therefore it's hard not to show some compassion, in my opinion, towards Jaman-Ra. And that's the commentary he was alluding to. I sought peace with the Marraketh, and they disgraced me. They killed him in a dishonorable way, left his body to be buried and consumed by the sands. Because remember, for their honored dead, they put them on towers in the city of Deshar. And he was not granted that. He was discarded. Now he's been resurrected. Now he is vengeful. And to be honest, that's kind of fair enough. Anyway, we'll talk more about him even further in a little while. So we are continuing to level up. Give us some more strength, please, as we continue the journey into the Valley of the Titans. We must find something deep in here. Help us create or recreate a horn of Vastiri, just like the legendary Sekima leader Orbala. I would hope that this legendary Sekima, this legendary leader, was not part of the group of leaders that betrayed and disgraced Jaman-Ra. Just like the ultimate dick move. The good news is that Asala starts to change some of that. Soon. Soon. Hopefully I'm remembering all the details the right way anyway. Judy, if I get anything wrong that you recognize, please call it out.
Yeah, no, you're way more on top of it than I am.
No, I've listened to a lot of it. I love lore, man. I love lore in games. In fact, to the point where, like, there's like, I think there's a YouTube channel that tries to frame themselves as being like lore of real life or lore of history. I'm like, oh, it's lore. It's not history of our world. It's lore. I'm like, oh, actually, I might be able to listen and learn from some of that stuff. History's boring. Lore is interesting. Yeah, but there's so much... Pardon?
Well, I was going to say, you would have got to kick you out of the Dark Souls.
Yeah, apparently there's a lot of subtle lore in Dark Souls and what's it called? Elden Ring.
Yeah, heaps and heaps.
Yeah, which I've not dabbled into at all. I know the Elder Scrolls lore very well. Very much so. I mean, I've played a lot of Skyrim. I've made a bunch of Skyrim mods. I intend to do more. I intend to do some detailed playthroughs. I love the lore of the Elder Scrolls. Some really cool stuff in there. Really original writing with some of that. But yeah, I mean, full credit to various YouTube channels that cover the lore. Kitten Cat Noodle is one I've listened to the most. There's a couple others, but I can't remember their names. Kitten Cat Noodle was an easy one to remember. Where she does some really in-depth coverage of Path of Exile lore in particular. There's way more lore than you first realize. Even in PoE1. And even I didn't realize too, like, the later leagues of PoE1 that came out after I stopped playing, where you got to fight other exiles as part of the Atlas stuff, that's actually kind of a reference and a fourth wall breaking piece of lore about us, the player, being the ones always just, you know, seeking power through the Atlas, fighting, battling, continuing. Yeah, it's a reference. It's a reference back to us, the player, rather than the characters in the actual game. Also, apparently, or potentially, when Doriani refers to us as the demon of Azawatl in Act 3, it's referring to us, the player, rather than the character as well. Because I couldn't remember, but anyway, a YouTuber pointed out that Azawatl was that whole temple mechanic and time-bending mechanic in Path of Exile 1. Anyway, let's fight a Titan.
It's enormous.
It is enormous. How is this puny human going to fight something so large? Well, like this. We might even be able to freeze him. Come on, freeze him. Yes. No, we just killed him. Good enough.
The bigger they are.
Oh, it's got a... Well, he's got like a hand on its chin. Hand chinian.
To my escape.
Alright, we got the flame ruby. Let's go. But yeah, the Titans I actually know nothing about. I don't think many people do. So I can't explain any lore on that bit.
The Countess has used corruption to resurrect Jaman-Ra.
Yes.
And they have escaped with the beast.
Yes, they have.
Thankfully, we have some idea what the Faradin. We must reach Deshar.
Yes, we must reach Deshar, the city of the dead.
This ruby is beautiful and quite haunting.
Oh, haunting
Perhaps
ruby.
It is simply my imagination, but I feel as if there's something staring back at me from deep inside.
All right, so magical jewel handed over. Next stage. I like to do the Titans first. And then we go on to the Mastodon Badlands, heading towards Shooty's most hated zone.
Done.
The Boneyard. Load us in, please. Mastodon Badlands. So we must get some cool mammoth horn of some kind.
How does anyone live in this forsaken wasteland?
Lots of necromancers have been awoken. Lots of bone and undead creatures created with the recent spread of corruption and magics. Let's fight our way through.
Out of mana!
Out of mana! Drink some mana! At some point, I might be able to equip some gear that gives us mana on kill, but not today. Not yet. Alright, continue forwards. What was that? Memorial? Specialized memorial. Okay, that was not off. Let's try around here. Explode in icicles.
Necromancy!
Yes, lots of necromancy in this area. It is funny when he plays the witches coming through here. She's like, I could have made a better one, or you should have served me, because she does lots of necromancy herself. I do like some of the commentary she provides.
This land of the dead has no end.
Now we're in the bone pits. This is definitely your most hated zone, right, Shooty?
Yep.
Hopefully I can beeline through it. Just get it sorted and move on to the next. Don't need to do any side bosses or activities in these boneyard areas. We can now get some more strength. Continue. Just need find the boss.
Feel my wrath!
Get the artifacts. That's it. Everybody explode in ice. Lovely. That's a dead end. Fail. Also dead end. Fail again. Potions. Punch them. Oh, that was a random checkpoint that didn't... Well, maybe this is the way. These guys are huge. Just cool, creepy sound in the background. I'm actually enjoying playing this with headphones on because I don't think I've heard all the details of the various sounds because I've always played it just with some shitty speakers.
The audio is very good.
The audio is very good. Like, I didn't even know how good it was. Because whenever I've been playing this with headphones on recently, that's when I've been teaming up with you and we're doing just, you know, endgame maps and content where it's so much noise and other stuff going on.
Here he is complaining about fireballs again.
Actually, I wasn't complaining about your firewalls, but that is a contributing factor. I was talking just my own noise from attacking just waves and waves of monsters.
Yeah.
Ooh, this might be. Yeah, the sound design is very good. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. So this Ekab, the ancient steed, is actually Orbala's steed. That was her mount when she existed, and now it's dead.
Oh, defiled.
And now we've just defeated this necromancer that was trying to, I guess, resurrect it for their own use. But this is Orbala's original, apparently. Whether it's an elephant or mammoth, I don't know. But anyway, it is now returned to death, and we can take one of its tusks.
These tusks are what I seek.
This is what Zaka needs. This is what we need. For the caravan.
What have you learned?
Wooded one has nothing to say, but Zaka has something to say.
These tusks are truly worthy of Orbala's steed.
Yes, well, it was apparently Orbala's steed, from what I have been led to believe. Keth is the next place we must visit. The ancient city of Keth, now lost to the sands. I think Keth may have been a thriving city when the desert was not actually a desert, maybe? Or before it became a total desert? Unsure, because it still looks very deserty, very sandstony, so not sure.
This barren place holds an essence of water. Perhaps it is beneath the sands.
So the essence of water. Something water related. Shooty, is it Keth that's got the Viper Queen thing?
Yes.
It is, okay. It means we need to explore this map to find her before we continue, because she grants skill points. So therefore, is a mandatory side boss to pursue. Someone's broken through my armor. Joke's on you, I have very little armor in the first place. Oh, and we leveled again. Yes, love it. More points towards strength. We're going to make a beeline for the staff skill checkpoint area. I think I may have deviated the wrong way. Oh, there's a checkpoint over here. Stairs down. They don't need to know where we need to go. We checkpoint, travel back towards the start, because I suspect maybe I needed to go this way. Nope. Never mind. Maybe it's over here. I thought the queen lizard thing is usually not far from the start. And she's usually to the southern area for me. She's usually down and right when I do this.
Up
this
right
time.
for me most of the time.
Oh, well, that's where I'm heading now. Up and right. Found her yet.
Steel yourself!
Steel yourself! Have a bell. Nope, we didn't put it down. Now we did. So much mana consumption. Kill them all!
Right back.
No worries. What have we got down here? Still not found it. Maybe we need to go up and right some more, like Shooty said. This is what slows us down. Ah well, there's a pocket over here, which is probably not it, but I kind of feel like we should color it in just to be safe. Yep, not it. Let's go right some more. I said upper right, we found the walls. Okay. This monster level 25. We are level 25. We are doing okay for efficiency. Starting to, anyway. Alright, well, we found the next zone. So we'll step in there, grab the waypoint, then come back.
How could the Marraketh abandon something like this?
Don't know if this was around during that 1,000-year Ice Age. I don't know if that's when Keth was in place and that's when it was in use, or it got abandoned during that time. I just don't know. It has the appearance of a place made out of stone and sand, as if it was built when the desert was around, but maybe it was not.
Coward!
Maybe it's before everything became a desert. I just don't know. Piece of lore I am uninformed about. Where is this Viper Queen? We're gonna end up clearing the whole damn map at this rate. Ooh, clan rally. Use that in the Valley of the Titans. Explode all those dickheads. Oh, what the hell? I'm running out of areas.
You still haven't found it?
No, I've cleared nearly the entire zone. I've never had this trouble before.
Oh, you're in the right
I'm
zone.
in Keth. I'm in the right zone. Maybe it's in the corner here. Oh, motherfucker. It is. Right here in the corner. Right where it nearly always is for me. To the down and right. I somehow skipped past it like this. I just ran past it. I had the checkpoint and everything. What a dickhead. Oh, well. Here she is. This is what we were seeking. Snake Woman. Yes, indeed. Dead Snake Woman.
The Vesteri Desert is a strange and deadly place.
Yes, it is, Warrior Man. Very strange and deadly. We'll take 2 more skill points. Thanks for coming. Oh, another jewel socket and some more strength. We'll probably come back and put some points in here later, maybe? For now, we're trying to get over here to this. Oh, that's spears. Shit, the staff stuff is all the way up here. Oh, that's a long travel. Alright, that's where we're headed with our points, though. Alright, now into the Lost City. The Lost City of Keth. Now buried beneath the sands. Or maybe it always was, I don't know. Probably out shopping. What are you talking about, Andy? Did I not pay attention at the right time to see what your comment was related to? Right, destroy all these. Going to need a drink break soon as well. I want to get through this next section first. Wretch! Gruesome creature. Oh, leveled. I leveled and I'm a quarter of a level again. That's good, that's inspiring. That means we're moving with good pace. Theoretically. Now there's nothing we really need to do in this zone. We just power on through to find the next zone. If we find any bonus stuff along the way, we'll do it, but we won't seek them out. Unlike we were seeking out the Viper Queen, she gives us skill points. Said you wouldn't find the Queen, so said she was out shopping. Oh, yeah.
There is one thing in that zone. Oh, no, it's the next one, I think.
You're talking about that beetle thing?
I'm kind of thinking of
gallery
a much
thing?
later area now that I think about it.
Yeah, but there's no permanent upgrades. You can get some jewels and skill gems. There's nothing mandatory, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm definitely thinking of a different area.
What are you thinking
of? What are
you thinking of?
Lightning juice.
Oh yeah, no, that's on the Spires of Deshar. Yep. Don't worry, I don't forget about that one.
I do.
Here's the beetle. Was a beetle.
Impressive workmanship. Shame I had to destroy it.
You destroy that thing in like 2 hits. Ooh, we're taking some damage. I should upgrade my potions at some stage. I have not done that since Act 1. I've not done that since the witch you find in Grelwood. All right, I better do that next time we're in town. Dash and slap. Yes, we're gonna level again soon as well. We're on fire. We're getting faster.
Cower!
Cower before me. Meanwhile, Midnight Tabby's going shopping. She'll be back. No worries. Treat yourself to something good. Temporal bubble. Oh, that slows us down. Sorry, we got him. Bunch of soldiers. Need new earrings as your old one broke. Oh, yes, definitely. I need some more earrings. I hope they give you good stat bonuses. You know, whether it's plus to, you know, mana or, you know, skill levels or charisma, whatever it is. Find some good gear. Some good earrings with good stats. Oh, we've leveled. Not found the way forward yet, though. But we will spend more strength, which means more damage and more life. And that has looped us back there. Should give you a +4 in edgy and +10 in Riz. Yes, exactly. I like it. Definitely need those Riz stats. Shooty, was it you or your brother that used to have like a drink bottle that said Uber Water +4 or something?
That was yeah, Dower.
That's your brother? Awesome. Whoa. I've seen, I've never bought one, but I was always appreciated the nerdness behind it. People would get Skyrim t-shirts and would like on the front of it just have like the stat panel that gear has in Skyrim. And it'd be like, you know, it's only a t-shirt, right? So it's only like 1 armor.
Fallout for baby clothes.
What does? Sorry?
A similar thing, Fallout stats for baby clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Baby clothes is pretty cool.
I like that. Here we go. Buried shrines. Next zone. So the shrines that the ancient peoples used to beholden for their gods.
Did they really need all this to prove their faith?
Apparently they did. Get a bit stiff and sore. I'm concentrating too much. What does our timer say? We are 3.5 hours and we are nearing the home stretch of Act 2. More soldiers. All exploded. Hallway. Here we go. Still a long hallway. It's weird. I don't think I've encountered that before. Please don't have it being a dead end. I am very good at finding dead ends. So I think just an inherent racial passive that I possess. Plus 10 at finding dead ends. Bats. I forgot there were bats down here. Oh, that's a dead end. Let's go this way. Try and continue the loop around for most efficient pathing through these maps. Just explode everything along the way. Suck it! Or wait till I get Herald of Ash as well. Everything really gonna explode. Checkpoint. Ooh, this is the big terracotta room. Special sarcophagus. I wonder who's buried here to have so many soldier guardians. Anyway.
It's a trap.
Boom! And 2 booms. Oh, I'm gonna have to do 3 booms. Didn't get them in 2 hits. Still very satisfying to watch though. Herald of Ice in action. Rare.
You were no warrior.
You were no warrior. Correct, it was a bat. Good job, Captain Obvious.
Steal yourself!
Dash. Alright, so we continue around the... Ooh, hang on. We might have missed something back here. So continue around the parameter of the map, trying to find the next zone, but I may have missed... I did not. This was a dead end after all. Never mind then. Continue up this way. Do some dancing twirls along the way. Controller has a +4 to twirlingness abilities. Oh, here we go. This looks like it. Yes, the heart of Keth. The spiritual center. The divine center of Keth. And this is interesting.
Left a child to die. He holds a new loyalty now.
I was mortal then. I was weak.
Then why did you never come look for me after your ascension?
They told me you had died.
I did die. After 30 years living among the Farad'n, it was a harsh life filled with pain. And I hated you every moment of it.
Can you ever forgive my mistake?
No! Save your breath for when my king arrives and lets the seed feast upon your flesh.
Oh, that would have been interesting. Get the beast to eat a goddess.
My king nears.
So this guy has an unfortunate past. So the goddess he was talking to, like most gods, were human originally. Now, I don't know how she got divinity to be turned into a god. So when she was human, at some stage, she had a son and abandoned him to the desert, like the Marikath do. Now, whether he was deformed or weak or there was something wrong with him, we're not sure. Whether she just wasn't ready to have a son and abandoned him for those reasons, I don't think it's known or understood. So when she was human, that's what happened. She abandoned him. Somehow throughout her life, she must have done or achieved something to be worshipped or highly valued, in which case she ascended through belief, through tribute, to become a goddess of some kind. And her followers and everyone told her that her son had died, which was whether a known lie to them or they didn't know, unclear. But she never looked for him because she thought he had died as a baby or as a child. But he had been rescued by the Farad'n, grew up amongst the Farad'n, which can be a very harsh life. And he was not happy during that time, so he lived for 30 years or whatever. Not sure what killed him, I can't remember. But anyway, with Jamanra and the Beast and the Seed of Corruption flowing through this whole area, raising many creatures and reviving and twisting many undead, he has been resurrected and twisted and empowered from that. He has sought out to find his mother, so he's busted his way through here. He's trying to get into the chamber in which she was held. So I don't know if this door was... I think it was shut before, but now it's open. Now it's interesting as we come in here and we see her.
That wound. How is she still alive?
So, she is apparently the water goddess, or a water goddess. She became a goddess of water in the desert somehow. I'm not sure how, I don't know why.
Immortal, oh, at last, please, end my suffering. My followers are long since dust, and I am but parchment. My veins dry as sand.
So her followers have all died, but she still remains as a god.
And none think of me. I awoke from my long slumber, unable to move. My time has passed. I ask you, mortal, to use that one...
Please use the one element that can end me. So, during the time of Path of Exile 1, all the gods are asleep. The original might not be right, but the Beast of Corruption at the time of Path of Exile 1, that's what Sin had created originally to effectively sap divinity and put the gods that existed to sleep, to slumber, because the gods were being dicks. Well, at least some of them were, to humans, and others were inspiring other bad behavior amongst humans and people. So Sin sought to create, whether he created it or reforged it, we're not sure. Anyway, the original beast, which then grew inside the mountain to become the entire mountain, and that's what sprout forth a lot of corruption that the Vaal worshipped, as well as the skill gems, the virtue gems, all that sort of stuff, way many thousand years ago. Put all the gods to sleep. In Path of Exile 1, when you then sort of effectively, whether Act 4 or 5 or something, where you bust in to kill the beast, all the gods wake up, including this one. So this water goddess, she was asleep, a slumber, like all the other gods were, and at some point, someone or something was trying to sort of autopsy or dissect to see the inner workings of a god, which is why she was like this. Then in Path of Exile 1, when we take out the beast, all of the gods then, or a lot of the gods, most of them reawaken, including this one. And she awakens to find herself on this bed in this state. That was 19 years ago, as the story goes. So 19 years she's been stuck here like this, unable to move and suffering. That sucks. Let's end her pain.
Death. Thank you.
Conveniently, these magical embers were here.
I will honor your sacrifice.
You are free, goddess of water. You may be in peace at last. Alright, back to the caravan. Back to Zaka.
How can I be of aid?
There was a goddess of water lying at the heart of Keth.
Yes.
I wonder what her role in the past involved.
Now, this is interesting.
It's my sacred duty to keep our tales, but I know nothing of this goddess. How could we Maraketh have forgotten something so important? If my finger...
So Zaka has now recreated the horn, which is great. But Zaka is rattled because there was wrong button. Because Zaka had not heard of this water goddess. It's her duty to know of these things. It's her ancestors, her predecessors' duty to know of these things. Why did she not know about this one? What else has been forgotten or deliberately not
I shall put this to
remembered? Which then calls into question the whole story around Jaman Ra. What has been deliberately forgotten or not told?
Care.
Again, history written by the victor. I think what we might do... Can I stash that somewhere? Nope. To get rid of some more of these other jewels and trinkets. So Zaka herself also... Oh, we can equip this now. Hell yeah. On you get. We don't need... Let's put these here just for me to sort through later. Now, what we are going to do is just clear out these support gems.
I'll unburden.
But I will keep these low-level gems, skill gems, because I might need them for other character builds later. Got lots of high-level gems, but not many low-level gems. We'll just keep that there for now. Alright, let's go quickly to the Valley of the Titans to put half of this medallion in place. Hopefully we might find another hub. So as much as I mentioned Asala is quite progressive as a leader, I think Zaka too is also willing to carve new and better ways forward for the Maraketh and the Tail Women and their duties. Alright, so we have the horn. I think we can now clear that sandstorm.
It is time to use the reforged Horn of the Vestiri to open
Yes.
through.
Yes.
Prepare yourself. War is nigh.
War is nigh.
Move swiftly.
Okay. Next phase, we take the horn and clear that sandstorm. But first, I need to take a couple of minutes break. I need to go get a drink. I shall be back very shortly. Let us... Well, I don't need to pause that, but I will pause our timer. Yes, hold tight. Back in probably, I don't know, 2 to 2.5 minutes. We'll continue the story, continue the lore, and go from there.
Let the pursuit continue.
I am hesitant to allow you access to Sacred Deshar, but better a single Jingak than an army of spiteful enemies. Our city of the dead must be protected, no matter the cost. For glory.
As we approach Deshar, I feel I must ask something of you once more. There is someone I care about. Let us leave it at that. I have learned she went on a lone journey to the Spires 3 moons past, and she has not returned. The others cannot know of this, for there was neither sickness nor injury involved. Do you understand? I simply wish to know the truth of what happened, to end the pain of not knowing. If you happen to find Lailuma's body in the dunes below the Spires, and if you bring me something of hers, then I will know. If you do not, then no one ever will.
This is a graveyard unlike any other.
Well, thank you, Harrow. That was very stupid of me. I've been talking with a muted mic and I didn't notice. Thank you, Harrow. I appreciate it, man. I feel stupid. All right. We'll continue from here then, shall we? Shambrin. So we've blown the magical horn, cleared the sandstorm, and we've come to the dead city, the city of the dead Deshar. Shambrin has given us a mission. Someone she cares about is here. Or maybe here. Went on adventure here. But they came here even though they were not sick nor injured, and therefore it must not be spoken of. I'll elaborate on that shortly. Yes, Harrow, I've done that so many times of talking. The annoying thing for me is because I turn some of these into recorded episodes for YouTube. I've tried to have everything in place, and then I'm making it harder for myself for those edited episodes. But anyway.
Sorry, I was gone for a little bit.
Oh, welcome back. All good. All good. We have just landed in Deshar. At least you could hear me the entire time, because my mic to you doesn't get muted. But I had, from my break, I'd pause the mic on the stream, and when I came back, I just launched into it. Started talking about the next bit, and I forgot all about it. I just didn't check. Anyway, thank you, Harrow. Legend Harrow. Hope your house cleaning is going well, Harrow. Your quest for the inspection prep. All right, so Deshar. This is where their honored dead, their powerful and highly regarded people reside. This is not for peasants and noble people, for peasants or commoners, but some people come here when they might be nearing their end, kind of end things on their own terms to try and be near those of importance or power. Now, we will find Lyluma soon. Somewhere. She can be anywhere on this. Oh, I still keep forgetting to update my flasks. God damn it. I'll do that. I'll try and do that when we head back after we find Lyluma. So, Harrow, your quest for house cleaning has failed. You're playing Farm Sim 25. Oh, here we go. Here she is, a fallen Dakara. With a final letter. Extremely personal words of love, honor, and hopelessness, scrawled by a shaking hand. It appears to have been carefully written to avoid revealing who it was intended for. Let's pick it up. Let's head back to town. And let's upgrade our damn flasks, because we are well overdue.
The path to Deshar has been opened. Infiltrate the towers and stop the Faradin from feeding the beast.
We shall. Let's just change our flasks before I forget again. All the way down here somewhere. Flasks. What can we equip? What's that? A life flask. 299. Alright. And 177 mana. That's probably a decent one. Charges gained. Charges gained. That's probably all we need for now. We don't really run out of mana very much. Actually, we'll do that one. I said 299. Didn't I? Oh, that recovers from mana, which is lame. If you don't have... If you have life, was it blood magic or something on the tree, that means there's no mana. So therefore the flasks that consume 15% mana to heal the life are actually worth using in that regard, aren't they?
I think you still have
and vice versa.
But it just...
No, the other way around.
You think you still have mana, sorry. Does it actually get rid of mana?
I thought it turned it off. I thought I've seen people playing with that enabled and their mana is just blank. Mana bar is blank.
You're right. Removes all mana. Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting.
So, for that reason alone is the only reason why I've kept some flasks that consume 15% life or 15% mana. So I think if you're running Chaos Inoculation, again, same thing, it works with no consequence. But you get much bigger restorations as a result. But if you have life and mana, it just steals a whole bunch from your other thing and it's just really counterproductive. Anyway.
Would love to have a build that did blood magic and Chaos Inoculation. That'd be fun.
How does that work? Can that work? Because you have no...
Just have energy shield.
But would it consume... Would it consume your energy shield to power the skills? Or would it just... You don't have enough life to cast the ability?
Yeah, I think nothing would work, but I don't know.
Alright. Alright, Shambrin.
For your sake, do not speak of its contents. I will burn it.
So she's ashamed.
I intend to return to Deshar and mark the location of Lyluma's body. A stone, perhaps. Something inconspicuous. Others will not know, but I will. She will be remembered.
Very good. Now we do this quest because it's kind of interesting and it's easy to do, but also another 2 skill points. Permanent upgrades for our character. Oh yes. And another jewel socket, which means I can chuck in another jewel. What do we want? This one. Damage with quarterstaves and attack speed with quarterstaves. Yeah. And which ones? Yeah, they're already populated. Don't take me over there. Okay. Back we go. Continue the quest. Flasks upgraded. Skill points unlocked. We continue. So, in Maraketh culture. Again, this culture's fucked. It's so harsh. Firstly, if you are somehow disabled, disfigured, or not useful, you get abandoned to just die in the desert. Including if you are a baby or a child. If you survive, then you're deemed a lowly Faradin. Not necessarily an enemy, but not respected and not treated well and often fought against. Conversely, as part of that belief, if you are able-bodied and you do something to forfeit your life, like a suicide, you have wasted your capabilities and usefulness, and that is of great dishonor. Not just to yourself, but to anyone you might be associated with. So, if you were to show that letter to Asala or Zaka, both of them are like, oh no, don't keep this to yourself, don't show anyone. Because they don't want the consequences to come. They don't want to deal with what they would otherwise probably have to deal with as their tradition dictates. So in Shambrin's case, Luna is probably Shambrin's lover, her partner. For some reason, Luna has decided to end her own life and try to be amongst the noble Marraketh in doing so. That would therefore, and so the letter was carefully written to not reveal who it was intended for. So even Luna was being careful about the note that she left, the suicide note. Because if it was tied back to Shambrin, Shambrin would therefore have to also pay the consequences. If you suicide yourself for any reason, for the most part, amongst the Marraketh, your family must be punished and typically face, I think, a death penalty. How fucked is the Marraketh culture? So in Shambrin's case, she doesn't want it to be spoken about for her own safety. She doesn't want anyone to know about it. No, she doesn't want anything to know about Luna, but she will remember her in her own way. It's not really talked about as to why Luna did this. I mean, the note is mentioned something about, you know, tones of hopelessness. So maybe she was overwhelmed. Maybe she just wasn't happy. I don't know. We will never know. Heavy topic, though. Very, very dark and heavy topic. Alright, checkpoint. On to the Path of Mourning. Level 28 zone we are in. We are 28. Is this 29 zone? Find out. If I click the button, we'll load in. There we go. So what people... Late. Oh, we might be too late. Yep, level 29 zone. Yeah, so what some people do is, yeah, they come to the spires where the honored dead, they climb to the top of the spires, and they throw themselves off the top. Now, they know they're unworthy to be buried or placed amongst the noble dead on the top of the spires, and they need a way in order to end their life, so they plummet to the ground, but they're on the ground, in the sand, amongst the towers, so they're trying to effectively have their afterlife or being somehow tied as best they can to powerful or noteworthy figures. Really sad. And that's a dead end, and I can't jump. Okay. I just feel I feel sad and sorry for poor Luna and Shambrin. Shambrin's already got a lot to deal with the fact that she has been blinded, has not been discarded by the Marraketh because she's found another purpose. And she also, if you talk to her a lot, she starts to show understanding of the Faradin, because she herself could be discarded and become a Faradin due to her unfortunate situation. So yeah, Marraketh, man. Marraketh are rough. Very harsh. Again, originally born out of necessity in the 1,000-year Ice Age, where they just had to, in order for survival as a culture, as a group, they had to be harsh and only, you know, not waste resources. That time's past, but they stick to their traditions. They don't necessarily need to as much these days. The desert is still harsh, but not as harsh as a 1,000-year Ice Age. We found the stairs up? Maybe. Yes, we did. Awesome. Straight line through to the spires. Here we go. This is the top level of Deshar. This is where the nobles, the powerful dead figures are left to rest. You can see bodies laying all over the place in order to keep them from being lost and buried in the sands. This is where Jaman-Ra was taking the beast. He wanted the beast to feed on these powerful figures in order to further empower the beast, but also as a bit of a fuck you to the Marraketh. Which is understandable when you learn about the history of what the Marraketh have done to him and the Faradin people. There's even some Faradin soldiers here. I think right now they're still here, or they're starting to leave. I think we get to see a glimpse of the caravan whilst we're here. Quite sure. Anyway, we got to progress through. We got to find Jaman-Ra, find Faradin, the Beast, Oriana, everyone. That's what we're trying to do. Death to tyranny, they say. We're not tyrants.
You were no warrior.
These vultures, man, they are not too hard to deal with in the campaign, but they are awful in the endgame mapping. To the point where they had to be specifically nerfed in a patch, because they would launch at you from off-screen and they could potentially one-shot you from off-screen. So now they can't launch from off-screen. Oh, that's a lot. And I think their damage has been nerfed a little bit too. They're still pretty rough. There you go. Explode more. I feel like we've covered a lot of ground already. Found anything we're looking for. There's a shrine we're keeping our eyes out for, as well as Jamanra and the Caravan, which I think is usually heading in the sort of upper right direction for me. Is that the same for you, Shooty, when you go through this map?
Sorry, which one? The
Spires. Spires of Deshar.
Yeah, always north.
Northeast, right? Yeah. Here we go. Here's the Testament of Defiance inscription.
Let these towers stand for all time, so that the sands may never swallow the honored dead. We give you to the sky and to the wind in defiance of the doom of the desert.
And to defy the desert, their noble dead stay up here, so they are not sucked into the sands. All right, here we are. We are at, not the shrine, but we have found Jamandra.
You are relentless. But that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Time of the Faradin is nigh, as he now resurrects and conjures together Tor Gul, the Destroyer? I can't remember what its title is. Defiler. Oof. Give me some charges, put down a bell, slap the shit out of him, drink some potions, keep hitting him. Oh, we haven't frozen it though. Okay, bell is ready again. Gotcha.
Enough tricks! They won't get away this time.
Oh, now I think in the background, I wasn't paying attention. I think the caravan was here and it took off right as the fight started, right? Oh, there you go. You can see the back end of it, right? Just above. Where is it? Just above here? That's... Was it? It's supposed to have kept going, but the animation has kept it here. So yes, for rewind, you might have seen it there. Now, before we finish up, we need to find this other shrine, because it gives us a permanent lightning resistance buff. Rich Loves Games, or RLG, joins us. How are you doing, man? How's your weekend so far? Oh, we have leveled up. Hit level 30. We are. More strength.
Face me!
Creepy vulture. So there's a shrine we want to uncover. It gives us a permanent lightning resistance buff. And sometimes it's actually better to do at the end. This is the more fortunate way to do it, and here it is. The Sisters of Gurukhan. So Gurukhan being a very revered figure. She was a human who rose to prominence amongst the, I think in particular, the Marraketh culture, and ascended to divinity to become the goddess of, I think, wind and magicalness. She also ended up marrying another figure, Sin, another god, the god of Sin. Now, Sin's actually not necessarily a bad guy. Like I talked about with Sin in we meet Sin and deal with him in Path of Exile 1, and the beast in that era, and how the whole beast was created to subdue the gods, blah, blah, blah. Sin had married Gurukhan. They had a daughter. And then at some point, Gurukhan and their daughter, which I've forgotten her name, started an all-out war against each other, with then their followers starting to battle each other. And that was one of the reasons, I think, that Sin sought to put the gods to sleep. One of many reasons. I think I might be misremembering some of the chronological timeline there, right? Anyway, in Path of Exile 1, I'm pretty sure you have to fight and defeat both Gurukhan and their daughter. Anyway, we interact with this shrine. Boom. Permanent lightning resistance. But all of these statues all around the spires all come to life. So if you find this shrine earlier in your progression through this level, you got to battle them all the way through. And you can see on the far side of the screen over there, there's more of them around the edge. They all come to life every time you come near. They become quite annoying and they slow you down. So ideally, you want to find them at the very end like we just have. Anyway, we are done with the spires. Rich, it's 5 a.m. for you. Didn't expect to see you streaming this early. Yeah, we're doing a long-running all-day stream today. Doing a bit of a speed run through Path of Exile 2 and talking a lot about the story and the lore. Because there's so much to uncover and I've been learning about it. And I wanted to see how quickly I could level through. I reckon we can get through Act 3 before the day's end.
Tremendous dreadnought, a war caravan larger than we have ever seen.
Yep.
As we speak, it is barreling through the heart of the Vestiri, leaving devastation in its wake.
Yep.
You have your orders.
My life has been a forge. I am ready for war.
Oh, very... Yes, I'm ready.
We now have their trail. They will not escape.
Yeah.
You have your orders.
So that's what they were building in the Mawdun Quarry and mine that we went to earlier. They're building a massive caravan similar to this one, a dreadnought. That's what they've been working on for a while, and now the beast has been tearing across the desert, feeding on dead, now feeding on powerful dead to become more powerful, and obviously spreading magical corruption, creating beasts across the desert, empowering existing ones, and resurrecting the dead. Now we are finally able to catch up to their dreadnought caravan. Let's go. It looks very Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 like, yes, exactly, Rich. One of the reasons I love it. And the artwork and the visuals in this game are sensational.
We must prevail, no matter what.
I will end this, or die fighting.
Now this... I don't know how this dumbass here missed shooting at us, but they did. Our ballista operator took them out. For the first ones, all right. We have caught up on our speedy mini caravan to this big dreadnought. We must progress through, fight the Faradin, get to Jamunra, and Oriana, and the beast, and end this beast, end this spread of corruption and all the bad shit that is unfolding. This level can be a bit challenging. So far so good. I think I will have some new gear I can equip soon which will empower us, but I think I might be level 31, 2, or 33 before I can use them. And we shall continue. What have you been playing, Rich? What have you been up to these days? Slap them down. Not picking up amulets because I really only want endgame items now. My endgame characters don't need mid-game stuff. We did not dash. There we go. Now we dashed. I find it fun. Sometimes it's funny when you use a move to dash to some enemies and the camera lags. It's like your character dashes off screen and then the camera slowly catches up. It's, I don't know, it gives a kind of fun sense of speed and agility. Checkpoint through here. Oh, we're getting more spammers in chat today. That's annoying. We usually do such a good job of prohibiting them. This way. This way. Bell down, bell down. There we go. Powerful bell. Which shrinks back onto your staff. Now you can see it hanging from our staff there. Oh, it's a little bit hard to see without zooming in, and I don't know how to zoom in on controller. Rich, you've been playing STO. Got the Romulan Valkus in the last event. Looking forward to Avowed when it comes out. Ooh, Avowed comes soon, does it? Interesting. What's STO, though? Something online? Star Trek Online? Hence Romulan, is that right? Did I guess correctly? Avowed comes soon. That'll be interesting. Yeah, Star Trek Online. Cool. I got it right. Yay. Stretch.
Face me!
We are definitely slowed. We're not doing as much damage now. But to a point that Shooty has made to me in the past, the zone right before the act boss is always quite challenging. And that is definitely holding true here. We're not getting big explosions clearing the whole screen anymore. We will when we chuck our next piece of gear on, or pieces of gear. We shall continue this way. This way. Come on, take him out. That's it. Oh, they're doing some damage. We are still doing really good single target and boss damage though, so I'm happy about that. Because normally that's the sticking point. Bosses in this game, including the campaign, are quite difficult. It can be quite frustrating to deal with. But this build, this leveling build, does not really struggle with that. We do use a lot of mana potions now though. That's okay. Oh, that's right. A lot of these dickheads have got shields. You got to get them from behind somehow. Lots of Faradin are being just exploded. One thing I haven't really checked though, I'm not sure if some of the Faradin are a little bit warped physically from the influence of corruption. The other thing I don't quite get is there's a whole bunch of bodies over here that are being burnt. I don't know why. I would have thought you would just feed them to the beast. Or are they not suitable or not worthy of being fed to the beast? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. Anyway, boss time.
You again. The fool under the Hooded One's sway. Do you even know what he is?
I know.
You'll find my king far more capable than Count Gianor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
Beast has gotten very large.
Sigma of the Ardura. Bow before your king.
The Marrakets do not bow to king. We submit.
We will have what is ours.
Come on, get him down.
End this.
Ariana still being a pest. Ow. Oh, I hate that ability. Come on. Oh, we gotta wait for his phase.
My queen, take the beast.
And he severs the connection with the caravan, so Oriana and the beast continue, and the rest of the caravan comes to a crashing halt.
To my will, impede my enemies.
Oh, that's right. You got a big swipey swipe, haven't you? Come on, put the bell down. That's it. Slap him. This is quite a challenging fight. Although the first phase, I think, is harder on the caravan. Froze him. Yes. Bell. Bell. Watch out for the tornado. Got him. And you impaled yourself. You dickhead.
I've accomplished nothing. Oriana will prevail, and the Faradin will rule the Vaspiri.
We'll see about that. Sala, you okay?
This is not over. Not yet.
Jamanra! I return you to the embrace of death!
By beheading him.
Is done.
Now.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Cooked meat. Harrow, you talking about cooked meat with all the bodies earlier? Yeah, could be. Give him something cooked instead of being raw and gross. Yeah. Rich, so they say Avowed is going to be better than Oblivion, but you think it is a wait and see situation. Speaking of Oblivion, they're supposed to be remaking. Yeah, the remake of Oblivion is going to be interesting because I've also heard they're doing it in Unreal Engine somehow, which just means it's going to be hard to do mods for. I'm interested to see how that unfolds. I think it's a bit silly and unnecessary. Maybe it's a proof of concept in potentially moving to another engine instead of the creation engine. But also there is Sky Oblivion, which is almost ready, I think, which is you know, the open source free project where people have been taking Oblivion and rebuilding it in the Skyrim engine. I don't know. I've got mixed feelings on that one, so we'll see. We'll see. All right, Asala. She has beheaded Jamanra in his corrupted, twisted form, and this chapter is done.
It's over. I have given him an honorable. This may prove to heal the wound between the Ferryden and the Marrakech. Return with. I must address my.
Right, so back to the caravan we go. Asala has given Jamanra an honorable death this time. He talks about healing between the Ferryden and the Marrakech, and she's gone to address her people. So the caravan is now parked. We must go and find the hooded one. Where is he? We are stopped at some shrine. And for the longest time, I'm like, what shrine is this? This is the shrine of Garukan, the one I mentioned earlier. The Marrakech person who became the goddess of wind of sorts. The one who ended up marrying another god, Sin, had a daughter, warred with their daughter, and then the exile in Path of Exile 1, upon the gods being reawakened from destroying the beast, destroyed both Garukan and her daughter. And the hooded one is here to chat to us at this shrine.
My worst fears have been realized. The beast is beyond our means now.
Yeah, the beast is very large now.
It is time for honesty.
Yes.
You're right. I have not been entirely forthcoming. It is time I told you who I truly am.
Yes. Who are you? Boom.
I am a god. I am the thief of virtue. I am sin. And I have failed once again.
So this is the same Sin
I who created
PoE1.
The seed of corruption that now threatens to grow anew. And it is my responsibility.
Yes. Right, so this is the stuff we've been talking about.
Your history. But all I see is a good man.
All we see is a good man. So the hooded one, Sin. Funny enough that Sin is the good guy in Path of Exile 1. But there's a lot of history there between Sin and his brother... shit. What is his brother's name? Innocence. Yes. And so Innocence is funny. So Sin and Innocence were both born. They weren't humans that ascended to godhood. They were just born as gods by the belief of people and humans. And then Innocence ends up being corrupted and twisted by the religious figures that follow and worship them in their interpretation of, and then how they try to influence and take out control over people and lands and society, etc. Very much an interesting reflection on how religion is misused in our world and day and age to just control people rather than being an actual spiritual journey. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that right now, but that's interesting how Sin, we work with Sin to save, redeem, uncorrupt his brother. They then work together to help us stop the beast. Actually, I think they then work together after we've stopped the beast to then stop the gods, and in particular the god Kitava, who is the god of hunger that destroys most of Oriath. Anyway, enough history. Let's continue. That's all done. Asala, can we travel to the marsh, please?
Yes, we can take you to the edge of the desert. Then we will continue to track the beast. You must find a way to contain it. When we find out where it is being taken, we will seek you out. Until then, may the winds ever be calm on your path.
Now, just to tidy up the story arc here, if we talk to Asala at the end of the chapter here before we move on, we can get more insight if we talk to her about the fate of the Ferryden, and she talks about how she's given Jamanra an honourable death by removing his head. If you talk to her more, you also catch a glimpse that she is also looking to give some kind of asylum or recompense, if you like. So the Ferryden, if they stop fighting, they can join the Ardura, I think, and actually be recognised as some form of Marrakech. So actually seeking peace and trying to undo the wrongs of the past. So Asala is making massive changes and massive headways into the future of this culture. And I think it is very good. I think it's well and truly overdue, because I really have a lot I don't like about the Marrakech culture. But anyway, Asala, changing the times with the support, it would seem, also of Zaka. Because if we talk to Zaka as we disappear into the next chapter, she makes reference that she's going to get Risu, the Ferryden refugee in their town, in their little caravan. Risu is going to be her replacement, she thinks. So Risu is going to become the new tailwoman for the Ardura moving forward at some point in the future, which is a massive step in terms of reconciling between the Faradin and the Maraketh. So both Asala and Zaka are making massive changes to how they're going to operate moving forward, and hopefully influence the rest of the Maraketh peoples and the rest of the various caravans and tribes for the good. Well, we'll have to see what happens, I guess, but wanted to quickly point that out before we move on. Excellent, thank you, Asala. So, oh, we're going to get a cutscene. Hang on, Rich.
Grown too powerful. We can no longer contain it through mortal means. There was once an empire that embraced corruption. They studied it, mastered it, and became the greatest civilization the world has ever known. But it led to their destruction. Our allies will continue the pursuit of the beast, but we shall undertake a different search. We must go to the ruins of the Vaal Empire, in search of a weapon against the coming cataclysm.
So anyone who's played Path of Exile 1, this is actually kind of an exciting moment, right? Because the Vaal are referred to so heavily in Path of Exile 1, both with their history, flavor text on some gear, corruption itself. Then there's Vaal skill gems, which I'm assuming will be implemented in this game at some stage, where they're like a different version of skills, which have to be charged up by just killing stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of exciting. Oh, we're going to actually explore something with the Vaal for once, get to know the Vaal some more. That's what this next act is about. So Rich, to answer your question, yes, we're playing this on controller. Isometric games like this, I'm very much a controller fan. And that's it. All other games, keyboard mouse. The cutscenes are just as good as Diablo 3, I agree. Not as good as Diablo 4 though, man. Diablo 4 had absolutely amazing cutscenes, especially that one towards the later the game. It goes for like 8 or 9 minutes, and it is just unbelievable. It's worth playing through the Diablo campaign just for some of those stories and cinematics, in my opinion. Now we are on to Act 3. So the Maraketh, they're going to continue pursuing the beast wherever it can be found. The beast has grown beyond control, so now Sin here says, "Oh, let's chase down the Vaal." The Vaal worshipped and mastered corruption. There's rumors to be some kind of weapon that was meant to help save and protect the Vaal from their cataclysm that didn't quite work, but let's go and find out what they had. See if there's something there that we can use against the beast. That is what we're now doing. So we're heading towards the jungle.
Utsal is close. Be careful. The Vaal heavily relied on the use of corruption. Their lands may still be dangerous.
Yes, indeed. Alright, where's my... Let's have a quick look at the stash. I think I might have some more gear to equip. And to your question earlier, Rich, so innocence is evil and sin is good. Well, kind of. Innocence is fine again now because he's been redeemed, but his followers are the ones that corrupted him. Again, I think clever writing on behalf of the developers, because that happens a lot today. Like, all religions are typically quite good. They talk about good things, doing good things, being good people, you know, spiritual journeys, but it's the human followers that take it, twist it for their own beliefs or goals or manipulations to have more power and influence. That's kind of what happened with Innocence and the Templars of Oriath in Path of Exile 1, or the history leading up to Path of Exile 1. Number 17, here we go. Do we have... Nope, can't wear those yet. Wear those yet. We can't wear any of these rings yet. 35 is probably our next upgrade level, I think. Alright. And nope, that one doesn't have. This is where I've been putting some gear just in preparation for doing this playthrough. Oh, and we can't use... We will use Herald of Ash once we get some more spirit as well. What about these skills here? Needs 40 dex, 40 int. And it needs 40 dex, 40 int. What is our stats? 32 dex, 34 int. We are high enough level. Alright, we'll switch over to those. Let's just respec some of our points then. Time for us to respec. So we need 40 intelligence, 40 dexterity, and then we can... So let's switch these. Oh, we need to do that one more time for intelligence. So slightly less strength, but it means we can wield higher versions of these skill gems.
Set in stone.
Do some more damage through skill upgrades for Ice Strike, Tempest Spell, and Herald of Ice. All three of them. Awesome. Let's change them over now. And as I try to do this awkwardly, go away. Hang on. Why is it so difficult? Did it switch it? I think it did. Herald of Ice. Swap with that one. Now socket the gems that we had on it back into it. Go away. We put the sockets in. In all fairness, I think the developers have done a pretty good job with trying to fit an ARPG control scheme into a controller interface. They've done pretty well. Go away. Let me socket it. Manage sockets. This goes here, and this goes here. Let me socket these back into the bell. Ugh. Funky exercise. Goes there, yes. Then finally, the new version of Ice Strike also gets socketed in. Go on that button, and then manage sockets, replace the level 5 version, put these here, socket the support gems. And try not to break everyone's eyeballs and brain and minds with all of this clunky moving around. There we go. Good enough. Should stash this. Is that long shot? Long shot can go onto Herald of Ice, actually. We have enough slots for it, though. Herald of Ice. Do we have extra sockets that we've added? We do not. That's fine. Bell could do with another socket, but we don't have anything to put in it. That's fine. So, Rich, you get the feeling this game, as well as Path of Exile and Diablo games, they're made by the same developers. Well, the Diablo series is made by Blizzard. The Path of Exile series is made by GGG, or Grinding Gear Games. But GGG themselves have said that Path of Exile is a Diablo-like, or a Diablo-inspired game. So they have specifically admitted that it is very, very heavily inspired. I love all of those games, and I can say that, yes, they all fit together. The same developers did a good job, and they are different developers, but all of them have done pretty good jobs, I think. Oh, shit, we ran out of mana quickly. We are using more powerful skills, so they're going to use more mana. I kind of forgot about that. But we can hit harder and explode further, so that's cool. So we're in a level 33 zone, and we are only level 31, so now we're slightly under level. But that's cool. We should be able to handle it, and we should be still progressing and leveling at a decent pace. Just the gear and the skills should carry us through. Get through the marsh, find a Ziggurat Encampment, to try and find some remnants of Utsol and the Val. Now, Sin, aka the Hooded One, doesn't talk about it yet, but I think he eventually does. Because the Val were about 2,000 years ago, roughly, because their cataclysm occurred in 400 BIC, or 400 years before Imperialist Conceptionalist or something. I can't quite get the words right. The Eternal Empire? No. That is the Imperial Empire of recent times. Where... Now I forget the specifics. Oh, hang on. Did we get him? No. Hey, we leveled.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Anyway, we are currently in 1619 IC. Imperialists, conceptualists, whatever the words are. So Path of Exile happens 19 years ago, Path of Exile 1, so this is 19 years later. Diablo 2 Enhanced Edition, only played that game a little bit. Yeah, I played that a lot. Diablo 2 Resurrected, yeah, I played a lot of the original Diablo. I played a lot of Diablo again a few years ago. Then I played a lot of Diablo 2 once again when the Resurrected version came out. I even made 2 mods for it as well. But I didn't publish them because I wasn't quite satisfied with their polish. And now I've forgotten what I was doing with them. Also played a mod for Grim...
People.
Wait, what's it called?
Not quite. Treasure hunters.
I can't remember what it's called. Grim something. Made by the Titan Quest people. Anyway, there's a mod called Reign of Terror, which is sorry, what?
Grim Dawn?
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Grim Dawn. Which I played a little bit of, but didn't really love as a game. Because I prefer the more fantasy-focused one, whereas that's more of a more, I don't know how to describe it, Victorian era-esque inspired. And they just have so many, like, modifiers. There's so many different, you know, damage types and modifiers and resistance. Like, that's a fucking massive list. Too much, in my opinion. I love ARPGs. I love those guys. I really enjoyed Titan Quest. Grim Dawn, I didn't love the game. I didn't stick with playing it through. But I did play right through. Someone made a mod called Reign of Terror, which is basically Diablo 2 in a mod for Grim Dawn. It's quite good. Very playable. Couple of things missing, like there wasn't a proper shapeshift for the druid, but most other things worked pretty well. And then later on, they also added a thing where you could go back and play through a couple of elements of Diablo 1 at the end of this Diablo 2 mod. It was really well done. And then shortly after I played that, Diablo 2 Resurrected came out, so it takes away some of the thunder from that awesome mod. Diablo 2 Resurrected is what you played. Is that the same as Enhanced Edition? Yes, there is no Enhanced Edition for Diablo 2. It'll be called, it'll be Diablo 2 Resurrected. That'll be the one. That'll be what you played, and yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? It looks really good too, right? Yeah, you'd have to admit that Diablo 2 Resurrected does look quite sensational. Oh, another jewel socket unlocked. Anyway, we've made it to the Ziggurat in Act 3. Oh, I thought we meant to hear these two squabbling.
What kind of stunt was that? Traversing the marsh. You have to be smarter if you're to survive. As quartermaster, I'll do my best to keep you alive. I can buy what...
There's the cynic this group needs for survival.
So Oswald, always so focused on logistics and safety and being prepared and careful. And Alva.
Hello there. I'm Alva Valai. Sorry about Oswald, he can be a bit rough with the newcomers, but he's really not a bad sort. In any case, we can always use another pair of hands around here. Welcome. Until next time.
She's certainly optimistic.
She is. She's very optimistic and upbeat. And this is the same Alva that we meet in Path of Exile 1. However, this is a younger version of Alva. Despite the fact that Path of Exile 1 was 19 years ago, this is a younger version of Alva. In Path of Exile 1, we are dealing with an older version. Whoa, get your head around that. Anyway, we'll talk about it later.
Somewhere in this region there were sophisticated canals and waterways. We might be able to use them to drain this lake. We must hope that the mechanisms are still functioning, despite their age.
They will be. So, we are here. We can come down here. We can see this massive lake is flooded. We look at the map here. There we are. Massive. Can I point with my mouse? Yeah, massive lake. We can see we're on top of some structure here where this camp is. There's something over there. Somewhere inside here is what Sin, the Hooded One, wants us to find. Utsal, there was supposedly a Vaal city here. We need to try and find its secrets to see what we can learn to help us with dealing with the beast corruption. He says there should be some mechanism that might help control the waterways to maybe control the flow of the water for this lake. That is our objective. On we go. I was going to do something with a stash first. I can't remember what I was going to check in here. I don't think there's any more gear we can use. I think still at peak gearage at the moment. 17. Oh, this keeps moving so much. Yeah, can't use any more rings or gloves that I have reserved, and we don't have enough spirit to use another herald yet. Okay, let's continue. Onwards into the jungle ruins. We are seeking out our ways into the Matlan Waterways and their control. So Rich, Quartermaster is wears shades. He's also a blacksmith. That's why he's wearing shades to stop the sparks. Safety first, correct. Always wear eye protection, safety shades if you're doing forging, for sure. Now, in Oswald's case, he is more of a dealer and trader rather than actually crafting them. Yes. All right, into this thick jungle, which has been tainted with corruption for a long time, because the Vaal who lived here, who last lived here 2,000 years ago, had corruption as a big part of their society as a whole, and the power that it can bring. It's something to give us mana on kill. Maybe I need a jewel to help with that. Alright, so our goal in this map is to get to the center of it, actually. So I don't usually skirt the edges of this zone. We need to get to the center of it to find the waypoint. and an entrance to a small dungeon, smallish dungeon. And then the next zone, the Barrens, is usually in the upper left. Usually. Although, this guy, it's all muscle. Yeah, this thing is huge. He's a big, cranky boy. He hits very hard. Come on, hit him. More mana potions. This guy, we need to take him out because...
You were a magnificent creature.
He was.
Go with the first ones.
Alright, because we want to get this skill book and unlock... Oh, that's what I was meant to get. I was meant to get another jewel. That's why I was looking at our stash. I guess I'll check that out soon. Let's continue for now. Alright, so we've got the massive Quadrilla Silverback. Next, we find our way towards...
Feel my wrath!
The Venom Crypts, that's what we're looking for.
Need mana!
We choose so much mana now. It's alright, we'll just keep chugging potions. We got him. They replenish from killing things. Should be towards the center here somewhere. Rich just realized we're so... was it your regular viewers that there are probably... Most viewers are probably asleep like Vito is in the US. Yeah, that's true. So a lot of our US friends are asleep, but we've had some of them visit today already. So Darius has joined us. Big Vito has joined us earlier today. So be surprised, Rich, we've had a lot of people drop in, which is cool. And a bunch of Aussies have dropped in as well. Even better. Whoop. Where are these? Oh, I see a book over there. No, the book's not near the crypts, though, is it? Here it is. Awesome. The Venom Crypts. All right, so let's take a quick trip to town. So I jumped the gun slightly. Let's equip another jewel as well to further empower us. Survey. We haven't met and talked to Survey yet. Had some socket in the tree over here somewhere. That one. Yeah. Survey.
You're the one who waited to the undead and moss, eh?
We are the one, yeah.
You need a guide. Luck's on your side today, friend. Not all tribes in this region are so friendly. We've been clashing with the Auroch tribe for generations. Evil in the shadows, evil in the shadows. If you find the source of their wickedness, you let me.
All right.
Keep your eyes shut.
Ah, the wisdom of the tribe, like my clan's songs.
Now, just double check. I'm going to see if there's any more flask upgrades we can get. I think so, yeah. I think it's pretty much the same. What were we wielding before? I think it is probably better. 684, that's an upgrade for our health.
It's corrupted another 10 15s.
Tier 15 maps, yeah, yeah.
No 16s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
5 14s, though.
You're corrupting it the wrong direction. Did you put any delirium on it, or you just left it as is?
I just fully exalted these things up.
But no delirium. I want to try doing well, my next batch. I'm hoping to add some delirium onto mine. Midnight Tabby is back. Mission successful. Drop rate awesome. 3 sets of earrings plus 10 modifier for Riz, plus 10 edginess, and additional plus 5 in comfort. That is a good set of gear. Well done. KB joins us too. Yeah, man. We talked about it the other day. I might do a bonus stream this weekend. We're doing a semi-speed run through the Path of Exile 2 campaign and explaining the lore and the story. I'm doing a lot of talking, so hopefully I'm not boring the shit out of everyone. And Rich, who's that other voice? That other voice is Shooty McGavin. He's been doing a lot of Path of Exile streams with me recently.
Hi.
And the class I'm playing with at the moment, Rich, is a warrior. But I'm playing him like a monk for a leveling, power leveling kind of playthrough.
Face me.
I will respec him later once I've leveled him. So there is some sort of poison. I don't know if it's in the water or just being used by clashing tribes. Survey wants us to find the source of some kind of certain poison, whether it's just been affecting their warriors or what, I don't know. So we don't get to learn much in this act about the tribes, which is a little bit unfortunate because after dealing with the Marraketh in Act 2, right, I find myself being really suspicious around points of view. Survey is a member of a tribe, and I don't even remember her tribe's name. Is she part of the Azak? Because there's Azak and Orok. And Orok... No, Survey's tribe is a separate one. That's right. That are caught in the middle between the two warring tribes. Smash this guy. So the Azak and the Orok tribe are quite brutal. The Azak's quite brutal. But the Orok are worse. Their leader kidnaps and does some sort of weird sacrifice and rituals with children and babies. We'll deal with them later. But all we know is what we hear from Survey. And I'm just like, we're only getting one point of view here. Having uncovered what we learned about the Marraketh, are we getting all the truth? Do we get to hear more about the tribes? Is Survey's perspective accurate? And I don't think we ever find out. We don't get to learn any more at this point. KB, you played a bit of PoE1 last night, yeah? Huge learning needed, but boys are good. Oh, I'm glad to hear you like it. I've sort of nicknamed it to Grunt Cookie, who was considering playing it. Shooty and I sort of referred to it as the thinking man's Diablo. Not to belittle Diablo, because we've played a lot of Diablo, but there's a lot of theory crafting that can be fun to do in Path of Exile. That you can't really do the same level of theory crafting and tinkering and customization that you can with Diablo. But there's a lot more to learn and understand and take on.
Are you using a unique helmet currently?
Need mana.
On this character? Yes, I grabbed the strength percent one from my gemling. Yeah, the Black Sun. So 15% increased strength, increased dex by 5%, increased intelligence by 11%. Yeah, I got that one.
Got my endgame gear.
Is that what your gemling's wearing in endgame?
Yeah.
Yeah, same on mine. So I just grabbed it.
I was going to suggest maybe using Crown of the Victor for mana and life.
Fear will bless you.
Maybe I should.
It's also got +1 to level of skills, I think.
Okay.
I don't currently have one, but I've seen it.
Yeah, well, this is working because I'm just drinking a fair number of potions and just killing things to recharge it. And then soon I'll be able to equip. I might need to be later in the 30s or level 40 something. I had some rings and glove upgrades to equip at some point, which will then further boost the flat damage. I just have them parked in my stash ready to go, but we're going to probably slow down a little bit until we get to use those. And I've done a full loop and not achieved what we needed to. All right, that's annoying. Let's continue in this way further. So this side quest is worth doing because we get a permanent character upgrade. It's worth doing in both normal and cruel difficulty playthroughs. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it. It's going to be up in that upper right corner. That's where we got to go. That way. Hang on, I've got to get that way. I think it'll be up there and down. You'll probably try playing this on controller. I very much recommend it. I played Diablo 4 on controller and it was awesome. Diablo 3 also has controller support. I think... Ooh, does it on PC? No, I don't know that it does on PC. If you play a console version on PlayStation, Xbox, or Switch, you get it, but I don't think you do on PC. Anyway, Diablo 2 Resurrected does have controller on PC, which is amazing. The only problem is it's still annoying to do certain things with controller, even though GGG have done a fantastic effort, I think, with the controller interface. I still want to use keyboard and mouse for certain inventory and skill management at times. But you can't switch between it. You have to log out and log back in to switch between control modes. But they are planning to change that.
Face me!
Oh, that guy brought down an anchor. But it didn't hit us. Ah, man. Dead end. I've got mad dead end finding skills. Now, one thing I remember being a little bit annoyed with is there was some YouTuber had said that this level, the Venom Crypts, were very good for getting loot because there's so many sarcophaguses or sarcophagi that were rare or magic.
Did you just say you were going to suck off a guy?
That is not what... Yes, for the good loot. I was promised there'd be good loot with all the sarcophagi-ing. But it actually turns out to be pretty shit. Now, what I don't know is, see, there's a rare one here. Cool. Terrible loot, though. A magic one here. Yep, nothing very good. Another magic one here. And nothing very good. Whether it genuinely was a good loot source for that person, that YouTuber, I don't know. And I don't remember who it was, right? But it's funny. I find Path of Exile 2 and the YouTube community an interesting topic because there's been a lot, because just the boom, the popularity of Path of Exile 2, lots of YouTubers have been trying to do build guides and tip guides and cash in on the views and all that sort of stuff, to the point where some channels have been called out for talking shit, clickbaiting views, and not having real information. So I don't know if that guy was trying to do the same in this instance. I just don't know. This was very early in the day for that particular video that I was referring to. But I also myself... Oh, yeah?
I was probably going to say the same thing. Like, it personally seems terrible, except you did get a divine from urns.
From urns?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did when we were playing together. Yeah, yeah, that's right. In that,
I'm sure you can get stuff.
Yeah, well, it is funny. So when Shooty and I were teaming up and doing some co-op and playing through the campaign, was it on our Pathfinders? On our poison ranges? We were teaming up. So I was going poison concoction, and Shooty has a gas arrow, poison gas arrow. And the two of them work really well together. They did through the campaign, and they work well together in the endgame too. But when we were doing the Water Goddess section in the last act that we just did a little while back, we say did her thing, and then Shooty's ported out to town, and I decided to just there's so many urns there. I thought I'll just try and destroy a bunch of the urns to see if there's any loot there, and a divine orb dropped out of an urn that we'd both just been in, and we were what, level 20 something? Actually, maybe it was on cruel difficulty, so maybe we would have been in the level high 40s. Don't know. Still hilarious though. Fell down. There we go. Got him. Get the loot. Get the loot. Now, one of the things, so personally when it comes to some of these guides coming from YouTubers, I do get a little bit shitty with some of the topics. Oh man, we've done a full loop and not found the thing. And now we're back to the start. There's a pathway over here. Let's check this one out. So a red flag. So there's lots of people posting build guides for Path of Exile, and most of them are pretty good. There's a lot of dickhead YouTubers who are dickheads posting guides that are just clickbait, or they are genuinely deluded. If a YouTuber is showing you a build guide and they are in level 90 something, they're talking shit. Just click out of the video, ignore it, right? Any build that is level 90 is going to do pretty well and look good doing tier 15 maps in this game. Any build that is sporting multiple divines worth. So some YouTubers are like, oh, this was pretty cheap. It only cost 20 divines to do this. Dude, fuck off. If it's more than 2 divines, again, any build that's had 10 to 20 divines or more spent on it, on gear, is going to look good, play well, because the gear is just so powerful. If a build has less than 1 divine spent on it, and is like level 60 to 70 looking decent in the maps, then that build is viable. That build works. Anything with lots of money spent on it or is just ridiculous high level, they all look good in the end game. I can speak to this because I've got multiple characters that are nearly, well, I've got one that's over level 90 and others that are nearly level 90, and Shooty on chat with us also has multiple characters doing the same. It's easy to make them look good in videos. Now, whether these YouTubers are doing it deliberately or they just get deluded as to what is realistic for most players, I don't know. Also, a lot of YouTubers who are trying to do lots of build videos for views, I'm sure, are using real money to buy currency in-game, to buy divines, to build the gear, to make the characters look good, to do the videos. It's not on par with real players, and especially any casual kind of player. Anyway, rant over. What do you normally pick up, Shooty, for the first round of the Venom draft? Stun threshold, elemental ailment threshold, or mana regen? Probably stun threshold, right? That's the most annoying thing, to get stunned.
It is, but
yeah,
that is mana regen right there. Like if you're any build, and most of them are sorcerers, you've got to do mana regen.
Yeah, well, see, this is going to be a melee kind of guy, so stun is more important, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what I've done anyway. It's locked in now. Permanently locked in. Can't go back. Right. So I've what was I missing in the chat here? Rich, sorry, Shade, too busy typing. What class did you say? This is a warrior, but I'm playing him as a monk using specific gear to effectively power level through. I will respec him later in the endgame to do an actual spec I want to do. So this is going to be a warrior, a warbringer spec. I'm thinking of making him a totem wielding warrior. How much I end up using it in the endgame, I'm not sure. But this is like the last ascendancy that I hadn't started leveling. Although I could have also done it for another sorceress. That would have been funny to do a sorceress leveling with melee. Which I did do for my Chronomancer sorceress. But if I level a Stormweaver sorceress, I'll probably level her using actual sorceress spells. But we'll see. Yeah, Rich, you haven't come across those clickbait videos yet? No worries, because you're not into PoE. Yeah, exactly. If you were searching in PoE, you'd see some of them. And it's been interesting to see some YouTubers call out each other. And then some of the comments for some YouTube channels that are doing shit info and shit guides is interesting to read as well. Rage Gaming, in particular, has got a lot of shit. Where they've got, like, I don't know how they've got, like, 1 million followers, but they do. And their Path of Exile info is not good. Very much just farming views, everyone's accusing him of.
This feels hotter than the desert.
Ooh, it's humid in this part of the jungle, is it? Okay, we're now in the infested barrens. So there's three different areas we need to branch off to. The Azak Bog for the witch, the the Chimeral Wetlands, and the entrance to the Matlan Waterways. So what I do when they get to this zone is to go around the edge again to try and unlock the next zones and the waypoints so we can quickly bounce between them as we progress through the next couple of phases. KB, you were searching for some of them. You've seen those builds and he was like, obviously has done that much damage if you put that much stuff into it. Yeah, so if you've got a level 90 character with, 50 divine spent on it, it's going to look good. Any shitty build works in that scenario with the right gear. Now that's perfectly fine. As a player, as long as you're having a good time, do whatever build you like. That's one of the awesome things about Path of Exile. What is very irritating as a fellow wannabe YouTuber and somewhat game expert is people preaching how cool this really awesome build is. And it's because they've got a couple of particular pieces of gear that make any build viable. But Shooty and I, we get into the real nuts and bolts. We learn what works and what doesn't. And Shooty himself does lots of tinkering and building on his own. And then I sprinkle in, when we're discussing our builds, what he's figured out with what I've seen other people do. And we create fun stuff. Even we are still humbled to say that we are not supreme experts. And we don't host build guides accordingly.
A lot of my stuff is pretty dumb, to be honest. But it's fun.
Right, here we go. This is the Azak Bog. It's going to unlock the waypoint and come back. We're going to finish unlocking all the bits in the barrens here. And then we'll go and do the specific quests.
This place reeks of death.
Yeah, we'll come back. You need to try the DLC for Diablo. Oh, I haven't done that, actually. Because, yeah, there's a whole DLC out, isn't there? And there was a whole, I think, major patch that changed looting and stuff too, right? Rich the Warrior Monk sounds like a Shaolin monk. Yeah, kind of. There's also a monk class, specifically, which is more meant to be more tailored for some of this, but I've got like, I think I've got one to like level 50, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. I kind of enjoy doing off-meta builds, like the Sorceress with Spark, right? It's so meta that in the hardcore league, where if you die, your character is permanently dead, for a while, for the first month or so, 49% of characters in that league were a sorceress. Stormweaver. When something is so meta like that, it makes me want to play it less. I don't know what it is. It's probably some stupidity that I don't want to do it because it's what everyone else is doing. Something in me wants to be a little bit unique. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Having said that, sorceresses are typically not my jam anyway. Summoners are, as well as some kind of tank or spell blade. That's my jam, or something with dark magic and dots is my jam. Elemental stuff, less so. All right, this is.
I should know what to do with this.
Alva, what say ye? Oh, clicker.
The Val used this device to operate the mechanisms in the canal, but we would need a special artifact to power it. From the translations I've made, I believe they were called soul cores. I've no good luck.
Skip. So we need to get a big ass soul core to plug in here, and then try and control some of these waterways and the flooding. So that's our main objective now. Rich, at least if myself or Shooty do guide videos, they'd be helpful and honest. Well, that's true. They would be very honest. Brutally honest, maybe. I tried to do a little bit of guiding for this this leveling build I'm using at the start of the stream and therefore the recorded video today. I do concede and admit I am using some specific gear that I have been setting aside for doing this exact exercise. But you don't need all of it. All you need is this staff, and this staff is not hard to get. And you can just have a very simple build. All of your talent points, your passive points go into strength. That's it. The staff scales everything else. Okay, B, you tried 2 builds you found with Witch and Ranger, harder than the melee ones. Ooh. Well, melee in Path of Exile 2 is hard. The build I'm doing right now, even as an endgame build, is the most successful or viable melee build. Warrior builds with maces and stuff can work, no question. I mean, again, any build can work if you persist with it.
Bright colors.
But it's a lot harder.
Danger.
I've got the bog. I need to find... No, I've got the waterways, found the bog, and now the wetlands. Cool, I've unlocked all the areas that we need to find for our next steps. All right, so we're going to go to the Azak Bog next to deal with... Is it the Azak or Orok tribe? I don't remember. Must be the Azak tribe, if that's the name of the bog. But melee in PoE1 is very viable, absolutely. But it's been pretty universally acknowledged, even by the developers, that for PoE2 it needs some work and some balancing. But that's why there's pretty much only like one weapon type, which is maces, and there's 2 melee classes: the staff with, the monk with staves and the warrior with maces. Whereas there's multiple casters and multiple ranged types. So their focus has obviously been initially on the ranged characters, but they will come, they will tune it will continue to get good.
A lot of that is interesting as well. Like I would argue that a big part of the reason why melee is so good in 1 is purely that you have multiplicative stacking of your base stats, so evasion and armor, with aura abilities, which just don't exist in this game. That alone makes you very, well, non-deathable.
Non-deathable, yeah. Yep, very good. And Rich, when Diablo 4 first came out, it took a while to get onto play because the servers were backed up. Oh, really? I didn't play it on release. I think I gave it a couple of weeks, but I was pretty early to get onto it, though. Normally, I wait for games to see how good they are on release, and Diablo seemed pretty decent and stable. Not long after release, at least, so I jumped in and I had no server issues. It was fine. But Diablo is obviously a lot more stable now, absolutely, for sure. It's had a lot of time to mature. Even in the last month, there's been a lot of updates and tunes and fixes for Path of Exile 2. And it will continue to get better and better. All right, we're in the bog. We need to talk to Servi. She wanted us to come here. Can we talk? Here we go.
You are confident? I give you it. Do you truly believe you can beat the Azak tribe? Do so, and my people would be forever grateful. Slay in Nakdok and free the spirits of our stolen children. I'll wait here for now.
All right. So Servi wants us to find Ignakdok, the witch doctor or witch leader of this tribe, because effectively she captures, steals, and some kind of sacrifice to babies and children. So Servi wants us to stop her from doing it and then free the spirits from her previous antics. I remember playing through this the first time, and I've even talked about it with Bright and a couple others as we come through here. So we're just kind of doing, you know, a little bit of genocide as we come through this tribe. Like, we are wiping out this entire tribe of people as we come through here. We are invading and wiping them out because of what Servi said, right? Hopefully Servi's not lying to us, but we do see evidence of the brutality, including this ritual here that the characters, all the heroes comment on. So if we activate these effigies, we get a buff through this zone. But yeah, we are wiping.
They whisper. They cry for help.
Children, they whisper, they cry for help. So it's probably true because our characters do talk about this, right? And even the warrior here reckons he can hear the spirits of the children. Or is that the power of suggestion from Servi? I can't help it, but you're still a little bit cynical. Anyway. So KB, you don't have console, so you're on laptop. Yep. And Rich, what's this game actually about? Exiles. So, yeah, the characters that we play are referred to as exiles. In Path of Exile 1, your character is exiled for their crimes from the island of Oriath, the island and city of Oriath, into Rayclast. In this game, they escape execution at the very start. So very similar. Still referred to as exiles. The start of the games, both games, I think are really well done. Very powerful. Very cool. Really sets the vibe up. Really gets you bought in straight away to be curious. And, oh, wow, that was quite dramatic, that. And, oh, all right. What are we going to do next? And, oh, wow, things are very dark. There's a lot of trouble afoot. I think it introduces you really well and sucks you in very quickly. I think the writing and the gameplay at the start of both Path of Exile games is really well done. Yes, so in both cases we are some kind of prisoner of sorts, I guess, for both PoE 1 and 2. And then moving amongst the passive skill tree, and then the Atlas and lots of other things are often referred to as pathing as a result too. So pathing and exile get referred to a lot in these games. I love it. I still continue to be thoroughly blown away and impressed with the visuals of this game. Even Path of Exile 1 I thought looked really amazing. Especially when I first played it, not long after it first came out in like 2013 or I played it in 2013. I thought it came out in either 2013 or 2012. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, it looked really cool. Would have maybe been 2014 otherwise. Somewhere around there. The only thing that the visuals, any annoying thing about the visuals of Path of Exile 1 is I always wanted to just zoom out a bit more. In Path of Exile 2, it's a good zoom level, much happier. But in Path of Exile 1, it felt too close, too cluttered a lot of the time. Oh, Big Vito, how you doing, man? How did you go? Did you get your final training videos complete? Well, KB, you've been playing Indiana Jones as well. I think Harrow was playing it. We raided Harrow's stream a couple of times and he was playing Indiana Jones. That's on my list. Everyone was skeptical. Everyone thought it was going to be a bit shit, especially after Star Wars Outlaws didn't do that well. Apparently, no, Indy, pretty decent game. And pretty well done. I look forward to checking it out. So you were searching to zoom out KB and PoE 1 too? Yeah. Especially now that we've got higher resolution as sort of the standard, you kind of want to zoom out more, but you can't. You can't. I mean, even in this game, you can't control zooming out any further, but it still kind of works, so it's fine. And we are churning through so many potions. More checkpoints. This whole map is frustrating to navigate. It's hard to find where the boss is. Visually very impressive, and the randomness in which it's generated, procedurally generated, very well done. It's so annoying when you just want to get it done and get on to the next bit. Grimjaw, slap him down, that's it, got it. Meek creature, be gone with you! Oh, little blow dart. Yeah, little blow dart fuckers. Just as bad as those those porcupine things I was complaining about earlier in Act 1. Alright, what do we think? It's usually a big circular area. I think the area to the right is too small, so it must be to the left, but let's just clear it out since we're here anyway. Arrow chimes in. Indiana is awesome in extreme settings. Oh, you played it on extreme, did you? Woohoo! Oh, that... So KB also likes to play games on hard difficulty. KB was playing Horizon when we first met him, I think, on the extreme difficulty levels. Have you been doing indie on extreme difficulty levels, KB? Or are you going to save that for a second playthrough? The 4090 loves it. 4090, yeah, that'll eat it up. We'll play it very nicely. Oof, that was a good explosion. Although, weirdly, it didn't get all of them. There we go. Alright, we're just going to keep working our way through this because there's not much story and lore to talk through in this section, apart from the fact that the Orok and the Azak tribes are both pretty brutal, warring each other constantly, and Servi's tribe are caught in the middle. Effectively, we end up fighting members of both tribes throughout Act 3. These are supposedly the worst of the two. Alright, well, we did a full loop. We did not find what we're looking for. It must be down south below us.
We'll vest you!
Bastard, get out of here. You know how you hate the Badlands, the Boneyards, Shooty? I think this is the zone I hate the most. It's just so tedious and annoying. Oh, and that's a dead end. Could be in the middle over here that we're looking for. Oh, we leveled up. Isn't that nice? We are finally paths to the staff skills. So we're going to spend our next batch of points as we level up. This traversal is starting to feel slower and slower. So just dart in and explode them. Explodinating the bad guys. Yep, and this has not revealed the arena for the boss. Where the fuck? Oh, Shooty, you can't see my screen either because you don't have the bandwidth on your Wi-Fi to have the stream on. It could be up the top, off to the side. A couple of weeks ago saw someone post on Reddit how frustrated they were. They had this entire map unlocked, and there's like a tiny bit, like you can see here on the map where we're approaching, that was not revealed, and that was the path forward. Ugh. So, Rich, you played a lot of Star Wars The Old Republic. Are you still playing it? Grizz and I used to play a lot of The Old Republic. Again, probably would have been like 10 years ago-ish now.
He might be referencing the
KOTOR
MMO version, though.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the MMO.
Did you play that?
Yeah, I sure did. So Griznak and I both played it. I played primarily was it Melaleuca race? The blind ones. And I was like a robe-wearing Jedi tank. Can't remember what that class is. It's not Guardian, it's the other one. Anyway, really good game, I thought. I've obviously played Knights of the Old Republic as well, but the MMO I thought was pretty well done.
Fantastic.
Dude, I'm still cutting laps of this fucking map. I can see a spot up there I've missed. I guess I'll go and check that out. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I just thought it was really good. I played quite a lot with Bryce. Even actually revisited it a few times, I think.
Ah, very good. Yeah, I was quite enjoyed it. I joined an American guild, and so sometimes did a few raids with them, which is pretty cool.
Feel my wrath!
Yep, here it is. Finally found the arena. What a pain in the ass. I hate this zone so much. Here she is, Ignaktuk. Yes. So her staff is made of bones. She keeps summoning bones here. Probably bones from the various victims that she's... Here we go. Fell down. Yes, that's it. Drink the potions. Get the mana. Freeze her. Got her. She's dead. Suck it.
Your captured souls will suffer no longer.
This build is so good at boss killing in the campaign. Less so in the end game, but still pretty decent.
A disgusting weapon.
So a disgusting weapon, a ghastly spear. And then we grab the skull, the Gemrot skull, that we shall crush and absorb for more spirit. Back to town. And now we can equip another aura, another herald. KB, you got to get some food. No worries. All good. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to keep going for a little while yet. I was hoping I could plow through.
You have slain the Bog Witch?
We have.
Then you have healed a wound on the heart of my people. Today, these swamps be blessed by a touch of sunlight.
You're welcome.
My tribe has spoken of it for generations.
All right. I'm going to grab this charm of immune to freezing.
Demanded.
Take care.
Honor demanded the deed to be done. Yes. All right. Let's, I guess, just stash a bunch of this crap that we've picked up. Oops, that's not what I wanted to push. Oh, we picked up some other random pieces of junk. When did I get those?
I've changed my mind.
Nope, wrong button. Identify, get serving to disenchant it.
Need a guide?
Disenchant. Thank you very much. And let's just stack these to the side. We'll sort these out once the campaign is finished. Store that. Now, let's grab our next herald. So we will do even more area damage and hopefully clear even faster. Herald of Ash. Yoink. And place it in, turn it on.
By flame.
Tempered by flame, yes. Let's move it, though, to the bottom. There we go. Herald of Ash and Herald of Ice. Two Herald auras now active. I'm sorry, KB. I'm hoping to be on... Oh, it's probably at least another 2 hours, I think. Then I'll need to get some dinner and stuff. I wanted to try and get the Act 3 complete. I think I can probably do it. Chimeral Wetlands are next. I think it's doable. That was my goal for today, to try and get through the first 3 acts, because that's all there is for the main story in Path of Exile 2 at this stage. That's my goal. We'll see how we go. If people are really wanting, I could potentially keep going a bit later and then start continuing where you play through the next difficulty. How do I remember where I kept so many pages? Well, some of it's labeled and some of it is, I don't know. It's not as... I've played this game a lot. I know where I've put things in my stash, I guess is the short answer, KB. Now, what level are we? 36. I guess I'll just do a quick check to see if any of our other gear upgrades can be equipped, which is on the number 17 tab. Ooh, these gauntlets can. Let's put them over here. There's a ring up here. No, that one can. All right, let's check. Put our skills here. Eye Strike, 3,000 damage. We equip this. Slight upgrade. Okay. We equip this ring. Another medium upgrade. Cool. Well, that was a level 4 ring being placed with a level 32. So, yep, that's good. Let's put these items back in our stash in case I want to power level another character one day. Can't wear this helmet. No, I don't need to wear that helmet. Nor those boots yet. They will later because they have resistance on them. And I can't wear any... Oh, there's a decent amulet here. Strength and dexterity on it. No, the one I've got has all attributes. I think it's still better. Anyway, we'll put this low level rank. This is a really good leveling ring, this one. Requires level 4, but it has 3 types of flat damage on it. That's great. Brilliant little low level ring. I love it. All right, back into the fray. We now travel to the Chimeral Wetlands. We need to try and find soul cores to power and unlock the mechanism for those flooded waterways. KB, you know what and where things are in your wardrobe, and drawers don't question it. Fair enough. Rich, Vigo, you play a bounty hunter, and the Mandalorians in the game, you actually talk to their leader, but you're sure you can have a Mandalorian character. Oh, so you play, so this is in SWTOR, you play a bounty hunter, Rich. Oh, it's been so long since I played that game. I had an awesome time with it. Oh, I forgot, I can equip another jewel, I think. Although, I might have run out of jewels, so I might have to get some from my gemling cookbook. Let's continue a bit more first before I look at doing that. Alright, so in the Chimeral Wetlands, all we need to do as a mandatory exercise is typically move to the upper left to get to Jiquani's Machinarium. There are a couple of other activities you can find, like the Ravaged Camp and the Bloom, Purple Flower Bloom Beast thing, but we don't need to do those. We just have to move, find the machinarium, and kill the beast that guards it. Oh, I knew it. What are you talking about? I do love seeing the fiery, icy explosions. Nice color mix. Obviously, more power as well. Oh, I think we might be close. We're close. Oh, fated explorers. Oh, so good. Exploding the whole pack. So good. This should be the right direction. We may have been able to finally shortcut through a map for a change. I've not had much luck in this playthrough in trying to have speedy traversal. We also need to get the ice strike arm for our darting into combat. Oh, Boar has rammed us. So Rich, your first characters were Sith Warrior and Sith Inquisitor. You've completed the story now, working on your Jedi Knight server. Use Starforge. Oh yeah, cool. So you're on the North American servers, yep. I really liked how the ranged classes were implemented in that game. Both the, because I had one of each class basically, but I was kind of impressed with how they implemented Scoundrels as being the ranged damage dealer that could duck behind cover and even create cover to hide behind. And they were typically also the healers that would deploy Healy bots and stuff too. I thought it was really cool, really well done. And it matched the vibe, the theme, everything. All right, here we go. Boss Chimera thingy. Now, he can be annoying to fight because he's got a phased. Come on, get hit, get frozen, Can we get him? Oh, is he going to do his phase? Oh, yes, we got him. Because this guy is annoying.
This is curious.
Ooh, we got an ultimatum token. Now, this is used in the Trials of Chaos, which is a Vaal thing that they used to have for leaders or powerful people to upgrade or prove their worth and embrace chaos. The entrance to that temple is somewhere on this map. We don't need to do it right now, and we didn't stumble across it in our travels here, so I'm just going to skip it and head into Shikwani's Machinarium. Let's go. So Vito, so there's no formal Mandalorian class in Star Wars The Old Republic, but I think you can still get gear that looks a bit like it, maybe, and you can play as a bit of a bounty hunter scoundrel type.
These statues make me wary.
So KB, I say that guy's annoying, yet we destroy it. How does that work? So he nearly kicked in another phase. So that thing, when you do a certain amount of damage, if you don't stun it or damage it fast enough, will do a phase or it flies in the air, in which case you can't touch it. Then it lands on one of those stone platforms, and then just shoots like lots of either frost or fire elemental damage. You have to come over, knock down the stone structure for it to fall down, so you can then attack it. You do some more damage, and then it will fly off and do the same thing again. If you can do enough damage quick enough, you can bypass that. Otherwise, it's very annoying, because once he starts doing it, you just have to sit there and wait, and then try and survive all the shit that it deals out. It went to take off to do it, right when I got in that last hit and killed it. So nearly had to deal with at least one round of it. All right, Alva. I can get the thing. There we go.
If powered with a small soul core, it could open. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere. They had to power.
We'll find them. So, Shikwani. Quite the innovator. Built many an automaton through here. Oh, they're starting to wake up. Here we go. There's a steel core. We'll take that. You can see how the jungle has started to invade and try and take over this place, but everything is still very much functional. You didn't understand? Go back and show me what you meant? No, I'm not going back. I'm not redoing that fight.
Oh, goodness!
It's alive!
No stone under.
Oh, these have come to life. There we go.
Heal yourself!
All right, we must progress through to try and find the secrets of these soul cores and find a suitable soul core to power the waterways. Following the red line is what we've got to do, but we are blocked because of the invading jungle. So we have to go through some side areas. Now, there is one mandatory activity we need to do, which is to find and release and fight Blackjaw. There's also just a treasure room, but Nah, that's not true. Doing it on the next difficulty level is more valuable. The treasure room, that is. Don't think there's much value in this lower level, so I tend to skip it if I can. However, you can get if you happen to find all the soul cores, you can just progress them. More things to kill means more XP. Yes. However, this is true for most games that have XP, and almost every single ARPG, is there's a range of XP value. So what I mean by that, there's a best bang for buck. If you are significantly higher level than the things you're killing, you'll get less XP. Not only do you get less XP than you would if you were the same level, you need more XP for your higher level anyway, so it becomes exponential. So not only might you get half the XP for that kill because you're so over leveled, but you need even more anyway for the level that you are. So there's often a certain amount of what I sort of call rubber banding. So if you are slightly under level but able to progress, we can't get in there, we haven't found any soul cores, that's the optimal, because if you're slightly under level, the things you're killing will be giving more XP than they're intended. So your lower level needs, I don't know, like this much XP, but the enemies you're killing award higher chunks because it's assumed that you'll be a higher level at this stage, needing this much XP. So if you can beeline through it, you can really get an efficient leveling experience where everything just happens faster. So you can kill fewer things and have the same amount of resulting XP or same leveling progression. I'm not sure if I've explained that particularly well. It's very hard to articulate. But similarly can happen in most of these. If you're too far under-leveled, the game just penalizes you and doesn't give you much XP. And then you're in a downward spiral because you need more XP to catch up, but you're not getting enough XP to get the minimum in the first place. What does the A stand for in ARPG? Yes, action. Action role-playing game. So things like Skyrim, Fallout, etc. Role-playing game. Things like Diablo, Titan Quest, Grim Dawn, Path of Exile. Action role-playing game, where the role-playing is more on the character build. They still have decent stories, but there's a big focus on the action gameplay. Not so much immersive, but lots of action. And these games have certainly got that. Which way do we want to... Oh, we need to go to the one here anyway. More speed. Yes, that's what we want. More speed, more destruction. Alright. Alright, well this, I think, is the way forward to the next level. We will unlock it, get the waypoint, and then come back into here, because we still need to find Blackjaw, as we get a permanent buff in doing so. Let me just zone in here. Kill him and then get sucked in. You prefer the Mass Effect type of roleplay? I bounce between the two. I love the Mass Effect. Well, that's a very... Yeah, that's true. That's kind of different again, right? Because that's not as open world like Skyrim and Fallout and Starfield. But the story and the writing for Mass Effect, oh, so amazing. Mass Effect, the Mass Effect trilogy and Dragon Age Origins, I kind of wish I could delete from my brain and then experience all over again. Because the writing is so good in those games. The story, amazing. The characters, amazing. The voice performances, everything is just so well done. Those games, although not necessarily as immersive as what you get out of the likes of Skyrim and Fallout, for example, from an immersive character perspective, the story is so much more enthralling. And those characters, so good. So good. KB, you'll experience Dragon Age for the first time. You can't wait. Oh yeah, dude. Are you going to be playing Origins? Have you not seen any Dragon Age? I've got a full playthrough of Origins on YouTube if you want to see it. But if you want to experience it for yourself, play it. For Origins, yeah. Actually, you were asking recently on Discord, weren't you, about recommended mods? And I said, well, just some graphics mods, really. And then if there's any particular classes that you want to unlock. Kind of like the fact that you unlock specializations for your classes throughout the game and the gameplay. But some of them don't unlock until so far late into the game. And for me, my favorite class specialization was Arcane Warrior, which you don't unlock until like the last act or very late in the game. Which is fine, because the first time I played it, I just didn't know what I was missing. But then subsequent playthroughs, it's unlocked for your whole account, if you like, or your whole installation. So if you do a new game, it's all anything you've unlocked is still unlocked. But one thing I do condone for Dragon Age Origins, it's a little bit of a cheat, but in this case, it gets you to the content you want to experience, right? You want to play that specialties earlier. I mean, you can't use it right out of the gate anyway, right? You have to hit certain levels and story points in order to activate those specialties. So I don't view it as cheating. So Vito was Soldier Engineer in Mass Effect. Classic Vito. Noah's Vanguard. Classic Shade. Spell sword type. Close combat with some sort of mystical or technological abilities. Actually, it wasn't technology. Vanguard is, what do you call it? Biotic abilities. Space magic. I have not found where the hell Blackjaw is. Maybe he's over this way. I've got a soul core to get in there. Not into space magic? Yeah, that's fair enough. That is understandable. What about Inquisitor, Vito? I like the ability to, so what it's called in Mass Effect? Inquisitor? The stealthy invisibility? Here we go. Here's Blackjaw. Rich goes Vanguard as well. Biotic Charge. Oh, Biotic Charge in Mass Effect 3. Oh, so good. So good. And especially Biotic Charge with the human biotic ability to like do that shield slam AoE thing. So like charge and slam and charge. Oh, it's so good. I love it. All right, so in here now, there are books that we can read and tap into in this area about Jaquani and his task, his goal. So Jaquani had to, he was tasked by Doriani, I think, to do a lot of research into soul cores and powering automatons and robot type figures. Part of it was also, you know, the transference of human sacrifice souls into the soul cores for powering objects. He laments at some point where, with the impending apocalypse that Doriani is aware of and is trying to subvert, that Jaquani himself, I think, has to end up storing his own soul inside a particular soul core. But first he has to eject or evacuate Blackjaw, who was some kind of criminal, and I don't remember why, but Blackjaw, who was, you know, punished and being stored as a conscious soul in a crystal, was put somewhere. Here is Blackjaw. So we'll take him out and kill him properly. But Jaquani had to swap. Whether it was because just what was available to him at the time in terms of soul cores and what was around, I don't know. I didn't quite catch the detail on that. Anyway, we must take out Blackjaw so we can get this. It's a permanent buff to fire resistance. All right, so that's done. I'll double check if there's any more jewels we can equip. Otherwise, we'll continue on. So Rich in Mass Effect games, you couldn't do stealth. In the Assassin's Creed games, you obviously do stealth there. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. KB, you're going to play some Indiana Jones? No worries, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting with us today, man. It's always good to have you around. And Vito, you've done Infiltrator as well to experiment, but not so sneaky. Yeah, you're a bit like me. Not great at the stealth, right? We don't love stealth, especially not like Grisnak does. You are probably still better at stealth than I am, though. I concede I am notoriously bad at doing stealth in most games. All right, I don't think there's much gear upgrades we can do in the meantime. All right, we've done that. Yes, we go to Jaquani's sanctum now, deeper into his laboratory, aka sanctum. We must find a large enough soul core. You hated Assassin's Creed, too much parkour. Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 I kind of liked. I kind of liked how, yeah, there's a lot of parkour, but I thought the controls worked well, whereas a lot of it was very automated. You could just point in a direction and it would just do it. I have to admit, I didn't stick with the games.
Alva would know about.
I didn't keep playing the games.
Yes,
That is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the mechanism in the waterways, but it isn't charged.
So here's a big soul core that might do what we need, but it's not charged, and it's embedded in this weird mural.
There is still latent energy residing. From what I can gather, these lines in the stonework should lead to generators.
That's a big assumption.
Find some more soul core.
Yeah, that's some bullshit knowledge you've got there, Alva. You don't know that. That's just a little bit lazy exposition and writing, but doesn't matter. We must continue. So we need to find generators and find some soul cores to use the generators to charge that big one. And then once it's charged, take it out of the wall so we can go and utilize it to power the waterways. That's our goal. You were no warrior. So Rich, you played every Assassin's Creed game. Oh, awesome. Are you excited for the new one? There's a new one coming soon, isn't there? Shadows? Assassin's Creed Shadows? That's getting some mixed reviews, I think. Alright, we are finally back to exploding packs of bad guys, which is good. Alright, here is one generator.
I should find a larger soul core for this.
Oh, look at that! Shooty, are you watching? No, you're not watching. Are you listening? Just had a divine ore drop.
That's a win.
Yeah, in Jaquani's Sanctum at level, what am I, 37.
Yeah, that's so good.
Dude, I'll take that. Thanks for coming. I looted it quickly too, because if you die, you lose all the stuff on the ground. So you haven't 100% completed them, Rich. No, that's okay, but you've played through the storyline, right? You haven't done all of the side activities and collectibles. And Harrow's excited for the new Assassin's Creed. Excellent. You're gonna stream it? I wouldn't mind seeing some of your stream time of it, because I'm unlikely to get it and play it. I don't have the time to do it, but I'd like to see some of it at some point. So Vito, the only one you played was Black Flag, and you didn't finish that one either. Yeah, fair enough. It's over here. Eee, there's a soul core. Yoink.
This should fit in the generator.
Do we know when the new one comes out? So you will be streaming and playing it between Farm Sim 25. Excellent. I look forward to seeing that. We'll be checking out your channel and streams.
To spark like that.
I think it is supposed to spark like that. It's all good, warrior man. Now, in powering this up, I think it starts to spawn more enemies too. More Val constructs pop out of the groundwork.
Seal yourself!
Need to find the other generator and a soul core to plug into it. 20th of March. All right, cool. All right, let's spend our next skill point. Do we want to go up? Oh, actually, we might want to be going into here so we can get more cold damage when afflicted with Herald of Ice, which we do have, and fire damage. So I think we might go... And more damage when afflicted by affected by a herald. So yes, we'll go into here first. Then we'll get some quarterstaff skills, and then back to stacking strength. You've already ordered the collector's edition. Awesome. Oh, you will be very well set up. It was pushed back to March for its delivery or release timelines, was it? That's all right. I think that's wise. One of the Japanese developers that stated, right, that everyone quotes, and that a delayed game is inevitably good, becomes good, but a rushed game is forever bad, or forever remembered as being bad, or something to that effect, right? I've totally butchered that quote. Apologies. But you get the point, right? Release the game.
The accent. Yeah, that would have solved it.
If I did it in the accent. I've never heard it said in the accent, because I think it was said in Japanese and then translated to English. And I've seen Skill Up and a few others quote it, the written version. It's something along those lines. A delayed game is inevitably good or better. A rushed or premature game is forever bad. because of the reputation that it gets for being bad, and they get the bad reviews, the bad sentiment. So it's better to delay the game because the result is still better, and it's remembered that way. Probably would get better sales long term and then better longevity of the game. Yeah. So originally it was meant to be Feb 14th, so it was going to be a Valentine's Day release, was it? Interesting. So Rich, you've pre-ordered it as well, the deluxe edition. Nice. Well, the two of you are going to be experts in no time in playing it when it comes out. Can't find this second generator, man. Give me the generator. Tabby, you found the best thing ever. Tower's time as a dungeon master for Tales from the... Yes. Tales from the Table. Oh, that is a flashback. So, Pungeon Master, aka Tower. So he's known on Twitch as Pungeon Master for anyone tuning in. He's known in-game usually as Tower. In particular, he's also on my Discord community as Tower. So back in, I think it was around 2010, 2011-ish, somewhere around those times. The Escapist magazine. Now that's, yes, the controversial Escapist magazine in which Yahtzee and a whole bunch of them walked out and abandoned because of the ridiculous management that had come into power at the time, the execs and the dickhead stuff they were doing. But back then, when it was in its prime, they held a competition. Now, Shooty, you might want to correct me if I get this wrong, but they had a competition around do some kind of video about, I don't know if it was open, just about games in general, but Pungeon Master, aka Tower, and his friends were all sort of amateur drama people and also nerds, and so they did like a pilot episode around playing Dungeons and Dragons at a table, but then like cutting away to everything being awesome and looking amazing in the game, which is what so many YouTube channels do now, including Viva La Dirt League, and various others, like Deerstalker Pictures and those channels, right? Well, these guys are one of the first to do it in that sort of public, amateur quote unquote, but you know, that that creator lens or style, right? Where, you know, you've got people sitting around a table playing D&D and, like, you know, in their shitty elvish costume with his wonky ears and whatever else, and then it cuts to, you know, the game, you know, the in-game play, the imagination of what they're doing, and he looks amazing as an elf with an awesome outfit and seamless looks, all that sort of stuff, right? Really well done. Well, that... they won that competition, and not only did they win it, it was so well done and so popular that they were invited by the Escapist magazine to produce an entire series of episodes, which they then did. They raised some money for locally as well to sort of help them do it, and then it was published on the Escapist magazine site. And this is just as YouTube was starting to grow as well, so it wasn't initially on YouTube either, but I think it is now, right? Rich, the thing is, you don't stream, so someone will also have to stream it for you. No, that's all good. Harrow will stream it, and we'll see it that way when Assassin's Creed comes out. All right, the large soul core appears to be charged. Let's grab it. If I can get it to select the right thing. Get out of the way, Elva.
Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct. Good luck.
All right, so it's not a mural. It is in fact a construct. So Jiquani's soul is inside this soul core, now powering this construct. Don't get hit. Drink some mana. And then you can see here. Oh, it's reaching. We don't...
secrets.
As I understand it from a story perspective, we haven't actually destroyed this construct. We've just been able to hit it and dislodge the power, that large soul core out of it. And as it's on its...
This could forge something truly exceptional.
Okay. And in its final moments, it reaches forward, trying to grab that power source to put back in. But it is unable, and we can pick it up. So this construct still could be repowered and continue to do terrifying, all good things. Anyway, time to get out of here. Actually, we don't need to go through the portal. We can do it straight from the waypoint. Back to the infested barrens. That's where we're going. Ooh, Harrow's now been followed by RLG. Excellent. Love to see it. Harrow's a good dude. You won't regret it. All right, here we go. Plug it in.
Finally,
Now, the waterways and controls are powered and can be configured and changed. But we leave Jaquani, theoretically a conscious soul trapped in that soul core in the middle of the jungle. Off we go. Now, into the waterways. Can we clear some water?
Of those the carver, Serby was right.
So more Azak tribesmen here, as well as various pets and beasts trapped and tamed by them. One thing I initially wondered, like, why is this thing flooded and surrounded by water in the first place? This was, in fact, one of the defense and safety mechanisms designed by Doriani. As a safeguard, he tried to plan for so many disastrous outcomes with impending doom and cataclysmic corruptions. The intention was, if need be, him and whoever else he needed would be inside the city, inside the temples, surrounded by the flooding to keep the other corruption and cataclysmic events at bay, whilst he would then try and find a new solution. That was the original intention. That's why this is flooded. Inevitably, the Val cataclysm did happen, and therefore the flooding was triggered to surround the city of Utsul and theoretically protect Doriani and anyone else that he needed to try and solve a way forward. Now up here as a side boss you don't have to do. She's easy enough. Done. Alright, another skill point. Yes, more herald damage, yes. Rich, you noticed the same town portal in Diablo 3 and other... Yeah, so originally the whole town portal mechanic, that was a Diablo 1 thing. Diablo 1 invented it. Diablo 2 improved on it. And then every other game has done it even better since. Including Diablo 3 and 4. The only mechanism that I find outdated and a bit dumb in these ARPGs is the whole identifying stuff. So you pick up some gear. Oh, it looks cool. You must use a scroll of wisdom or identify to actually identify the item to see what it does and then be able to use it. Or if there's someone like Deckard Cain, or in this case, the hooded one, to be able to identify all of our items for us. I think it's kind of... I don't like it. I think it's silly. And I think it's a bit dated. But in the case of Path of Exile, it's still just a way, like, you get some stuff. Like, you can't just see a thing on the ground there and go, oh, yeah, that's good or not just by looking at it. They want you to pick it up or make the decision to pick it up, and you have to identify it later to see if it is any good. Otherwise, you might take forever to go through a map because you're trying to inspect every piece of item that falls. That's my theory. You need a way to not disrupt the gameplay of the action whilst you're out doing the action. And I think that's why they've done it. I could be wrong, though. Otherwise, I think it's stupid. Like, actually stupid. But with that mechanism, you get some gear, you need to take it to town, you need to look at it, figure it out, then you can use it. That part I do understand. But that's where I think Anthem actually did a good job in its loot. So things drop. You can see, oh, I've looted a blue or a purple item, great. But not till you finish the mission and go back to town do you typically get to see what loot you got. That's a good way that keeps the action flowing, especially if you're in a group, you don't have someone who's stopped helping the progression of the mission because they're too busy trying to look at the gear that they've just picked up. I mean, this was a similar problem in World of Warcraft too. You'd have some raiders even and guilds had rules that, like, you weren't allowed to look at loot until the end of the fight or the end of the encounter or something because people would start looking at loot that may have dropped. No. Finish the action first. Check out the loot later. Anyway, I'm assuming that's why there's this whole identify thing still here. But thank you, Diablo, for the town portal design. Yeah, that still does work pretty well. Alright. Nearly made our way through.
No doubt.
jewel. There we go. One thing I haven't checked, actually. Shooty, have you ever noticed if jewels have different item levels? Are they all pretty much the same? Like, if you get a jewel at level 10 versus level 80, they're still pretty much the same in terms of power and stats potential, right? Shooty has gone AFK. Rich, don't worry, that is some random spammer bot. Normally the likes of Bright or Midnight Tabby or Frosty will block them, but in this case, don't worry about it, dude. They'll do their spam message and disappear. My question to the spammers is, does it actually ever work? You know, come here and grow your audience with fake views and botting and etc. I bet fucking no one buys your stupid services. So why are you even bothering putting in so much effort to spam it? The answer is probably a lot of it's automated and it's not a human, it's just a bot. So they've automated it once. The bot will hit thousands of streamers and maybe snag 2 or 3. And maybe that little bit of money they make off of that is worth it. I don't know. I always have to wonder. I get people chiming into the stream chat and sometimes private messaging me as well. Like, oh, you're a cool streamer, blah, blah, blah. I've noticed you could do with some more logos and artwork for your thing. No, fuck off. Like, does that actually work too? They're trying to just tackle small streamers to get the streamers to pay them to do like artwork for their logos and stream designs. I don't know. It feels like a lot of effort they have to go to because that typically is a person, not a bot. Can't imagine many people take him up on it. But I don't know. I'd love to know. I'd love to hear the answer. So yeah, that one that's there, Rich, that'll be a bot. That'll be a bot. I do have some chat rules that filter out most spammer stuff, but they always find a way to get around the filter structure. Like that space.com. Maybe I need to have anything with a space.com as block. Ooh, I have around here I think. See, I've gotten lost. Maybe I go this way, yes. This way and around the corner. I used to sometimes get trolls that would join the YouTube chat too. They just join, say a bunch of controversial shit trying to upset people and bail. Well, now you have to have been a subscriber for at least 20 minutes before you're allowed to chat on YouTube, and that's filtered out a lot of that. A lot of troublemakers that are just looking to cause trouble. They don't have the patience. They'll just find another stream to just try and jump into and cause trouble. So that's helped. If they do cause trouble, I just block them straight away. Whoever's done it by blocking messages from strangers, you would have messaged them telling them to stop. You're in the wrong stream. Yeah, it's not really worth engaging with them. Good bots or trolls, just ignore them. Don't feed the trolls, as the saying goes. All right, big glowy red lever. Here we go. Is it going to render the map properly? Because this has been an issue in this game for a while. Let's see. Is it going to show it? It is going to show it. Check it out. And thus, Utsol is revealed. The water from the lake is drained.
Ration, relinquish your waters.
Yeah, you tell him, warrior man. But when I first played this, I was so confused because I had no idea what was going on. Until reflecting again, I think with subsequent characters or just going through this going, oh, it's changed. Because what used to happen when this game first released is whenever you opened that Atlas map, it would take sort of 5 to 10 seconds to open, by which time that animation had already played. So you just see the new version of the map and like, okay, why are you showing me the map? I didn't even realize that the map had changed. Oh, we've picked up a shitty bow at some point.
Be warned, friend. The waterways on the Matlan River be a barrier between us and the Azak tribe.
Yes, well, we've taken them out. Let's just get rid of...
I'll take it.
Get rid of that. Okay, so now we've drained the water. We need to find Alva.
Now the true search can begin.
So the water was up to here, this level before. Now it's gone. We can see what's been dwelling underneath for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? 2,000 years. Nearly 2,000 years I think this has been flooded. Alva.
Beyond this sealed door is the Temple of the Sun God. I've seen writings by a fellow named Ketzuli that mention his research in this temple, but can't quite make sense of what the device was or how it functioned. Unfortunately, we can't use Kalguran explosives without risking whatever's inside. However, I recommend...
So, we got to get in here. The Temple of Kopak. This guy, Ketzuli, was rumored to have built something in here. Some kind of weapon or safeguard. Don't know. Can't get in, can't use explosives, need to find a key. On to the drowned city nearby to try and find... So, this is what remains of the great city of Utsa. Has been flooded for a long time. We've drained the water.
Behind every stone.
You can see poor fishies on the ground. Now, some of the creatures here would have been, I guess, inside some of the building structures. Potentially not flooded inside them. Or maybe a lot of these are somewhat amphibious. Unsure. Anyway, we need to progress through here. Now, Oswald has a side quest to find a vault. When you're doing your first playthrough, you should be doing all objectives in all maps anyway. But that one in particular leads to unlocking the reforging bench. But it's unlocked for your whole account. So once you've done it once, it's available for every character. You don't need to do it again. So we're going to be skipping that whole molten vault because you do get some gold as a result. But the gold you earn is tiny compared to the gold that you just pick up by just doing stuff randomly in the endgame. So we're skipping it. All right, checkpoint. Quick, put the bell down. That's it. We got him. There's an ambush. Beastie ambush. Oh, there's still more coming. Ground crawler. Oh, fleeting. Lots of nasty beasties. All right, continue on. Usually in this direction. So the path we've followed is the most common path. You sort of want to go down rightish initially, and then sort of up rightish to get through that checkpoint and that ambush. Then once you're through that, it's usually down rightish direction to try and get to the next zone called the Apex of Filth. Hey, we leveled up. How about that? I might not have gone down diagonal enough yet. All right, finally. Arming Calamity. More frostly power. Yep, this is a dead end. I think I did not go far enough down. Let's check. Let's go up here and check.
No mana.
Oh, no mana. There we go. Explode them all. Yep, we didn't go far enough down. Damn it. Suboptimal pathing. Fight our way back to the main road. Andy-Roo, so when you grab the loot of where you can offload it, is there a limit as how much you can take? Oh yes, absolutely there's a limit. Hang on, I'll show you. So it's very much like Diablo and those kind of games. This is my inventory. You got like squares. I've been picking up almost nothing on this playthrough because all of this low-level gear is not of value to me on my account because I've got so many characters that I've played through already. I've got high-level characters which have better loot. Any good loot that is needed for low-level characters, for the most part, I've saved it in my stash already. That's why I'm skipping most loot that drops. Unless there's something universally useful like orbs and other currency forms. There we go. Here's an old, broken, grimed up statue of Queen Atziri. Only with 2 arms, apparently. The 4 arms have been broken off. Anyway, we will come back to this at some point. Up to the Apex of Filth is where we go next. Now, where I'm a little bit unclear is whether this Apex of Filth is inside or outside, because I'm somewhat led to believe...
Every step is more disgusting than the last.
Kind of looks like it's outside, right? The remnants of a place called Agarat, which we will go into separately. But something happened. So when the cataclysm happened, a lot of people that did survive, they fled into various areas. Some of them fled into here, and then the flooding occurred, but I don't really get how the flooding worked. Did this act like a little island, perhaps? Because there was a little island showing on the map. So it's possible this was above water somewhat, or just had a little bit of water through it. Like, you know, sort of knee or ankle deep. Because it looks like there was some water here. But through here is lots of fungus, lots of mushrooms. Lots of mushrooms and fungus. And so there's some writings you can find of some of the original survivors that came through here. and they talk about eating the fungus, and then it gives them visions of paradise and redemption and all this sort of stuff. Basically, the mushrooms were very hallucinogenic a lot of the time. But they stayed here, they survived here, and then I think there's a reference to a leader, some sort of vile crone or witch person or something, or brood mother or something. Don't remember the specifics. Anyway, she becomes the leader. The humans that come here end up getting sort of devolved and deformed over time with the corruption, the magics, and also the mushrooms. There is then generations of grotesque inbreeding and the like, and what is left are these things we see here. So for 2,000 years or whatever, this whole effective group, tribe, I don't know what the right word is, have survived. Until we come busting through the door and kill them. But in our defense, they attacked us first. Now let's collect these mushrooms because there is a side objective.
This mushroom is different.
I don't need to do it. I just sort of do it if I collect them along the way. You get some more class, some mana and health potions. That's all you really get. No permanent character upgrades, etc.
Out of mana.
So yeah, there's all kinds of weird, gross inbreeding that takes place. I don't know the specifics. This is just what I've learned from Kitten Cat Noodle, who does awesome lore explanations. I usually try and consume and watch a bunch of channels on this stuff. She's the only one who's covered Act 3 stuff so far that I've seen. I think some of the others might be getting to it now as well, but I just haven't seen their content yet. So I like to see different areas from different angles. But the lore in Act 3 is not as rich or as easy to find out as it is for Act 2, right? I do a lot of talking about the lore for Act 2. Act 3, there's less to go through, less known, a lot more mystery. Anyway, this whole area would also be quite gross. Here we go, it's an ancient carving.
When we first came to this place, death alone was the king of all that we surveyed, solemn in his high and lonely throne. We had little and were starving, but this man-made mountain offered us nourishment.
Man-made mountains.
Steal yourself! Visions of a thriving world. It was a promise of things to be. This, then, will be our new home until our promised land is made.
Yeah, so it's a carving of the first survivors that came here. And then I think the carvings and the writings get more and more primitive or crazy sounding as they sort of devolved to the effects of the mushrooms and fungus and whatever else was taking, what other weird gross debauchery was taking place here. No worries, Rich, all good.
Out of mana.
Oh, out of mana again. Shadow Laugh, that's a cool name. Where are you? Shadow Laugh needs a bell down, there we go. And we leveled once more. We continue to plow on through. Let's spend another passive point. Reduced reservation. Not at this point. Let's go up here. We want more attack speed. I can't remember which way we want to be heading. Is it that one? Or defenses? Maybe. Accuracy rating. Critical damage bonus. Alright, let's go down to this one first. Behold my power. Fell down. There we go. Done. That one's taken out. So the more I think about it, but even if this area was sticking up in the middle of the lake, people could have taken a boat to get to it. Well, maybe that is what happened with some of the survivors or the people who came here. I don't know. I thought this was mostly outdoors. So you get to see something soon. It also implies this area is outside. Not indoors, like where we're trying to get into the Temple of Kopek. Why we're here? To get a key. That's a dead end. Damn it. We're here to get a key to get to the Temple of Kopek. Character is quite powerful, one hit killing most everything. Yeah, that was my plan. Try and do a semi-speedish run. If I had more specific gear, I could speed run harder. But that's why it's not a true speed run, more of just a fastish.
That's 3.
Semi-efficient run. All right, I've collected 3 mushrooms. Need to find the place to turn them into. Which theoretically we should have found by now, so it's probably back towards the start. I missed it. Out of mana again, my bad. I must be getting close to the boss. Which is kind of hilarious to encounter, by the way.
I can't yet. Weakling!
Weakling! Alright. Down, down, down. Everyone's down. Next section. Dead end. Damn it. Alright, this section on the left of us here, that's in the start. So there's this whole divide in this map, always, that goes right up the middle. You kind of have to loop around, but when you get to the other side of that loop, that's when you know you're nearing the completion of this zone. I thought we must be close by now. This is always how it's laid out. All right. Oh, we got the checkpoint. Cool. So this is the matriarch, the broodmother, queen of filth.
Come to bed with me. Fate on you, I shall.
I'll sooner take your head.
Oh, she nearly got us. Oh. She is surprisingly nimble. There we go, we got her. She can very easily do like a multiple hit and take you out.
That was one fight I won't tell tales of.
The commentary from the different heroes is funny. The mercenary is the most entertaining because she didn't try to seduce the warrior here, but I think she does for the monk and for the mercenary. It's like come to father my next whatever or something. Anyway, the mercenary goes, I've had worse.
This looks like exactly what I need.
Mercenary is the funniest. All right, so there's still the other crone must be back here. There's a friendly one somewhere to turn in the mushrooms to. It's usually earlier in the map. Because I've collected the 3 mushrooms, I kind of feel like I need to do it now. We've cleared most of the map, so she must be nearby.
What's the scene?
She also says some pretty gross things to the female characters as well. Like, my sons wanted me to let them keep you as their pet. Oh, very horrific. Lots of grossness is implied with this zone. Is Shooty still there? I'm not sure. I think Shooty might have gone AFK. And something's buzzing. All good. All good. Nearly clear this entire zone. We must be finding the friendly Aldrin person sometime soon. Is Shooty still in the voice chat? He is, but he must be AFK. He has a couple of small children, so maybe he has to do dinner and stuff for them. Alright, that one's down too. That's exploded. Come on, where the hell is she hiding? Must be up here. Maybe? I'm wasting valuable progression time. Nope, this is not the way either. Next section down? Cleared so much. Dash in. AFK away from keyboard. We say that even on console. Ah, I never thought about that actually. On console, AFK. AFC, away from controller. Away from console. Whoa, look out. Bunch of dudes. Oh, bunch of dudes. Maybe this is where we were looking. Yes, here it is. Checkpoint. Finally. Okay. Here's the Cauldron Keeper. There's no voice lines. I wonder if there will be when they...
Mushrooms you seek.
When they... Because you just... There's no interaction about seeking the mushrooms. You just got to collect them and chuck them in. And the character, the hero, talks as if there was interaction here. But anyway, I look forward to seeing this voiced when it comes along. Are these any good? Oh, we got to get them identified. Never mind. All right. Back to the encampment we... Alrighty. Hooded one.
Quickly. I've changed.
Wrong button.
Quickly.
Identify. These should be better than what we're currently using. No, that one is not. Alright, let's put some things into our stash. Do the old inventory purge. What are these resources and materials we will use at a later date? This can go in our trinkets, trinkets, trinkets. Okay. Oh, that's a quest item. We can't get rid of that. Cool. Alright, now we have the key to get inside the Temple of Kopek, underneath this encampment. Back down we go to meet with Alva. How are we doing for time, by the way? 6.5 hours we're up to. Ooh, I reckon half an hour, 40 minutes to clear the next bit? Let's see. Alva!
You found it! Try placing the idol in the door. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Inventory did look full, yeah.
Good luck.
Could get worse. It gets full very quickly when you're not skimming past most of the items. Alright, chuck it in.
Don't ask where I found it.
Don't ask where I got it from. He said he doesn't want to talk about that fight. And dealing with that horrible broodmother.
How is there light within this ancient ruin?
Good question. We are now in the Temple of Kopek, the temple of a sun god of sorts. For which there is seeming to be
ancient fire,
an actual artificial sun inside this temple, which burns us and whittles down our health if we get too close to it. But these other weird, corrupted... Oh, don't know. They are either immune to it or they've been twisted already and it doesn't really hurt them anymore, don't know. We need to find our way through this temple and get up higher. We need to ascend this temple. Make our way up. We gotta find the stairs. It's down. Good. Exploded. Very good. Through here. 6.5, this would have been one of your bigger streams. Yeah, definitely. I don't have many long-running streams, and I've been wanting to do it for a while, because I've played this game a lot, and I've created... This will be my, I think, my 12th character. 12 times through the campaign so far. But I enjoy doing it. I actually find it fun to do, especially if you're doing and experimenting with some different successful character builds. But I wanted to see how quickly I could do it using a particular character build that I know works well. And I will respec this character later to be not using a staff, but using shields and totems. That's my plan. But this works pretty well as a leveling build, and I want to demonstrate that how easily it can be done. All you need is this particular staff, which is not hard to get. And if you have already played through the game on your first character, you've probably got this staff somewhere. Or at least encountered it. Almost ready for a 24-hour stream. Whoa, that would be brutal. I didn't even know what I would do for such a stream. 24 hours. I don't think I could do it. I reckon I would die. I already spend so much time talking and explaining with so much volume and energy as it is. My voice would be so dead doing a 24-hour stream. I think the longest I've done... I think I might have done like a 7 or 8 hour stream once. I remember doing it a while back because I think I did some Diablo stuff. I think I did like a bit of a Diablo stream. I've also done other mod making streams I think for a while too, but I'm not sure. So when someone says don't ask, people are going to ask, here goes where'd find it. Yeah, that's true. Don't ask where I found the key. Well, now I want to know, where did you get that key from, sir? How did you acquire such treasure? I said don't ask. Yeah, well, don't put it that way. Have to team up with other players to do 24. Yeah, that's true. Alright, we can spend another point. More dexterity. Didn't check what this one was. Oh, that's the way I should have gone. Attack speed. Ah, damn it. Yeah, we want attack speed. Alright, let's do it that way. I have to do this next boss fight without it, though.
Great Coolpate, a brave warrior approaches.
Ooh, that's a different line. Usually he says something like, welcome, honored guest. Because there is some lore here. This guy.
Curl your flesh!
Katzuli. We meet a younger version. The endgame.
Your very soul.
Oh, I don't like that move. Hang on, wait. There it is. So deadly. Bell is down. Hit him with the bell. Hit him with the bell. Oh, that's nasty. There we go. We froze him. That got very close. There we got him. That's it.
I do not fear the fire. It is mine to shape.
I shape the fire, for I am a warrior. Adopted son of Redley, Forge Master.
He never ceases to amaze me.
All right, Alva is here. What do you think, Alva? Investigate this platform. This is apparently where this mystical Val weapon was that we're looking for.
These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no, it's not a blood offering, it's someone of Val blood. Perhaps if I...
Yes, it is. Why is it that in any game or movie
Truly something.
where blood is needed, someone cuts their hand?
It's opening.
If I need to do it, I'd do it like my arm or something. Like your hands you use all the time. I don't want to cut in my hand. It's going to get in the way. So stupid. Andy Rue. So the map with dots, that's the passive skill map. Yes.
We were right on top of this device the entire time.
Right. So now a weird portal and gateway erupts.
Gateway? Oh, how incredible.
Yeah. Very impressive. Is she going to go through? Not yet.
So, the city of Utsal has been laid bare to the world for all these centuries.
Oh, this is where Oswald wants us to do his side quest, right? But everyone is talking about this, right? Oh, he doesn't say anything. I thought everyone did.
No, not what you do.
You don't know what you do. I'm scared of everything. Yes. Survey always tells us not to do things, and we always go and do them anyway. Serrano does that. Cuts her hand. Yeah, that's true. Every time. All movies, all games. Oh, I need blood. I'll cut my hand. No! Terrible place to do it. Do it on your arm or your shoulder or something that's out of the way. So stupid. Anyway, step through the gateway. Dun dun dun.
Living Val?
They are.
In the flesh? Hello! My name is Alva Valai. It was I who...
And they're gone.
No, don't run away! Oh, I think we pose a threat. Let's go after them.
All right, after them we go. So we have traveled back in time to the same location 2,000 years prior.
You. Oh, to see this city in its prime. This is a dream come true.
Look how brilliant and lovely and pristine everything is. So this is the Temple of Kopek that we went into just before. Although maybe it's not a Temple of Kopek right now, who knows? We can't get in there now. But that's where the time device came up out of. And the, what was it? The drowned city we went through earlier that was all gross. Well, now we get to see it in its heyday, in its prime. The city of Utsal. Before the cataclysm, before it was flooded. Walking through the Stargate, exactly, Rich, yep. It's like a Stargate of time.
What are you doing?
And they attack us.
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
So the first time I did this was on my Necromancer Summoner. And as soon as you come through, your minions just go and attack them. And she's like, oh, I was hoping to avoid conflict. I'm like, shit, did I do something wrong? No. The NPCs attack you. There's nothing you can do. They will always attack. They are scared. Almost like they specifically knew about you when you're coming. Oh, these guys hit hard. Oh, I forgot how hard these guys can hit. Holy shit. All right. We are nearing... Oh, we might die a couple of times. Oh, that's fine if we do.
No challenge.
Not too much consequence for dying in the campaign, to be honest. What is it? Level 43 map, and we are 42. So we're only slightly under level, so it should be okay. What they've done is change the swirly gates from blue to orange, yeah. In the Lego Star Wars I've been playing, Rich, as you travel through hyperspace on your ship in Star Wars, it looks very much like the Stargate wormhole, so I keep calling it the Stargate wormhole travel. Alright, so the way to most quickly navigate this map is how we've been doing it. You try and stick to the main roads. You kind of need to go up and right first. Now, hang on, I've got a mirror inflection. So I said up and right first, and then down and right, and then up and right again is the channel direction. Trying to follow the main road as best as you can. So, go in here, and then we turn to go up and right next, assuming we don't die. The bell down. Where's our bell? There it is. Magical bell of exploding hits. There we go. Now, there are side objectives to do in here, which is just collecting treasure for Oswald, which isn't really worth doing. Now, again, it's your first character, do everything. But if you're leveling subsequent alternate characters, just focus through. Unless you want to do it all. There's nothing wrong with doing all of it. But if you're trying to do it quickly, this is what you do. All right, we can hear chanting. Here's a checkpoint. Some pristine statues of Queen Atziri. Here we go.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the... Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani.
Dickhead gets knocked out.
I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
Alva, you fool. As expected. Now, this is one of the hardest boss fights in the game. Everyone hates this fight, me included. Oh, she stepped away from my bell. Oh, she's done a lot of damage. Alright, we gotta just try and... Bell down. Freeze her before she does her stupid, annoying abilities. Get her. Ah, the bell expired. Bell again. Bell again. Bell.
You will fall before us.
Nearly got you. Nearly got you. Yes. Ooh. She does these annoying abilities where there's poison that launches from all of her soldiers, and it's really frustrating. She also does a thing where she floats and launches things down onto the ground, and you got to avoid those, which is difficult, because the arena keeps shrinking as the soldiers move in with their shield. Anyway, one of the toughest fights in the entire game, especially in the campaign. Rich, you may be the only one chatting in a stream. You're dual streaming YouTube, so you might have people chatting there too. That's what RestreamBot does, is it replays it into the central chat. So Andy Roo, who's on YouTube, his chat messages are showing up. Well, at least they're showing up to me and in the chat on screen. They should be appearing, theoretically, in the Twitch chat. Anyway. Now we have to pursue through the city into the area known as Agarat. Try and find... Hardest boss, you made it look easy. Like I say, this character, this build, there's a reason why I'm using it for my speed run today. I have used this build a couple of times, plus I've had the right gear to do it properly. Yeah. Pillar of the Caged Gods, some other specific gear, and stat stacking strength. Breaking free, there we go. Oh, that hurt. That bastard. Oh, big swings. Big swings from a big man. Alright, got him down. Can he still hear some chanting in the distance? So Midnight Tabby's here, but lurking. All good. It is very much a long session today. We are almost through the main story. A little bit further to go. Still hear cheering in the distance, or chanting, right? So here is the pristine statue I pointed out earlier. I'm like, oh, there's a busted statue of Atziri. Here is the statue in its prime of Queen Atziri, for some reason with 4 arms and 4 breasts. Don't know if that's what she actually looks like, but in her pursuit of everlasting youth and beauty, she is driving a lot of thaumaturgical advancements through her chief thaumaturge Doriani, and trying to embrace the beast of this time and its corruption in the hopes that she will become immortal. So these stairs to Agarat, this is what the apex of filth becomes. This is why I'm like, oh, I think it's outside, because all of this area is outside. So the apex of filth, was that outside on an island as well? Kind of weird. Anyway, up we go. Into Agarat. Salvation sought in beauty and... So once again, like, am I doing a bit of a genocide and wiping out everyone we come across? And it was really unclear for a while. Are these bad guys? Are these innocent people? Well, most of these that we're fighting are soldiers and zealots and cultists of sorts, right? And you're like, oh, I don't know about this, but anyway, stick with me. Still not brilliant, but it's not as bad as it first seems. Kind of. I guess I'll pick that up and turn it into Oswald later. That's a dead end. Oh, I'm very good at finding dead end. Explode in icy fire. You can hear some guy chanting and preaching in another language, which I don't know what the language is, right? Because the Val, this ancient culture, is apparently the basis for the language used in modern times by modern cultures in this game. So I don't know why he's speaking in another one, but we can recognize Val and Adziri in the words that he says. Basically, praise Adziri. She will lead the Val into eternal youth and immortality, effectively. Alright, so we found the center. When you find this center area, the center of Agarat, depending on your carving route through here, follow it to the upper left. Take out the Goliaths and the Zealots along the way. Some of whom are caught off guard by our presence. They will attack soon enough. Watch out for these life siphoning. Here we go. Here's the preaching. There we go. Got them all in one hit. Or nearly all of them. So they're preaching about sacrifice, because a lot of the people, I don't know if they were, how much they were misled, or whether they all knew. It's unknown. Hey, we leveled. Now we fit into the next section. This is looking a lot more grim. Look at all the blood, bodies, and sacrifice. Now I don't feel so bad about storming through the city and eliminating everyone who resists us. So part of this culture, and a lot of it's inspired by the Aztecs of our time, to be honest, in our world. There's lots of sacrifice. A lot of it they do willingly, but I do wonder if some of them were forced or misled. Now the sheer volume of sacrifices that have happened here, I don't know. Are these all civilians that have been sacrificed, and these are all the zealots and soldiers that are enforcing it, and therefore it's a good thing that we're taking them out? I'm not sure. We've just picked up a big heart, which is good, because that's one of the things you definitely need to do. We'll talk about that in a minute. The level cap is 100, Rich, but it slows down a lot. So my highest level character is level 92, and that's taken a lot of effort. I am now 43. So in the course of today, what is it, over nearly 7 hours that we've been doing this for today? 43. And that is, I'm doing this at a pace faster than most people will do this. Experts in this game will do similar or better. Oh no, I've broken the sound. Oh no, why have I got no sound? Oh, I have upset it. Oh dear. Alright, hang on. I better kill this dickhead. Put the bell down. That's it. Let me go to a unique. Oh, that's still working. We've upset the game by alt-tabbing. Oh no, sorry. Alright, I'll fix that in a moment. We've got the checkpoint there. Anyway, what you want to do is, when you first enter Utsol, at some stage in killing some of those big guys, you will hopefully get a sacrificial heart. This thing here. Pick it up, and then you need to bring it to this altar, because then, in performing the little sacrifice, you get 2 more skill points unlocked. Therefore, it is mandatory to complete this on your leveling on your playthrough, no matter what you are doing. Got 2 points. All right, now we've got the checkpoint here. So this should keep our spot. I'm going to exit and restart the game. Is it normal for the game to be silent? No, something went wrong. Can you show the skill map? Yeah, I'll do that in a second too. And we are joined by Envy. How are you doing, man? So Envy ran with Shooty and I last night on our endgame hard, not hardcore, but hard content. And Envy's character is ridiculously powerful. Like, ridiculously powerful. Absolutely amazing. Thanks for joining us again, Envy. Just been carrying other people's ascendancies. Yeah, awesome. I might need to call in a favor for some more ascendancy carries at some stage. But it was really fun running with you last night, man. Thanks for taking us along, and thank you for helping us complete the work we were doing, the content we were working on. Andy Rue, this is the skill tree, right? The passive tree. Now it looks very scary and horrific. This is one tree used by all characters. Different classes will start or enter the tree at different points in the circle. This down here is the strength-focused area. This is the intelligence-focused area. And then this down here is the dexterity-focused area, with each bit in between being a hybrid of the two types surrounding it. When you know what kind of build you want to do, you can search over here to get the things that you're after. So my first character I built was a summoner with minions, right? So I would search minion. And so I didn't use a build guide for my first character for a while, at least. Firstly, because the game was very new and there wasn't a lot of expertise around, but you don't have to use build guides for everything. You don't need to completely, totally min-max stuff. You can just figure out stuff that seems logical. So in playing a witch, you come out through the top here, and here are minion-related points that I wanted to get towards, right? So there's attack speed, attack damage, etc. for minions. So for my summoner build, it was easy. I just figured out a bit of a path, looking at the nodes along the way, to get to where I wanted to get to power up the type of character I was making. For this one, we are just strength stacking with this staff, and the more strength you have, the more damage you do, so this staff can carry you right through the game. And so all I've done here is get a few strength-focused nodes, and we just go around the outside here to get the staff-specific points here, as well as some herald stuff here, because we've got these auras, these heralds present as well. And then I did put a few jewels in that just boost our attack speed and attack damage. Got an empty one there. You don't really need it. You don't need to put jewels in. I'm just trying to do it even faster, just to see how well I can do it. You can run me through now and get all the points if you want. I won't right now, thanks, Envy. I'll probably do it another day. I'm going to finish the campaign story for normal difficulty, and then that'll probably be the end of today's stream, I think.
Need mana.
But I will look to do that again soon, yeah. You still got to level your warrior? Level it as a monk using Pillar of the Cage Gods, man. If you just want to fast level it and get it to endgame, because that's the annoying thing. It's the one thing I do find frustrating about Path of Exile. There's certain builds you can only unlock their capabilities in the late game for certain build types. So you have to use other abilities to level up and then change later. And sometimes you want to do a particular build and it's frustrating to build with. That is kind of the nature of a lot of these builds. Like certain skills you can't use until you're high level. So I don't know. Most of my characters I have leveled using the skills as close as I can that I intend to use in the end game. I did power level a Chronomancer doing this, and now I'm power leveling a Warbringer warrior doing this. Because a Titan, I leveled a Titan doing like mace, cultist mace clearing. So this is why we hit and kill in one hit. Oh yes, absolutely. So this is the item here. It is the Pillar of the Cage God Long Quarterstaff. It's not expensive if you can't find it, if you have to buy it off of someone. I have had this drop, I think, with nearly every character I've played. It's easy to get a hold of. This ring, not too hard to get. I haven't seen it drop, but I did buy it. This other stuff is all optional. Basically, if you can stack some flat damage on your gloves and your rings and then other stuff to just boost stats, that will make you do more damage, like this belt does boost strength. But ultimately, the only requirement is this staff. I am going the wrong way. That was very silly. So Envy, you've got a Monk, Gemling, Chronomancer, Stormweaver, and Blood Mage, which you're now on. How many of them are supercharged like your Stormweaver that you ran us on last night? Because, man, that thing was awesome. I haven't gone the wrong way. What the fuck? This whole section is cordoned off. Oh, I haven't had a map layout like this for a while. All right, we do have to go down and around that way. Yeah. You one-hit things in Diablo 3. Nice one.
Power!
I did eventually as well when my characters got super leveled up. But like I was ranting about at the start of the stream today, anyone can one-hit stuff if you've got a very powerful character. Oh, I'm out of health flasks. Back to town we go. If you've got a high enough level character with good enough gear, anyone can one-hit stuff. That's not to belittle your efforts in building that character. Absolutely not. But I do absolutely belittle and put down dickhead YouTubers who are trying to show off how good their build is, and they've got this amazing gear, and they're level 90, and they've had everything either paid or bought for their character. So any build works well when you've got amazing gear equipped, and you're such high level. Oh, I forgot to spend our new points. Oh, let's do that. Oh, I've got another point to spend. More strength, I think. Actually, there's a speed. Something at speed down here. There's some speed nodes. Yes. Give me these speed ones here. There we go. 3% speed means 3% damage. And things can't hit us as easily. Envy, true, this league has major balance issue. The game is meant to be much harder. Well, yeah, I mean, when I first played this game, I found things harder, but then even the campaign I found challenging a lot of the times. But then as you get to know the campaign and you collect more gear across your characters, if you play multiple characters, which I do, then it's not so bad anymore. Yeah, no, I just find it frustrating when YouTubers are like, yeah, check out my build. Oh, I've got a Hand of Wisdom and Action Furniture. Yeah, that's no big deal. It's only 10 divines, and oh, I've got this chest piece or this weapon there. That was only like 15 divines. Really, really cheap. No, dickhead. Cheap is less than a divine. Cheap is 10 to 20 exalts. Just because you've played the game so much to have so many divines, you need to lose focus that most people don't get that. Envy, your character is amazing, and I love it. And you should be so proud of what you've built and accomplished there. It is so good. But you are at least aware that your character is elite. You don't try to tell people, oh, this character was so easy to make. I just had to spend fuckloads of currency to get this gear. Some people lose that focus, right? Whether they do it deliberately to just show off or to try and do a humble brag, or whether they're trying to get fake views or farm views by showing a character that everyone wants to achieve but can't actually achieve easily. I don't know, right? Gassy TV and a few others of YouTubers have called out there's been a bit of a culture of clickbait build guides, and I'm really glad they have. You have 700 hours in this game already. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 831. That's so massive. The other thing I call into question, too, is I bet some of these YouTubers trying to show off their builds and like, oh, it was only 20 divines. Yeah, they lose track of how expensive that actually is for most players. And a lot of them, I bet, did not farm and gather those divine orb currencies on their own. They bought them with real money. But there's lots of really good, awesome YouTubers out there with lots of good info. Dry Bear is fantastic. Criparian is fantastic. Gassy TV. Rax. All of these dudes. Awesome dudes. It's a lot of hours here. Yeah. So the game came out, I think, start of December. Is that right? Or mid-December? Can't remember. Anyway, so we're making our way towards Doriani, Adziri's chief thaumaturge. Now, Doriani had somehow received hints about the cataclysm that would come and what would cause it. Communion with the beast. Oh, I'm out of flasks again. Holy shit, I keep running out. Oh, I'm gonna die. Let me... Yes, heartbeat. Yes, big scary heartbeat noises. Give me a portal back to town. Oh, quick. I clicked the button. There we go. I just made it. Maybe I need to see if I can upgrade my flasks further. Have I leveled enough? We'll find out. Okay, back through the time portal. Mid-December, yeah. They get donations from a lot of viewers. That's true. That's true. So solo self-found you respect? Absolutely. So that's where there's no trading. You can only use gear that you have found yourself. I would not do that because I don't have the time or the patience. Plus, I just don't get lucky drops, ever. Alright. Are there any further upgrades? That's an upgrade. And what about this one? Yes, excellent. Upgrade our flasks. Refill them at the well. Okay, back into action we go. December 2024 is in, yeah, like 6 weeks ago. Yeah, nearly 7 weeks ago. Yes, that's the one, Andy. Even myself, I've played this game a lot. Not as much as Envy, and I don't have the same character power that Envy has, but yeah, that's what we're talking. Rich, you know one good YouTuber? His name's Nerdiness. Thanks, man. So Doriani is referred to a lot in Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, we get a lot of references to the Vaal and their ultimate fall and the Cataclysm, right? And Doriani is the one typically attributed with causing it. But as we're starting to learn here, actually Doriani is not the one who caused the Cataclysm. He was trying to persuade Atziri, Queen Atziri, not to commune with the beast because of what it would cause. She wouldn't listen in her pursuit of eternal youth, beauty, and immortality. And he couldn't outwardly defy her, otherwise he would be disempowered, dethroned, right? So this entire city, the city of Utsal, is Doriani's city. It's his city to do with what he needs for further research into corruption, thaumaturgy, and effectively life, eternal life for Atziri. So in secret, he's actually been trying to research ways to subvert the Cataclysm, which somehow he knows is coming, and save his people. And so some of the stuff he's been up to in this city, she is not aware of. The sacrifice that he's been driving, she is very much aware of and embraces very much as part of their whole culture. Envy, don't know if you would stop real money transactions. Yeah, I don't think you can for most games, right? I mean, even in World of Warcraft, Diablo, everything, they've all got real money transactions, which is a bit of a problem. You also find it unfair to people to compare PoE1 and endgame and PoE2. The game is literally early access, so it's not launched, not touching PoE1 endgame. Yeah, exactly. So one thing I will point out, some clarity, which does shit me, is some people are like, oh, this game's only beta. You can't criticize it too much. Not quite correct. You can give it some criticism, and in fact, they need that criticism so that they can make the changes and improve things, and that's what they've been doing. But it's not a beta. It's not an alpha. It's not a beta. It's an early release. An alpha or a beta can have drastic changes, be fully torn down and rebooted. Typically got a lot of bugs that need fixing. So typically you'd have some sort of concept version, an alpha, a beta, a release candidate, or early access, and then full release. So when we're in this early access release candidate phase, meaning that changes and additions still to come, yes. Some bugs to occur, yes, but not ever a full tear down or rebuild or overhaul or ripping out of stuff. That shouldn't occur. So there has been bugs in this. GGG have done a really good job in fixing and updating it and working on the bugs. And out of the gate, as soon as this came out, they suggested that they knew the end game needed a lot of work. It was the least polished thing. They're working on it and it's getting better. And it is. They've made changes. It's still getting better. I look forward to seeing how the end game unfolds as well. I look forward to seeing the next 3 acts that haven't been released yet, right? But you're paying for early access to the game. So therefore, the game needs to have some quality and standard. And the game, therefore, is not allowed to just reboot and tear away anything you've built up. Now, if you play a survival game or something on beta and then they overhaul or reboot the world map and your camp is destroyed, well, that's what happens with being on a beta, right? That's not this. This is early access. This is the first initial release of the game. But it's in a very good playable state and they've put very good effort into it. There's things I've complained about that needed work. They've been doing that. But some people just like, oh, you gotta, it doesn't matter. It's beta, man. You can't complain. You complain about some things and that's how they fix it. It's not a beta. It's early access, meaning it's not polished, but a lot of the foundations and the core mechanics are there. There's a really annoying bug with build on simulacrums. You can blink through the doors that you're not meant to. I saw some bugs too when they first, in one of the first patches, they changed.
One of my own, but if you persist, I will do.
They changed it so when you dodge roll, your effective size is down to 0 to try and make it so you can more easily dodge roll, not be blocked so easily. And then people were like dodge rolling off the Ardura Caravan and stuff, which is kind of funny. I feel like they need a bigger team now, though, for PoE1 and no one for PoE2. 7-month league of PoE1 is insane. Yeah, and that's what they're struggling, right? I think they've realized, oh, it's hard to manage 2 games at once. So I think they're putting all their effort into patch 0.2 for this game, and then they refocus on the league, the final league for PoE1, and then come back. We'll have to see. I do think they're doing good stuff. They are listening to feedback. This thing is about this game that irritate me, but you know, they're improving it. I have absolutely gotten lost as to where Doriani's chamber is. I've been talking too much. Oh, I've nearly died. I didn't. Some games stay in early access and fall back from the excuse that we're only in early access. That happens a lot too. Yes, absolutely. In this case, I think they're very open and honest. You know, there are definitely things missing from the game. They're adding little bits in. I think they've been gradually adding a few skills and stuff here or there. And some weapons and other gear, right? Alrighty, here we go. Checkpoint. Doriani. Ooh, I've nearly leveled as well. In his testing chamber, the testing pit.
So, at the eve of the end,
and there's Alva.
The demon of Azawatl has finally come.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Oh, yeah.
I am fighting Doriani. Look out. Oh, he got me, but he didn't kill me. Oh, dude, Doriani, you got slapped, bro. And frozen. All right, now we got to wait for him to... So he's a two-face fight.
I must save my people.
You know why we're here. It happened. It cannot be stopped.
No.
So by this stage, Doriani knows we're from the future because we've come through the time portal that he had Katsuli build as another safeguard. He knows that's why we're here, but he's still resisting the reason as to why we're here. He can still save his people. He can still stop the cataclysm. No, you can't, dude. That time portal also was a secret from Queen Atziri. She did not know that was there. And that's what was rumored about the big weapon to stop the cataclysm in the texts throughout the ages. Anyway, we got him. He's down.
This happened. All I've done. All that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
The legacy of the Val must be protected. I do not the beast.
Best you start talking then.
And all
My friend here
mine.
isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
We are not the peacemaking type. We are the fight-making type. Doriani. So, come with us to the future. Help us stop the beast in our time. Your cataclysm is written in history. It cannot be avoided.
If only I had more time.
But you
There's
don't.
An ancient weapon. A weapon that was used against corruption from a civilization lost to the ages. I have one piece of it. 3 others were scattered. I have been searching for them, but the Karui have interfered at every turn.
The Karui, the tribes down to the south.
I suppose I must. It is too late for us here. This era is over. I pleaded with Atziri for her patience, but she would not abide me. She will attempt her communion with the beast, and utter devastation will ravage our people.
Yeah, I still don't know how he finds that out. How does he know that?
The fact that you are here, a living descendant of our people, it gives me some hope for our future. I will come to your era. Perhaps there is still time.
Very good.
Let's hurry back to the time portal.
Yes, we shall. Okay. Back to the time portal. Back to the present. Come with us, Doriani. And that is the completion of the 3 acts storyline so far. That is the canonical story. Doriani, I think, has already gone through the portal. So now this takes us into Act 1 of Cruel Difficulty. So in early access, you got to play through those acts again, but on a harder difficulty, and then you can do the endgame stuff. When the game is in full release, there'll be Acts 4, 5, and 6 for the story, and you'll play through those instead, and then into the endgame. Now, I believe if I portal out, it takes me back to the Ziggurat. Yes, it does. Where Doriani should be. So, Envy, this is going to be a Warbringer. I've already got a Titan. I'm thinking of doing this as a tanky totem Warbringer. How good it is, I don't know, but this was the last of the characters I hadn't created and leveled yet through the campaign. So here's Doriani over here, right? This is the canonical. So now he sees what happened, right? Anyway, we'll skip through this. A lot of people are nervous about him being here.
I don't trust you, but you do have my respect.
Even our character doesn't trust Doriani. And when you play through this again, another scene plays and you end up stuck in the refuge underneath. So what was the Temple of Kopek becomes the Ziggurat Refuge because the cataclysm takes place and we take shelter there in the past. But I think it's a different past. We're yet to see how that actually plays out, because theoretically what comes next is in the next act we get these components of this weapon against corruption that the Karuri tribes have, or they have pieces of, and that's what we're going to do at least in Act 4. I'm assuming something else or similar happens in Acts 5 and 6. Therefore I assume in Act 6 something happens in which a cataclysm of the past happens whilst we're still in a different part of the past. Don't know, we're yet to see. And then that unfolds. And in fact, what we learn, likely, is that us, as this character, working with Doriani and some of his people, were the ones to sort of cleanse and fix the cataclysm corruption of, I think, of the Val time period, I think. Whilst under there, we clear corruption. Doriani gets some of his people to build this time machine so we can enable that time loop. And some other stuff happens we are yet to see. But it's something along those lines. Anyway, that is us complete for the main campaign. 7 hours, 20 minutes we did it in. I should click this, and now let's go back to the main character selection. Because that's it for our session tonight, man. Or today, rather. It has been a very large section. I would like to thank a lot of the YouTubers who have got channels dedicated to the lore. That's how I've learnt a lot of the lore. By watching and listening to a lot of their podcasts and episodes. I've then done my best to replay that throughout this episode. So I hope you all like it. And if you do, great, give me a thumbs up and a subscribe. If you don't like it, well, tell me why and put that in the comments as well. And maybe give it a downvote. Whatever, all of it is good. Thank you very much to everyone who has tagged along tonight. Oh, sorry, today. It's a daytime stream. I haven't done that in so long. Thank you everyone who's tagged along today, both on Twitch and on YouTube, to be part of the audience, part of the commentary. Some of you know this game well. Some of you don't know anything about the game and have been talking to me about learning about it. So I've had an awesome time talking to you all. I've had a fun time speedrunning my version of speedrunning the campaign. I thought I might get through it a little bit faster, but it's not too bad. Seven and a bit hours, that's not bad. I'm happy with that. I think it's faster than what most people would be able to do, right? Big Vito, what, you can't leave? You still got 4 hours of work left. Yeah, I know, sorry, man. Dude, I'm knackered. I need to give my voice a rest. I need to have some dinner. I need to go and have a rest. I'm absolutely stuffed. But anyway, thanks everyone for coming along and chatting. It's been a very fun time. Hopefully you've had some fun doing this as well. For those on Twitch, stick around for a few minutes. Let's give someone a raid. Either one of our Crusaders stream team members might be on, or some other random people that we like and follow. Let's give them some buzz, some hype, some energy. In the meantime, check out my Discord. If you're interested in our Discord community, we've got all the legendary people that have been in chat today. They're all on our Discord. We've got memes, we've got game chat, we've got my favorite channel, Pet Pics. Always come along, post your pet pics. I love seeing your fairy pet pics, or even non-fairy pets as well. We also talk about grouping up for co-op events and various other streaming events. And we also talk a bit about, well, what should we play next and when and whatnot, right? So if you want to see what's happening, our Discord community is the way to go. The links are in the description below if you're watching this on YouTube. They're also in my profile on Twitch as well. Thank you, of course, to our sponsors, subscribers, and moderators. You guys are absolute legends. You are the ones that help keep moving this whole community forward. And there we go. Speaking of which, Midnight Tabby, one of our community moderators, our chief community moderators, thank you very much. There's a link in the chat right now if you do want to look to join our Discord. You'll need to be verified on Discord before you can post anything. That usually happens pretty quick, but you'll be able to have a bit of a browse through there in the meantime to see what's going on. Whopper of a stream. Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you, Envy, for coming back to hanging out with us today after hanging out and power running us through some stuff last night. That's been really fun as well. Alrighty, that is very much enough talking from me. My throat and voice are getting very sore and parched. It's time for me to depart. This has been Nerdiness. I have been Shade. You have all been absolutely awesome. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I'll see you in the next episode.